We're going to get started here. Good morning. Thank you for being here at the November meeting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We're going to begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag's right over here, so please join us.
Recording in progress.
Okay, before we get rolling on the formal agenda here, as you may know, I like to recognize folks who are either in the audience or when we're in a specific basin and maybe we have a dignitary, so to speak. When we were in Crested Butte back in July, we heard from Commissioner Hauk there, but there was another person that I wanted to recognize then, and unfortunately he was tied up, and that is Delta County Commissioner Wendell Kuntz, who is also the chairman of the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. So I want to just recognize you, Wendell, and if you'd like to say anything, we'd welcome your comments, and sorry we missed you last summer.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and appreciate the C9 Summit yesterday. It was really good connecting with the other roundtables and all of you folks too. It meant a lot. I don't think we do that often enough. So, and I did want to say congratulations again to Becky Mitchell on her award. That was quite outstanding. Greg, you did a nice job introducing all that. So, and I will be speaking to this board tomorrow also, just by chance. I didn't realize that, on the Miners Trail WSRF application. That's a project near and dear to my heart, connecting the town of Hotchkiss and the Delta County Fairgrounds to the North Fork High School and Recreation District out there. So look forward to that. But thank you.
Thank you, Wendell. Appreciate it. Another thing that I just wanted to touch on before we get rolling is I think it hasn't been totally clear to the public, maybe sometimes how we handle public comment. And so I want to clarify that a little bit. We typically have often our last agenda item of the meeting is public comment. And I want to clarify that that's not structured that way to sort of back burner public comment or kind of potentially make it irrelevant because it happens after we've already done all our business. That's just there as a placeholder for people that want to bring something to our attention that isn't actually on the agenda. If you would like to provide public comment on an item that is on our agenda, we'd like you to do that at the time that we're hearing that agenda item. We do recognize sometimes that, or often, people have scheduling challenges and it may be hard to stand by all day or whatever it takes to get to that point. If that's the case, you're welcome to reach out to really any of us and let us know, and we can make arrangements. And you can also always reach out to Viola. Can you raise your hand, Viola? Viola Bralish. You know, she's the one that puts together these meetings, and it's probably helpful for her and for us if you do know you want to make public comment to let us know in advance so we can sort of note that on our agenda and account for it. But just wanted to make that clear. We certainly don't want to not hear from you about an important item on our agenda at the time that we're deliberating on that item. So hopefully that's clear enough. Okay, our next item here is to review and approve the agenda. And I guess I would ask if there's any amendments to the agenda, including the consent agenda. Like, let's just deal with this. Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd request that consent agenda item, which consent agenda? 6 be removed. I'd like the board to be able to discuss that CWCB policy and accept public comment on that, have the opportunity for public comment on that. And so I think you said that we could move that to agenda item,
Item 15, financial matters.
right? So we'll move that to agenda item 15.
Okay. So with that, is that a motion to amend and approve the agenda?
That would be my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Orlando, second.
Okay, so we have motion from Director Sakata, second from Director Cloud. All those in favor of approving the amended agenda, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next up is review and approve the 2023 board meeting minutes. We have minutes from August 22nd and the special meeting in Steamboat. And then item B is our minutes from the regular meeting in Salida in September. Director Sakata.
Mr. Chair, after consideration for the August 22nd minutes, I'd like to withdraw my motion on Lauren. No, just kidding. I know, really. No, our normal standard practice is approve staff recommendation, but in that case, it really wasn't a staff recommendation. It was really just a motion to appoint Lauren Riss as our director. So I would make that amendment to those minutes for the August 22nd meeting minutes, that the motion was merely a motion from me to appoint Lauren Riss.
Okay.
I'd make that motion to make those changes.
Okay, is there a second? All right, Director Combs. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the agenda or on the minutes? Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes as amended, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. I guess just to be clear, was there anybody else who wanted to remove anything from the consent agenda? Fairly short consent agenda. Okay, we'll consider item 3 taken care of. And we will move on to just a reminder of there's upcoming meetings for 2024 listed there. Any questions on that? Okay. And then we'll go on to director's reports. And as we're heading into that, Director Greenberg told me she had some kind of a call this morning. She asked to probably be the last person, and she'll probably be here by then. So we'll move her to the end. So we'll start with Executive Director Gibbs.
Great.
Oh, yes. Oh, approve. I'm sorry. I blow it every single month in the first 5 minutes. I swear. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, so we have amended our consent agenda, but we didn't approve it. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? Director Sakata?
I would move to approve the amended consent agenda.
Second.
Sorry, who seconded? Oh, Barb. Okay, Director Vasquez. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Sorry about that. Let's go to Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see you all. And wow, yesterday was a great day, wasn't it? With C9 Summit, and took a lot of hard work to put that together. So really want to give a shout out to Russ, Kat, Elizabeth, Jeff, Viola, as always. Thank you for setting up this meeting, but also working to figure out the C9 Summit. I really enjoyed it for the time I was there, especially the small group exercise. I was in the kind of the wildfire forest health one. I was originally thinking I'd kind of go to each one, but just really the thoughtful comments, and everyone was really dialed in. And I want to echo too Wendell's comments earlier on, like, hey, people want to do this more often, and they love seeing everyone in person. And I agree. I thought that was just absolutely wonderful. And it was also great to see my boss there, Governor Polis, who happened to be in the same hotel for the National Governors Association. So it just totally worked out so well for him just to walk from one room to the other and help welcome us as well. So So great conference. A few updates for me. First, I want to start with staffing. We have some change in staffing, and some additions as well. Angela Bogue, who's been my assistant director for climate change and forest health, has moved to be full-time with Parks and Wildlife. So she has this brand new position within Parks and Wildlife as the climate resiliency policy lead. And when you think about Parks and Wildlife and climate change, really everything that you all do, Rob, is really connected in so many ways. So she is going to help connect the dots on climate resiliency and conservation, biodiversity, and really working with everyone at CPW to really be a national leader on those subjects. So I will miss her a lot, but I know she's still part of the DNR family, but I know she's really excited for this new role. And Rob, I think you and Director Davis will enjoy working with Angela a lot. So also, it was announced, I think, Becky, you mentioned too yesterday, but we have a new rock star, Michael Elizabeth Sakis. And if you don't know her yet, you will. And we're really excited to welcome her to the Department of Natural Resources. She comes to us with more than 10 years of experience in journalists in Colorado, most recently with Colorado Public Radio. If you haven't listened to her podcast, Parched, please do. I'm on episode 6. And on my way down here this morning, and it is just so well done. And you just have to listen to the first episode and you'll be like, oh my gosh, like we made a really great hire. So, and I know you already hit the ground running. So welcome to the family. Other big news, and I know Director Ryan will talk a little bit about it, but Kevin has announced his retirement, and he will be done effectively on January 1st. And Kevin first had this job that he's in right now, was appointed initially by Governor Hickenlooper in 1998. And so all the division directors within the DNR are a little bit different in how that person's hired and who makes the final call and all this stuff. And for Kevin's role, it's really the governor's call in this. And but Kevin, you've been in this role since I've been in my current role, and I really appreciate working with you and your steady hand with Colorado's administration and with water rights, and such challenging times to say the least. But I've really enjoyed working with you, and really wish you well, and hopefully time to go hiking and mountain biking and all the other great stuff that you love to do once you're officially done. But just really appreciate you and your service. And as Kevin retires and moves on from the DNR, my plan is to appoint an acting director right away, and that person will serve as acting director while we do a search. And we really hope to fill that position as quickly as possible, because you all know stakes are high with water, of course, and we want to make sure we have someone in that role as quickly as possible. Other news, Jenny Brannon, who has been my division director for the Division of Reclamation, Mining, Safety, has retired from state service after about 30 years. She initially started in the Attorney General's office, and when I first started, she actually played a dual role as the deputy director of the DNR as well as the head of the DRMS, and really wish Jenny well. She was really my right-hand person, like when I first started, and she's had a wealth of experience, and really wish her well in retirement. But she's definitely a big loss for the DNR, and we have advertised for that particular division director role, and we'll start, that is closed, and we'll start interviews here shortly to fill that. And then another key position within the DNR, you've heard me talk about wildfires, don't know the difference between federal, state, private, or tribal lands. So the DNR, really tries to look at like how we position ourselves on working with a lot of different, focus groups as well as like different, entities. But we have this position that we've had open for a little while called the Federal Policy Advisor position. So every, resource management plan, every, whether it's the Bureau of Land Management or U.S. Forest Service or Bureau of Reclamation, we're always weighing in on those plans. And so this particular position's really important. It helps us navigate, how we position the DNR as we communicate with our federal partners. The budget submittal for the DNR has been submitted, and want to just highlight a few items that really impact water in particular. So the governor's budget included 3 new Division Water Resources river operations coordinators. So 2 folks for the South Platte and then 1 for the Rio Grande Basin. That's really to help provide higher level oversight and coordination of water administration across districts, really help with the increased workload as well and complexity. So we were excited to see that move forward. Governor's budget also included 1 FTE for CWCB for the grant section position to support and create new grants section within the CWCB that would help consolidate and oversight over the water plant grant program and the water supply reserve fund, something that, Anna Moss has been, juggling for a long time. So that will help, I would say, free up more focus within that and have a person that can really dedicate with that position. Other key positions are 4 staff for State Land Board that would help build on land management practices that would improve wildlife habitat, improve climate resiliency, and ensure watershed health. We have 5 FTE for parks and wildlife staff positions that would be dedicated towards aquatics management, dam maintenance, and hatchery operations. 9 FTE for CPW to help positions to maintain and enhance Colorado's biodiversity, to offset the impacts of increasing human pressure on the environment, including staff dedicated for our State Wildlife Action Plan coordination, pollinators, amphibians, aquatics, species conservation data, resource stewardship. And so those are, really important positions to move forward as well. And then $34 million to maintain and improve aging infrastructure and facilities at parks and wildlife properties, including $18.6 million for dam rehabilitation and maintenance, $10 million for hatchery and modernization, $2.5 million for state parks development and trails and day use capacity expansion. Also, the fiscal 24-25 budget marks return to really kind of the normal fiscal restraints within the state budget. During the pandemic, the state received quite a lot of federal funds, but we're really kind of back to normal. So when you look at recent high severance tax revenues that are subject to Tabor, which end up crowding out general fund available for expenditures in the state, the fiscal 24-25 budget included a range of proposals to address these constraints and balances that need for continued investments into water projects and programs. So that resulted in the state's budget by transferring $44.3 million of severance tax revenues that would have otherwise gone through CWCB within the petrol base fund through the severance tax operational fund spillover mechanism. So this is really just kind of a starting point within the budget. There's still, a long way to go in terms of how everything kind of shakes out, but those were some highlights in terms of what we see for the DNR. And also just last few years, we've really seen quite a few different new staff FTE. So I rattled off some of these positions that had to do more with water, but when you look at the whole DNR budget, the governor's proposed 58 new staff positions, which is really a lot, but really very much needed. Also, besides the budget, should start wrapping this up, but we have our legislative priorities as well. So we're going to have our ECMC, or Energy Carbon Management Commission. I think you all know the old Oil and Gas Conservation Commission was renamed to be the Energy and Management Carbon Commission. So it didn't just like rename the agency. It wasn't just that, but it also included adding to the portfolio of geothermal, underground natural gas storage, as well as carbon sequestration. There's bills related to, making sure the language fits with what our expectations are moving forward for that department. Parks and Wildlife is also, we're planning on introducing a bill to add to the scope of responsibilities to include invertebrates and rare plants. We also have a Title 33, which is where Parks and Wildlife sits, more or less cleanup bill on that would look at Parks and Wildlife passes and making sure that we have low-income passes, disabled veteran passes, as well as senior passes too for discounts. So that'll be moving forward. And then we also have a wolverine reintroduction bill that would really enable Parks and Wildlife to work towards the reintroduction of wolverines. Wolverines have been native to Colorado, and were more or less in the early 1900s. There were more or less like no wolverines left in the state, and so we've taken a lot of effort over the last few years, Parks and Wildlife has, to reintroduce a lot of species that have really been on the brink of extinction and have had great success. For example, black-footed ferrets, lynx, several aquatic species as well. So wolverines will be on the next list, and I'm super excited about it. They're high alpine scavengers, which are not as controversial as wolves, of course, but looking forward to that. And then the Water Resources Review Committee, they met actually on Halloween on October 31st, discussed a variety of different bills, including Senator Roberts had a bill, leading a bill to ban non-functional turf. That bill passed out of committee by 8-2 vote. Another bill concept that was introduced by Senator Simpson to expand the allowable purpose of powers of conservancy districts. So we're taking a look at all those. Next bill of interest for the DNR is one that requires CDPHE to study the feasibility of using green infrastructure to substitute traditional centralized wastewater and drinking water treatment mechanisms. So there's, more or less a long list of different, bills. I know Kelly Romero Heaney has been really covering all these bills. So if you want to, get a better snapshot of all that, contact her. And thinking of Kelly, she's been our lead for the Colorado River Drought Task Force, which continues to meet. As you all know, that was created by Senate Bill 23-295. And they've had meetings, all throughout the state of Colorado, including meetings in Ignacio and Towak, to meet with Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute as well, tribes. And so that's ongoing. It's anticipated that there'll be continuing to be a lot more challenging topics as they whittle down recommendations and really vote on that on the December 7th meeting. That's kind of getting right around the corner. So it's been really busy at the Department of Natural Resources, to say the least. I'm planning on being here all day today and tomorrow. So I'm happy to have any side conversations if you'd like on budget or legislative or whatever it may be. So with that, thanks.
Thanks, Director Gibbs, and we appreciate you being able to be here 2 days. That's great. Are there any questions for him, Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, well, first, thanks to Kelly watching the drought task force online. I really appreciate it. I think she's doing a fabulous job representing DNR there. And so thanks, Kelly, for all you're doing there. With regards to the budget, you know, we continually, I know there's a lot of needs around the state, but we continually hearing aging infrastructure, the need for aging infrastructure. So this transfer of 44.3 million, I think you said from severance tax, that's not the first time that's happened to CWCB. Is that right? And is there a chance for us to get some of that back later on?
Yeah, Director Sakata, it's there is a chance. It's when the budget is introduced, it's really the starting point and not the ending point. And so I have scheduled where I have to present the budget to the Joint Budget Committee, for example, looking at Lauren Riss and Becky and Kelly. I think it's on December 7th, maybe 6th or 7th. And so that really kind of kicks off the process of really like discussing this. And then the JBC will look at what priorities they have as well. And ideally those priorities align with what the governor submitted. But, you know, as you know, there's legislators that will say, hey, I think there needs to be more money for education or more money for water or more money for roads and bridges. Or as you know, there's a lot of really important interests, and that's just the start of the process of figuring out coalitions and vote counting and so forth. So yeah.
Thank you, Director Gibbs.
Yep.
Any other questions for Director Gibbs? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have our CWCB Director, Lauren Riss.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Feltz. And thank you all for coming yesterday. I think we had a really good turnout at the C9 Summit. I was really grateful to see a number of your faces at the meeting. And I just want to echo Dan's thanks to the CWCB staff who sometimes I show up at these things. I'm like, how did we do this? This is amazing. It's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, from arranging panels and prepping questions and getting the room situated and the AV equipment and the slides and on and on and on. So it's just a ton of work and countless hours from Russ and Kat and Jeff and his team and Viola. So just a huge thank you to you guys. I thought it went really well, and that's in large part to the effort that you guys put in beforehand. So thank you so much. You make us all look good. And I think, you know, the substance that came out of that was really worthwhile as well. I mean, the thing that I kept hearing over and over again was how valuable those types of forums are to have the conversation in person. And I think we've all gotten really used to Zoom calls, and in a lot of ways that's been really convenient, and we're able to squeeze more into a day. But I think we all just recognize the value and importance of having these in-person gatherings, and you know, bringing together these various stakeholder groups and the IBCC and you all to actually sit across the table from each other and have good conversations. So I hope we can do that again. I think we can, we'll take a bit as staff to sit back and absorb, I think, what we heard yesterday. And I think a lot of that maybe we can bring back to you and incorporate in some of our operational planning conversations that I'm anticipating are just going to be a standing agenda item for this board. We'll update you on the progress we're making and some suggestions we have, and we'll get feedback. So I think there were some things that came out of yesterday's conversation that will feed really nicely into some of the operational planning efforts. You know, one of those items that comes to mind that I thought was interesting was, you know, maybe inviting the roundtable chairs to come and have a conversation with the board, and maybe make that part of our annual calendar. So just a lot of good stuff. So I appreciate all of your involvement. For those of you who sat on a panel or moderated a panel or sat in work groups or had conversations over lunch, just thank you so much. A few staffing updates. I think you all know that Anna Moss has been moved into the position of the deputy director. And I am personally so grateful to have that position filled. Anna's just been a rock star in the agency for so many years, and I can't think of anyone who's better suited to take on that role. So with moving Anna, though, that creates you know, that the dominoes falling throughout the agency. So the next step then was to backfill Anna's position which of course is just a huge role in the agency when it comes to things that go on that are unseen, but are really just the driving force and machinery within the agency. So the COO position is just so important for everything we do and is often the unsung hero in the agency. So we have been working over the last couple of weeks to advertise for that position. It was posted statewide. It was an open posting and we had a number of really qualified applicants, but I think I can announce the drum roll that we thank you for the sound effects assist, that we are really excited to announce that Cole Bedford is going to fill the COO position for the agency. Is Cole here? So congratulations, Cole. It's probably the worst job in state government. Just kidding. It's great. You're going to be amazing. We're so excited to have you in that position. Cole is also a rock star and has just, really taken on so much above and beyond his current position in the finance section. You see him present loans to you, but he's always willing to dig in and, work across sections and provide expertise. And I just think has a really bright future, and I'm really excited to see what he'll do in that position. So that also means that team finance is hiring. So if you know any really stellar engineers that want to work with Kirk Russell, tell them to apply. We'll be posting that soon. And then we also are working on filling some of the positions in the interstate and federal section under Amy Ostick that came out of last budget's cycle, where we got a few new FTEs. So we've promoted Brian McPherson up into a new position that was created, and then have someone selected to fill Brian's old position, and then are going to be working on also hiring a federal policy specialist in that section. So we are going to have some positions opening. So if you know some good candidates, please tell them to keep their eyes peeled. Also, just wanted to highlight that, we had a round of retirements that we talked about last board meeting, with our budget director leaving, Tina Hetzel, and Steve Scholl. So we have brought on Sarah Chapa, who's just an amazing staff steal back from the AG's office, formerly with DNR. So is she here today? She's going to be here at some point. There she is. Hi, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for standing up. Yeah, she's going to be already. It's just so helpful and such a pleasure to work with. So we're really lucky to have Sarah. We also have Deb Bracey, who's our new accountant, who is filling Steve Scholl's old position. Hi, Deb. Thank you for being here. And then we also have a new position in the flood section. Karen Meyer. Is Karen here? Yay. Oh my gosh, you guys are all here. So in our operations, accounting, budgeting, procurement area of the agency, we have a lot of new team members, all amazing hires. We're so lucky to have them, but I think everyone is on the same steep learning curve. So that's just kind of been a challenge that we're working through. And I think it's going to pay dividends in the end when we have some really sharp new perspectives on how we do business in CWCB that I think will help us get to a smoother, more efficient spot. But I just wanted to recognize those folks because they're just hugely important to the work we do in the agency. Let's see. I also wanted to just say congratulations to Becky, who's officially the IBCC director. And that little interaction at the end of the C9 Summit yesterday with you and Russ George was like such a tearjerker. I think there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Just a really beautiful part of yesterday, the highlight. So congratulations on your new role, and we're happy to have you back at the table, even if it's just for parts of the board meeting. We know you're not far away, so thanks for everything you do. And then I also just wanted to quickly recognize that Brandy Logan just completed the Water Leaders Program through Water Education Colorado. Because of the funding we provide, we get one seat in that curriculum that runs annually, and we always just have a really competitive process for who gets that seat because it's such a great program and we have so many water leaders in our agency. So just a congrats to Brandy on finishing that. And we know you have a bright path ahead of you. One of the things that I've made a priority since starting in this role is trying to sit down with every member of the CWCB staff and just have conversations about what is working, what is not working, what we could do better as far as leadership, and to just hear ideas and let them get to know me a little bit. And I have to say that while speed dating 50 staff members is a logistical challenge, it has been amazing for me to hear the ideas that people have in our agency. You guys know this, but our staff is just really phenomenal. I think to a T, everyone that I've talked to is enthusiastic about their job, is motivated, excited to be here in the agency, and just has a lot of ideas to share. So I just want to reassure you all that we have an amazing group of people. We've had some turnover, and I think there's a significant number of the staff now that are sort of newish within the last couple of years, but I just am feeling really positive about the direction we're headed, mostly in part because of the people that we have working for us. So thank you to CWCB staff who have taken the time to talk to me. I think my original intent was for you to get to know me a little bit, but it's been more beneficial, I think, for me to just hear from you about everything that's going on in your worlds and jobs and how we can kind of just be a smoother functioning agency. As part of those conversations, I've also really been encouraging staff to come to board meetings. So my hope is that you will be able to interact with folks in the agency a little bit more. This just seems like such a nice forum that we're all gathered here and an opportunity to hear what's going on in the agency and interact with each other and interact with you. So hopefully we'll see some more faces that you don't typically see in our agency at coming to these board meetings. So just a couple of programmatic updates. We've been working on a climate change in Colorado report with the CSU, and we're finalizing that. And we provided money to help fund that report. It's really a crucial climate report with some downscaled data for Colorado that we're aiming to release in January, so coming soon. This was also an action in the water plan, action 4.8. So we're continuing to just check those boxes on the things that we've committed to doing in the water plan. Wanted to let you know that we're changing the branding a little bit of the Water Availability Task Force. We have so many task forces out there, and that sort of indicates that it's a thing that comes up once and then completes its work and is done. And we know that that's really a standing committee, and we want to recognize the value that provides. So we're rebranding it as the Water Conditions Monitoring Committee, hoping to convey the ongoing nature of that. The next meeting of that group will be November 28th. If you haven't tuned in to listen to those, they're really valuable, especially as we're approaching the ski season and just kind of hearing what the long-term water forecasts are and hearing from utilities around the state. So super valuable. If you haven't tuned in, I'd encourage you to do that. Dan mentioned the budget impacts from the governor's budget submittal. Just want to emphasize that that CWCB has requested as part of that budget one new section chief that would be in charge of a new section in the agency that would solely manage grants. All of that has currently been housed in the operations section, which just creates a huge section to manage. So our hope is that that just creates some organizational efficiency. Nobody's jobs are going to change that currently work on water plan grants or WSRF, but our hope is that they'll just be better supported if that budget item goes through. So fingers crossed that we kind of make it through the JBC and General Assembly process, but I think that would be just a really valuable organizational change for the agency. I also wanted to mention that we have, as part of the written director's report, some details on the ARPA grants that were awarded from the Federal Technical Assistance Program that we run. We received $2.5 million for local capacity grants as part of HB 221379, and we've currently awarded 1.3. So if there are project needs in your basin that you think could benefit from some additional capacity support, please direct them to us. We still have some funding available there, and we just continue to hear how valuable that capacity support can be for projects. So don't forget that's out there, and if you need a reminder of what it is and how to apply, reach out to our staff. We have Michael Reagan, who's working on that. Anna also is a tremendous resource. Wanted to mention kind of an upcoming event in January where we're going to celebrate the 50th anniversary of our in-stream flow program, which is just amazing. 50 years. So more details to come on that, but just kind of wanted to put that on your radar. Such a huge milestone. So we'll have some kind of celebration around that we'll make sure you're all invited to. We have more Colorado River issues on the agenda, but I did just want to highlight that our system conservation pilot program applications are open. So you can check on the UCRC's website for more information and to see the applications. It's not our program. I sort of misspoke there, but it is being run through the UCRC, but applications are up. Anyone who wants to apply needs to start meeting with Wilson Water Group to discuss your project. You can also you can also check the Commissioner's Corner on our website for Colorado specific information and updates. Two more quick items that I didn't want to go without mentioning. I think we all are aware that Barbara Biggs passed away on October 5th. Due to some complications with cancer. And, you know, I think we all recognize was just a household name in the Colorado water community. Most recently, she worked as the general manager of Roxborough Water and Sanitation and was the Metro Basin Roundtable chair, and just has played just a huge role in Colorado water policy and conversations in Colorado for a long time. She was the chair of the CWCB board in 2005 and was on the Water Quality Control Commission for many years. I personally met Barb Biggs about 10 years ago, at kind of when we were starting to do the engineering for the Chatfield reallocation project, when she worked for HDR, and she was just such a force in navigating, working with the Army Corps of Engineers and all of the complications that were and continue to be in some days Chatfield. She was just a guiding light for me personally as I started to figure out what was going on in Chatfield, and she just continued to be a mentor to me. I think as a female with a leadership position in the water community. So I think we're all really grateful for her, and we'll miss her in our daily interactions on these important topics. So just wanted to recognize Barbara. And then also lastly, to thank Director Ryan for his years of service as the state engineer. And Kevin, I think I've known you for a long time as well in various capacities as we both sort of navigated our careers in state government, and have always looked up to you with your, I think, even keeled, very pragmatic, logical approach in conveying sometimes controversial and heated topics, especially in front of legislators on a microphone. I think you inspire all of us to do just the good work with an even temper and a level head. So thank you so much. We're going to miss you. Wish you the best of luck on your mountain bike. I have an Instagram account now that I know to follow. We can maybe put that up on the slide later. Kevin's going to be an influencer in his retirement days. He already is up there with Kim Kardashian. Thank you so much, Kevin. We appreciate your role on this board and in all things. And water. So thank you so much. That is absolutely right. So I think that's all I have. Thank you all so much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Director Riss. Are there any questions for her? Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Riss, I appreciate your comment about reflecting about having potential roundtable chairs here. I really want to take notice, though, our current chair, what a great job he does of wherever basin we're in. I think he really reaches out to try to invite somebody, and that could be a basin chair as well. So I think that's a nice procedure. Maybe we could include a possible option to include. Also included in your report was about the Urban Landscape Task Force. So I'll leave it up to you guys, but if there's ways that we can get that information out once the report is written, whether it's at a presentation to us. I know our January meeting's packed because we're combined with Water Quality Control Commission, but I don't know, maybe Water Congress is going to be doing a presentation on it as well. So
Yeah, no, that's a good highlight that I didn't mention. They've had 5 meetings now. And I think are working on wrapping up a final report. And once that comes out, there'll be some fanfare around that. And I think we'll take advantage of a variety of different opportunities to present that and get the word out. Yeah, they've been working hard.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Question for you. You mentioned this in-stream flow celebration. Will that be in conjunction with our January meeting?
I think that's the plan. I'm kind of looking at Rob in the background. He's going to be our party planner for that. So, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Any other questions? All right, let's go to IBCC Director Mitchell.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to, just reflect that I appreciate the governor appointing me to this IBCC role a few years ago. I remember making a few calls, like Andy and others in the water kind of leadership community around the state and saying, hey, I'm going to be this new role. And a lot of folks are like, you're going to do what? But I really enjoyed serving in that role and working with local communities because it really felt like being a county commissioner again in many ways, just the localized approach. And I couldn't be more excited to have Becky to be in this new role. We have had conversations, I want to say, for at least a year, if not more, about her taking over this leadership role. And boy, has she already done that, really. Her and her team have, I think, already connected with 8 of the 9, maybe roundtables so far around the state. So I'm really excited to have Becky in this role now to really take it to an amazing level. And when you look at the BIPs around the state and hearing from roundtables, everyone has an interest in what's going on Colorado River issues. Doesn't matter where you're at in the state. So to have Becky to be in this role, to be informed by roundtables as she's making critical decisions on the state of Colorado, I think it's just amazing nexus. And so really happy, Becky. So turn it over to Becky.
Thanks, and I'm going to try to keep it brief since we haven't even had an IBCC meeting since this new role. I'm excited to be the new chair of the IBCC and continue to lead these important discussions on intrastate issues around the state. Yesterday was an important reflection on the roundtable and the IBCC's influence as these local groups whose knowledge and expertise really help ensure locally driven collaborative solutions on water. And that's what Colorado is. And so I'm hoping to build on that, especially now as we face these challenges, not only in the state, but across all the Western states. We all know that the Colorado River issues have dominated the headlines over the last couple of years, and many IBCC and IBCC members and roundtables are talking about these issues. I think everybody is, the general public is, and what I'm hoping with this role is that even more than ever that the stakeholders across the state have felt they've had a direct line of communication with me, but will have even more so now. I'm committed to continue and update the committee on Colorado River issues and keep those lines of communication open. I'm also committed to following Robert Sakata or having him drive me around the state or be on the virtual Zoom with him and really get to all the local roundtables. I happen to be going to Gunnison on Monday. And so just trying to live with that connection and make sure that we're taking that input to every table that we're at. So, when we talk about the Colorado River issues, it's important to also recognize that Colorado water is so much more than just that. And not everything that we deal with every day or in every basin is about the Colorado River. Even some things that are related to Colorado River solutions, like water conservation, are things that we can focus on. And we can really set goals, not only as individuals or individual communities, but as a state. And so I'm eager to have the IBCC focus on the full, to focus on the full state and help think about no regret. I'm reflecting on old IBCC work of no and low regret strategies that really can help us across all the sectors under any future, and really focus on advancing the Colorado Water Plan. So lastly, I know that IBCC has struggled with what it means to be an IBCC member and what that leadership means. And I hope that we can wrestle with that together a bit and have some shared understanding of the kind of collaboration and work that IBCC can lean in on. I'm working closely with the CWCB staff to plan and nail down those next IBCC meeting dates for 2024. I fortunately had the opportunity to speak at the C9 Summit hosted by the CWCB, so thank you again for that. I don't think people recognize the quality of a conference that they are getting. You pay hundreds of dollars or sometimes thousands of dollars to go to a conference like that, of that caliber and quality that CWCB puts on, and people can attend. Everyone can be there and hear this. And I think opening that up and is an important piece of what our jobs are as water leaders across the state. So I'm committed to reaching out to every IBCC member in the coming months to really discuss their hopes for the committee and where we can think outside the box, but also where we can inspire collaborative solutions to our water challenges. And that's my goal. So just laying some foundation there. I don't want to belabor too much because I haven't had any IBCC members or meetings as director, but I do want to acknowledge Kevin Ryan and his time, and not only his time at the state, but his friendship. You may not all know that I think we were appointed the same day, and in role as former CWCB director and then state engineer. And we were friends before that, but that brought a level of closeness. And it, interestingly enough, happened to be right at the end of a gubernatorial term, which is not the easiest time to take on a new role. And it's not the most secure time to take on a new role, and not the smartest time to take on a role like that. And so I appreciated, there was only one person that got that, and that was Kevin. And so we've gone through a lot of that together, and we got to stick around, which was huge, and we got to stick around together. So it's not the end of our friendship for sure. And if you want to follow Kevin, I think you just hashtag Melanzana grandpa. Okay, yeah. And there you go. And maybe they'll put out like a retro Melanzana for everyone, so we could all follow in Kevin's leads. But more interestingly enough, I bring that up in jest, but truly, if you go and look on the Instagram, it's Kevin around the state at water features, and I think that encapsulates who we are as water leaders. Like you really enjoy water and the structures, and it's not just a part of our work life, it's a part of who we are. And I think that's something that I will appreciate from not only you, Kevin, but everybody sitting at this table. Water is who we are, and is so much more than just our 9 to 5 or 7 to 7, depending on the day. So thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Are there any questions for her? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Director Gibbs, thank you. It's amazing to me how many plates you're trying to balance all the time. And, you know, that leadership in the IVCC during that time period, I think it really allowed a lot of people to better get to know you and understand all your roles and everything. So thanks for that and all your leadership. And Becky, I'm going to put you on the spot right away. Sorry. There was one thing that came up yesterday from the C9 Summit that I thought was really important is that also to really focus in on PEPO. I'm not really sure. I was going to ask Russ later about this, but really since PEPO was formed under the Water for the 21st Century Act, whether that's a role also that you guys want to take on, because it seems like PEPO also, they want to have more structure of how to work together. I mean, I heard yesterday, they kind of want to have a PEPO C9 Summit where they're focusing together, you know, and I think Lisa Darling and Ken Brenner are really focused in on that. And I think can really take it a long way. So I would ask you to in your travels and in your work with the IBC and with CWCB, if some focus could be brought to that, because I think there's real potential there as well.
Thank you. And I definitely appreciate that comment. It is something that we're focused on across the state, and the work that you all do is incredibly important, but the education and outreach associated with that is important. So we have that support. And so thank you for that input. We'll be keeping focus on that. And I'm sure as we travel around together, Robert, that you'll continue to remind me.
Any other questions for Director Mitchell? Okay, we're gonna skip over Director Greenberg for now and go to State Engineer Kevin Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone. My goodness, I'm 7 weeks away from retirement, which is a ways out, and I'm already feeling those pangs of regret, so to speak, at losing this privilege I'm in, and some of your comments really point to that. But thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to start. Thank you, Director Gibbs, for your comments and for your leadership that I've seen for the last 4+ years, 4.5 years. I've so appreciated your leadership, and I'm just always in awe at the work you do and how you're in several places at once. It's just a great example for all of us of that passion we have for natural resources in Colorado. And then I want to move on to Director Riss, and thank you for your comments. Yes, I've just really enjoyed the connection we've had over the years. A very special one. I think you know as well as I do, when you said I was pragmatic and logical, that was music to my ears. And that's not a tongue-in-cheek statement. I think that those two can be at odds at times, and trying to find that balance between pragmatic and logical, I think is the challenge we all have every day. So thank you for all your comments, but especially that. And then I wanted to say thank you to Becky. Too many words more than I can articulate right now, but I'm going to refer to something you said in a few minutes, because it was eerie the way you read the notes I don't have from my talk today. But this is my last director's report, and I thought it'd be a nice thing if I recognized all of you and the work you do. But I've kind of done that in an email, and I will continue to do that. But instead, I'm just going to talk about me for a few minutes, and you'll have to indulge me, because what are you going to do? Not invite me back to the next meeting? So here we go.
Logical and pragmatic.
I'd like to talk about my retirement, and speaking pragmatic, there's a good reason for this, because I announced my retirement. I arrived at it. I thought for good reason. And then I've had the questions, why are you doing this? What's up? Why would you retire? And I had to think maybe I should have consulted with more people and thought about this some more. But I went back and I thought about it. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about just real quickly, the basis for my retirement. And I'm going to do that with a series of scientific graphs and photographic evidence today to convince you and convince myself. And I want to start that by telling you that, did I do that? I'd like to do that with just, like I said, a nice scientific graph. And if you look on a scale of 1 to 10, my passion for water administration over the years, since I started with DWR, it's been right up there to 10. And I hope you've seen that passion from me. over time. And I can even say that if you look at the trajectory, I would see that continue on. So why retire when the science is there? And well, there is an explanation to that. And to do that explanation, I need to go back in time about 45 years, 46 years, and tell you a little story. And I'm going to try not to meander too much, but I think I have a point that's relevant to all of us and relevant to my retirement. But if you look back to the time I was a senior in high school and the day that my dad came home from work and said, my company's got this little essay contest and you can enter it and you can win a scholarship to Outward Bound. And my response to that was pretty much like my response to any suggestion from an adult at that time. I said, okay, that was pretty much it. And a few months later, in July, after I graduated from high school, I found myself in the Gore Wilderness for about a month on an Outward Bound expedition. And for those of you that have heard or read about Outward Bound, some of those iconic stories are true. That's the way that Alpine expedition went. But what I'd like to do is just really, first of all, photographic evidence that I actually was in the Gores on the summit of Mount Powell in 1977. So there's a Ryan, 17-year-old Ryan on Mount Powell. And I just want to point out that sweater is still available at many of your backcountry outfitters. If you'd like to look that up on Amazon. But not to digress, I seriously came away from Outward Bound with two impressions. One of them was water, believe it or not. For those of you all backpack, fish, camp, everything, and we seek out water. Our trails are along the creeks and streams. We camp by the river, we camp by the lake. Our kids want to play in the water and throw rocks in the lake. So there's some sort of connection with water, some sort of inherent, I would call it a visceral connection with water. We have the cliches, water is life, most precious resource, and we also have the work we do for water. But there's also at the fundamental base of that is our inherent connection, visceral connection to water. And so I really established that in myself. And the other thing I did in that month in the Gore Wilderness, being a high school 2 or 3 day backpack trip guy, suddenly I was away from vehicles and structures and beer and cigarettes and all those things that are important to a 17-year-old for a month. And it established in me this newfound draw to the backcountry, especially the Alpine backcountry in Colorado. And you all know what I'm talking about at some point or another. You're drawn to the backcountry. It's not just a good idea or you think it'd be fun, but you're somehow drawn to it. And you don't want to come back. You delay coming back. And that was a very real new feeling that I got. And I just want to pause, give you a little bonus picture. When we were on this Outward Bound expedition, several groups overseen by this mountain goat of a man that was bigger than life to me at the time. And I managed to capture a picture of him in 1977 as well. And that man was Randy Udall, Brad Udall's brother. We all know and love Brad. Sadly, Randy passed away, coincidentally, not so coincidentally, maybe backpacking in Wyoming, as I recall. Very sad, but there he was 46 years ago in my experience. So that's your bonus picture. But continuing on with that, I just want to, again, talk about how that was beneficial in 2 ways, the water and that newfound love. And the importance of that newfound love is that it positioned me very well a few years later when I met this girl named Robin, who had that same sort of draw to the backcountry and that same sort of reticence to come back and wanting to stay there. And so our dating and engagement took place on 14,000 foot peaks and wilderness areas, the Weminuche, the Holy Cross, Gore, Flat Tops, cross-country ski trails. We even spent a week backpacking across the Grand Canyon. And just by the way, a few minutes ago, I realized that I was posting a picture of myself, my shirtless self, And I leaned over to Becky. I said, is that all right? And I think she said, what are they going to do? Not invite you back? But it's 38 years ago, so it's a different person. But you know, that was our life. And I just want to say that you know the rest of the story from there. We got married, kids, careers, mortgages. Suddenly that love, that urgency to be in the back country and all those things took a back seat to these more practical concerns. To make that point, back to the graph, now we have another curve on there. This urgency for family time, backcountry, water, personal interests. It was there and it was at a high level, but it was at a 9, where my passion for water administration is at a 10. And so it didn't get neglected, but it took a back seat. The last leg of my story, and I'll wrap it up here, is that we were all in Crested Butte last July for our CWCB meeting. And this is very real, what happened. I was driving home and drove past that meadow, that high mountain meadow with that meandering stream, and I felt that tug again in a way that I hadn't felt it in quite a while. And that tug was, oh, you really need to be up here and not rushed to get home. And so the curve did that, and it just jumped ahead and now has this trajectory. And that, you know, that explains that desire, that need for me to retire right now. It's just a matter of graphical evidence. And to emphasize that or punctuate that is just, you know, this is part of what I need to be able to spend more of my time on. So the lesson then, to bring this full circle and make my point a little bit relevant to what we do here, continue to do this work that you all bring your intellect and energy to do on behalf of the water users in Colorado. It's so important. Rediscover or reestablish or reaffirm, build on that visceral connection that we all have with water. Becky, like I said, I think you were reading my mind because it's not in my notes, but this idea of how we're connected to water, how we seek it out, how it's so important to us at some level other than that practical level. So keep doing that. But then my other advice, since I always leave you with some water administration advice, maximize beneficial use and don't cause injury. And Your Honor, that is what I have to put into evidence today. I rest my case. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I think what I would say now is, may your green line remain at 11. Are there any other comments or questions for Director Ryan? Well, yes, Director Brown.
What's the first adventure?
I retire on January 1st. I have jury duty on January 2nd. And beyond that, I have no plans.
Have they moved the jury duty to a 14er?
Let's say that again.
Get them to move the jury duty to a 14er.
There's a plan.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Director Boucher.
Director Ryan, I just wanted to take the moment that, you know, being able to work with you in a actual setting with water stuff over the period of time and the level-headed approach that you've taken for our state, remain with great gratitude for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Boucher.
Anyone else? Yes, Director Greenberg.
Director Ryan, thank you for that wonderful and heartfelt presentation. In addition to what Director Boucher mentioned, I just want to say thank you for your willingness to show up. I first met you when I was with Young Farmers Coalition and asked you to come to Montezuma County for a Water Law 101, Water Administration 101. And I think we had a packed room down there in Cortez or Mancos, and you made that journey just in order to help sort of share the knowledge of the role of state engineer with a lot of beginning farmers and ranchers who are maybe getting their feet wet, so to speak, in how water law and administration work in the state. So just appreciate your willingness to show up and always help share the message of the role that you've served in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Combs.
Director, and I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the science behind your decisions. We always have. But I want to thank you for your kindness and your humanity in a job that can be so sterile and so black and white. I don't think you have ever let that be your guiding principles. And being on the other side of water administration, at times being the water rights holder and everything, I want to tell you how much I appreciate just the humanity and just the integrity you've brought to it. And I will always be grateful for that, for the job that you did there. So thank you very, very heartfeltly.
Thank you, Director Combs. Anything else? All right, well, we will be vicariously enjoying your retirement, and we'll see you out there. Let's, Director Greenberg, would you like to go now, or I kind of had you at the end, but is that all right? Okay. Let's go to Parks and Wildlife then, Director Harris.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Felt. Director Davis sends his regrets. The Parks and Wildlife Commission is meeting in Burlington over the next couple of days. So he is probably somewhere between here and there right now on the I-70. I also want to echo CPW's and my personal congratulations to Director Ryan. Thank you for just an incredible career of service. I thought Lauren said it well when I was thinking about, your leadership and just that calm demeanor and always solution-oriented approach you bring to everything. It's just been a real pleasure working with you, and wish you all the best with that grandson. So, I'll also just quickly, echo the thanks to Ginny Brannon. Best wishes on her retirement, and just to thank you to Barb Biggs too. Very hard to top that last presentation. There are still some very exciting things going on that CPW is privileged to be a part of. So first of all, I think thanks to Executive Director Gibbs for giving that update on hiring Angela Bogue for the new climate resiliency policy position. Very exciting position, great individual professional to be in that position. So I think that's really going to grow our ceiling as an agency, having her in that role. So very excited about that. We hired a new water project mitigation coordinator. This person will be, folks probably mostly know Carlin Armstrong, who handles our state mitigation plans. And she's getting some much needed help from Patrick. Patrick comes to us from Water Quality Control Division. We've had a great relationship with him over the years and just been very impressed with his work. And so it's great to see him join our team and enter this new role where he's going to be focusing on projects on the western slope primarily. There's no strict dividing line, but that's generally where we see deploying him. So let's see. I have a significant update on the Highline Lake adult zebra mussel treatment update. I think many of you probably saw in the media that the efforts that we had in the spring to eradicate those mussels were not completely successful. We found additional larval and adult mussels in the reservoir. This infestation, we believe, continues to present a significant risk to the Colorado River downstream of Highline Lake and to other aquatic resources in the state. So we're going to be taking, CPW will be taking additional significant action to address this infestation. In October, we applied another round of the EPA registered molluscicide Earth Tech Z. And the goal of this application is to reduce the amount of mussels that are present in the reservoir. It's the same product, but we're using it at a higher concentration, still less than half of what the label allows. The timing we think might be a bit better because the temperatures in the reservoir were warmer, and that seems to be more conductive to achieving the desired mortality. During this time, no water will be released from Highline Lake into Mac Wash until it's been determined that it's safe to do so. We're restricting the fish harvest and advising against canine use of the reservoir, and removing as many dead fish as possible to reduce scavenger consumption and having unintentional impacts to non-target organisms. So once the copper levels have fallen below the aquatic life standards, we'll be releasing water from Highline Lake to draw the reservoir down completely. And this drawdown will be maintained throughout 2024. As a result, motorized boating will not be happening at Highline in 2024. We hope to maintain that completely dry level as our most aggressive, frankly, approach to take care of these mussels permanently during the winter of 2024-25. And then we'll be continuing to monitor for at least 5 years beyond that. And a huge thank you to the broad CPW team. We've had to move quickly. These are tough issues to wrestle with, particularly when you're dealing with a molluscicide like this and chemical treatment. We've just got a fantastic team dedicated to solving this problem for our park and for the state as a whole. So, and now I get to move on to some more fun updates. Let's see, and one of which, I think I mentioned this last time, is the Mount Chavano Lowhead Dam. Here is the dam as it stood. This is used to be the main diversion point for our Mount Chavano hatchery, just north of Salida. And you can see there's the main diversion structure and a whitewater chute, I guess you might call it, to the right there. And here we are starting to remove it. So you can see the equipment going in there and first taking out the whitewater structure. And here's after they've rerouted the entire Arkansas River through that structure. And now here's the Lowhead Dam that's dried up. And now you can see the heavy equipment coming in and removing the dam. And no more dam. And here's the Arkansas River flowing again, and they're still doing some finish up work, but the dam is history. And you know, folks, I think we've mentioned before, you know, what a risk that dam was to boaters on the river, and so it's a relief to have that thing out. And I just want to extend a huge thanks to Chaffee County, Director Felt, the Natural Resource Damages trustees, and the incredible CPW staff, the Southeast region, our capital group, who really, you know, did all the heavy lifting to make this possible. So that's a moment for celebration. And if that weren't enough, we also have some pretty exciting news about the Colorado River Connectivity Channel. For folks probably familiar, this is the Windy Gap Reservoir. This reservoir was really close to the, well, there you can see the Fraser and the Colorado River coming in just above it there. And it's part of Northern's Windy Gap project. The reservoir was built in the early 80s, and unfortunately, since its construction, it's prevented fish passage and sediment passage and has really harmed the aquatic life downstream of the reservoir. And you know, sort of concurrent with the proposal and construction of the Windy Gap firming project, the stakeholders in that, you know, really saw an opportunity to address this situation. So some highlights of the solution here, which is a channel to bypass the reservoir and reconnect the Colorado River, is 1 mile of new stream, which will be open to public access for fishing, a stream channel designed to pass both fish and sediment, 50 acres of newly activated floodplain and riparian habitat, over 10 acres of new wetland habitat. And this is the product of over 30 years of work from great partners, including Northern Waters Municipal Subdistrict, Grand County, the Upper Colorado River Alliance, Trout Unlimited, and CPW. Plus, we've got great project supporters, including this board, the Colorado River District. We've got USDA, NRCS, a whole bunch of other folks that you can see down there below who've contributed in many different ways to this project. The project's coming close or costing close to $33 million, and Northern Water is leading the construction. TU really took the lead on obtaining funding, with half of this funding coming through the USDA's NRCS, $6 million from this board, and the rest spread between Northern corporate sponsors, Grand County, the River District, and private donations. And as of about a year ago, so it's going to be, the real number would be higher now, but CPW has contributed about 12,200 staff time hours to this project, or at least to the Headwaters project, of which the connectivity is a part. So the project started construction in 2022 and is expected to be complete about this time next year. And though construction's not done, really elated to announce that that the water has flowed through the CRCC for the first time, this river channel, on October 25th. And so at this point, all the Colorado River flows at this location of the river are going through the connectivity channel. And on that first day, it ran for about 140, 150 CFS and took about 2 hours to make through the channel. So as a part of this project, CPW is conducting a fish movement study, and you can see these fish passage arrays on the right-hand picture. And thanks to the effort of CPW staff, these arrays are currently collecting data around the clock. In fact, CPW downloaded the first set of data and is excited to report that we found fish making it through the channel on the very first day of the project's operation, which is very cool. So we in total 16 fish we counted in the channel. And these were all rainbow and brown trout, and we'll be studying the channel for about the next 2 years. And here's another picture of these arrays where we can count the fish, and a very uncomfortable looking fish getting tagged there. And let's see if we can, this might take a second. Yeah, there should be a video on that slide. Yeah, if we could run it. A video of the connectivity channel seeing water for the first time. Well, while we're waiting for the video to load, I just want to thank Northern for leading the construction and for being willing to share these photos or these images on the CRCC with you all today. All the project proponents, I think, would really welcome the opportunity to come back with a final presentation once this is done. We could potentially also share the video from Carlin Armstrong, who I believe is online, if that would help. Yeah, let's do that if we can let Carlin share her screen. Yeah, here it comes. Concludes the director's report for CPW, and yeah, I'd be happy to entertain any questions if there are any.
Yeah, questions for Director Harris, Director Boucher.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rob. I think that this room and people know, how important this project is, but a reminder, I think Lurleen drug me to my first meeting with this in 2004. Two of its primary champions associated with it are no longer, with us to see its completion. But the amount of organizations and effort in connection of what this was for a West Slope, East Slope project in our state, such a nice reminder of, when we partner and get along, the great things that we can accomplish. And I think that, even Commissioner Mitchell, for some of your talking points, this is some of the great work that Colorado does to work together and find ways to make systems work. So thanks, Rob.
Great. Thank you, Director.
Director Sakata.
Director Harris, yes, I echo what Paul said. Even before his time, when I sat on the Water Quality Control Commission, it was a big issue, and to see how much time and energy has gone into this and the collaboration. So I would suggest, instead of us receiving a report, that we have the opportunity to go up there and tour it. So I would suggest the next time CWCB has a board meeting up there, that we plan a tour of the site. Yeah. And so one question though on Highline Lake. I think Highline Canal has a pump. Did they have a pump station up and back into the, will that affect their operations next year if you're going to keep the lake dry?
I think the short answer is yes. I can get more detailed information of you about how exactly that's going to work out. But I do know that is a concern for, I think, the Grand Valley folks.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you're in communication with them, I
Yeah.
think that's the main thing. So they know in advance.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Thank you.
Other questions? I guess I have a question on the connectivity channel. Are you monitoring the aquatic entomology as well?
So I believe the answer to that question is yes, because I mean, really one of our target purposes for wanting this project at CPW is to see that macroinvertebrate population that sustained this world-class trout fishery and still does, but has been significantly hampered by the original Windy Gap Reservoir. To see that bounce back to much closer to the way it was. So yeah, I think I can safely say the answer is yes, although I'd have to talk to John Ewert and our aquatic biologists in the area there to tell you exactly what we're doing.
Okay. Yep. Director Boucher.
So it was about 5 years ago, different efforts of bug counts and studies that CPW was doing, and then some that Learning by Doing were doing, they merged all of them. So I think in total, don't quote me, but I think it's 17 riffles above Windy Gap on the Fraser River and also up the headwaters of the Colorado, and then down all the way to Gore Canyon are all tied to the ongoing study to understand and monitor what happens long-term with not only bugs, but also with fish.
Okay. Because it just, this is probably a stretched analogy, but like it's pretty easy to figure out what the fish are doing in my experience. But the aquatic entomology, it's sort of like groundwater, you're like, well, I got this indication and that indication, but I can't really see it all. And it seems like a really unique opportunity to go from nothing and watch how different orders of insects, how quickly they repopulate and and that will affect the fishery too. I mean, those 16 fish are going to be really hungry. So it seems like just a great opportunity to learn more about how repopulation happens.
You bet. And I'm getting a ping from Carlin here that we are in fact, including that bug monitoring as part of the adaptive management program. And really with the way this channel is designed is to move sediment. I mean, it's part of the whole point of it. And that's what we really need to have a healthy bug population in there.
Great. Director Vasquez.
I also think this is a marvelous example why we shouldn't put any new reservoirs on stream. Right. So as we look at proposals for more storage, which came up yesterday and time again, the importance of storage, what kind of storage is really important.
Other comments, questions? All right. Thanks, Director Harris. I was looking on my participants list on Zoom and worried that couldn't find Director McLaughlin, but I see he's in the house. So let's hear from the Water Resource and Power Development Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank the board for hosting this meeting in my home city so I could participate. It's very much appreciated. That may not have been the reason, but I'm happy to be here in person. I'd like to echo some of the other thoughts and congratulations to folks, including Director Ryan. He's somebody that I've admired for a long time. When he speaks, normally when he's given a presentation, you look over at me and I'm feverishly writing notes and taking pictures. And I know I'm a better water leader, and I just thank him for his education and thoughtfulness, and you will be missed. I also want to congratulate Anna and Cole. I've worked with Anna for a lot of years. She might say more years than she would like, but I have appreciated her time. She's so thoughtful in her job and works just relentlessly. And so I wanted to congratulate her as well. Moving on to my director's report, at the authority's October board meeting, we had 3 drinking water programs that we approved. One was for the North Washington Street Water and Sanitation District, one to Byers Water and Sanitation District, and one to the town of Starkville. The dollar amounts and project descriptions are in my report if you're interested. We've closed 4 loans under our bill program. Again, that's the IIJA funds, the huge $500+ million that we began to receive in 2022. And those funds are continuing for 5 years, and we're making some good progress there. 4 loans on the drinking water program for about $100 million. That's split approximately 50-50 between grant funds and loan dollars. Our loan capacity for 2024 is about $110 to $120 million, including the bill funds. And we just received 2 additional pots of funds in emerging contaminants, which the focus is on PFAS. And then we've also received additional funds under the lead service line program. And although there's a huge amount of demand on our programs, the emerging contaminant pot and the lead service line pot are really lower in terms of demand than the other pots. And I think it's in part because there's still a lot of work being done to determine the inventories in the state. And those that are familiar with the lead and copper rule, there's a lot of work being done. So those inventories are being made. But if there are projects out there, particularly, PFAS, PFOA projects, or lead service lines, please reach out. We're looking for those projects. We've only had 1 application approved and executed under the lead service line, a handful more in the pipeline, and we have no projects submitted yet under emerging contaminants and a couple of years worth of grants. Now, I'm expecting 1 large emerging contaminant grant coming in from South Adams in early next year. And that funding is 100% principal forgiveness or grant funds. So big opportunity there. And I know when you look around the state, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to apply those funds once folks do some work both on the inventory and discovery side. On the wastewater side, we had no applications submitted in October. We've closed 6 loans under the bill or IIJA funding for about $10.6 million. If you recall, drinking water was $100 million. Clean water or wastewater, we're only at $10 million. That's because of the discrepancy in where the funds are focused. And with the IIJA or bill funds, the predominantly all the money or the vast majority of money is on the drinking water side. So that's why you see that disparity in numbers there. On the wastewater side, we're seeing huge demand across the program, and folks aren't making that distinction on where the funding is really coming on drinking water. So on the wastewater side, we only have about 25 to 35 million left, and I think we will actually see enough applications in January where we'll be out of funds. That's the first time this program has ever ran out of funds on the clean water side. And in part, that's because of I think our staff has done a tremendous job of pushing the funds and making everyone aware of the opportunities to come in for those projects. Traditional infrastructure projects is primarily where those funds are going. But we've also seen some cuts, as I've mentioned in the past, and we've built out the pipeline based on sort of the robust funding we were getting. And then we're seeing some fairly substantial cuts. And so far, the cuts under our base program have been about $19 to $20 million across both programs, which really means about a $30, even $40 million cut as those funds aren't being lent out and they're not revolving over time. So that's having an impact on our program and in a large part why I think we will be running out of money here in January. We're spending a lot of time on this issue. As you can imagine, I just came back from back-to-back conferences sort of late last night. I was at the NWRA talking to sort of my counterparts over there, trying to build support for full funding for the SRF programs. Also worked with my counterparts at other states at CFA, that was in Oklahoma City, Council of Infrastructure Financing Authorities, which essentially represents, it's an association that represents the SRFs around the country. And we're pushing for full funding of the SRF programs. But I think the congressionally directed spending, which is really a carve out, you know, we're being fully funded at the top line, but then through the appropriation process, there are being cuts. And about half of our base program funds have been cut for those congressionally directed spending. I don't think those funds are going away. I think they're very popular with Congress. And so we're working with Congress, the Senator's office. We've been working very closely with, they've been great to work with on this issue. Unfortunately, I don't sit on the appropriations committee who are making these decisions. But we're working with other states who do have appropriation members. And thankfully, our senators have also reached out to appropriation members and staff, you know, stressing their concern about the long-term impacts that the cuts will have to the state revolving fund program. I think grants feel good and they're needed, but we look at the infrastructure in this country and in the state, and the demand is always going to outstrip the supply of funds. And when you're granting sort of all projects, you're really short funding projects into the future, right? I mean, we're just not going to have the funding to meet the infrastructure needs 5 years out, 10 years out, and 20 years out, like the SRF programs are designed to. So last thing I want to mention was a retreat we've got coming up in late November, early December with our board. The congressionally directed spending is a big focus of that. We're also going to be talking about interest rates. We're likely increasing interest rates, which is always a difficult decision. It's much easier to decrease rates. People like that much better than increasing rates, but we're really kind of behind the curve and need to increase the rates. We're going to be making some hard decisions about our capacity given the cuts to the program. Do we limit the size of funding per project, you know, to some smaller amount and the principal forgiveness or grant dollars potentially to just disadvantaged communities given the cuts to the programs? Last thing I was going to mention, our continued work on the ABC or Arkansas Valley Conduit. Your staff has been continued to be great to work with. We've been working with Matt and Kirk on this project and working very close. I spent a lot of time with Southeastern last week at NWRA talking about funding for that project. Incredible project. You know, that was a project that when I first started, and that was 25 plus years ago under the programs, people said that project would never be built. You know, and to be there in person and see that project being built and to be a part of it is something pretty amazing. So I will stop there and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I want to thank you all for your time.
Great. Questions for Director McLaughlin? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director McLaughlin, for being here. Really appreciate it. And thanks for these updates. It's very valuable for, at least for me, to have a better understanding about those shortfalls. And I'm trying to do everything I can on my end. And it's been good too, because I personally sent a letter to the Drought Task Force, you know, because there's a lot of talks about increasing our grant potentials here, that how important the revolving loan fund programs are. And like you said, it's more for the future, to look toward the future. So because of the awareness that you brought about your program, really alerted me to that issue. So thank you so much for taking the time to do that.
That's very much appreciated, Director Sakata. Thank you.
And I would just add, Keith, thank you for your work on the Arkansas Valley Conduit. And thanks to, I think, Director Brody and Brown and Anderson and others who were on this board before the rest of us, and Director Mitchell, who provided this state leadership that on a federal program that actually, I think, really turned that sort of fantasy into reality. And just appreciate your involvement in that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Let's go to Director Greenberg.
And thank you, Chairman Felt, for rearranging the order to accommodate me this morning. I do have a brief slideshow, and as we're getting that pulled up, For starters, just want to say congratulations to CWCB staff for a great C9 summit yesterday. I was glad to be able to attend, and I'm grateful for all the roundtable members, IBCC members who traveled long distance to get to Westminster, and just appreciate all the conversations yesterday. I have a legislative and budget update for you all, which I will run through here in a second, and I'm conscious of the time. So it's a big package. It's actually an historic package that we have for our budget proposal this year. So I don't want to do it an injustice, but I don't want to do your our break an injustice either. But just quick operational updates from CDA. We have a lot of moving pieces in a lot of hiring processes right now. So I've mentioned we have an ag water advisor. We are in the process of going through interviews for that position. So I very much look forward to our next meeting, hopefully being able to introduce you to that person. And again, that's the first time CDA has ever had somebody full-time who will be dedicated to water. We are also hiring for 2 really key division director positions. Our head of marketing retired, Tom Lepetsky, earlier this fall. So we're in the final stages of hiring for that role. That job, that position oversees so many new programs that we're building. All of our ag workforce development, our paid apprenticeships, our next gen leadership scholarships, food access, market orders, anything to do with the economy in agriculture has really landed in that shop, as well as our loan program, speaking of loans. So looking forward to finding that person here soon. And our brand commissioner, Chris Whitney, who has been with the department for about 12 years, is retiring at the end of the year. So we are in the process of working on finding a new brand commissioner along with the brand board. Coming up over the winter, we're going to be posting for our 2 climate marketing positions. So if anybody out there is or knows a great marketer who wants to help connect the work we're doing on climate with new and emerging markets for Colorado producers, we're going to have 2 people doing that full time, both here and in the US domestically and internationally. And then you'll recall last year, or I guess earlier this year, I created 4 new positions, regional assistant commissioner positions that are built for working farmers and ranchers so that they can keep farming and ranching, but be on my senior team. So we have 2 right now who have served for a better part of 9 months, Joe Stanko up in Northwest Colorado, as well as George Witten down in Saguache. And they've just been fantastic out in the field doing what they do, but representing CDA and representing their communities with us. I'll be posting for the remaining 2 RAC positions this winter. We'll probably leave those postings open for a good while since it's farmers and ranchers. Sometimes we accelerate our grant programs on a timeline that doesn't work for working farmers and ranchers. When we have the flexibility, we want to leave a little bit more on ramp for folks to consider and take advantage of the off season or the conference season, which we're entering now for ag, for folks to consider that. So more to come soon, but wanted that to be on your radar. Now I want to jump in to the slideshow, and might need a little help on the clicker. There we go. Okay. I'll do a quick, again, CDA budget overview. This is our whole agency, just very rough scope budget breakdown, basically just to show you a couple of things. One, we have been and will continue to be predominantly cash funded at CDA. So almost 2/3 of our budget comes from our cash funds. And that's the day-to-day work we do with our regulatory programs, our inspection programs. So many of our staff are integral to the food system moving. For example, if we don't do our phytosanitary inspections on potatoes, we can't export potatoes out of the San Luis Valley. So this is thanks to the industry paying in to make sure our programs and our staff are running smoothly. You'll see we're just about 28% general funded, and the rest is federal and reappropriated funds. The item to note, which will go into the next slide, is in bold there, that our total requested funds for this next cycle is a 20% increase over our current budget. So we are looking to be at just around 81 million for this next cycle. So what this is to say, and you'll see with the total FTE, we're increasing as well. This is my and my team's goal to right-size CDA for the challenges we have before us. What we're asking for in the scope of the state budget is very, very modest, but what we're asking for in the scope of CDA's history and investment in our people and in our communities is historic, as I mentioned. So I have two budget slides. We have 11 budget items, and I think that number 6 got cut off a bit, but I'll just walk through them real quick. But the concept that I hope you see from our package is that we're thinking, A, we spend a lot of time in the field. So what are we hearing and how do we filter that into our budget requests? B, how do we tackle very near-term challenges and the long-term challenges and build off, thirdly, what we've been building these last 4 or 5 years in terms of the infrastructure of CDA. So you'll see here, this is sort of flesh on the bones that impacts every of our 9 divisions within the organization to really flesh out what we've been building the foundation of. So our first one, Ag Emergency Management Program. This is to build off of a successful request we had just a couple of years ago to bring on our first full-time Ag Emergency Coordinator. We want to flesh this out with having FTE folks in the field, 3 people across the state who will help our ag communities plan, mitigate, respond to, and then recover from disasters of all kinds. When we talk to the state, the head of the Homeland Security here and the State Emergency Operations Center, they remind us that CDA is activated on pretty much every emergent event in the state. So this will be capacity for our rural and local communities to be part of that response. Number 2, Division of Animal Welfare. You all know animal health and welfare are strategic objectives of ours. This is an administrative reorganization where we'll bring our 2 animal welfare programs under one umbrella, be able to hire a division director as well as administrative support, and 2, again, regional field folks who can help on the outreach and education. Those 2 sort of being our strategic efforts around animal welfare. This is not a request for change in statutory authority, but a realignment. What this will also do will allow our state veterinarian, Dr. Maggie Baldwin, to be freed up to focus on building our emergency response program and tackling foreign animal disease, which is her primary and key responsibility. Number 3 is investing in our Ag Drought and Climate Resilience Office. So almost $1 million for renewable energy adaptation and development, as well as other sort of resilience projects that we are building under the ADCRO, Drought and Climate Resilience Office. So that'll be money, again, out to farmers and ranchers to help with renewable energy transition in a way that supports productive agriculture. The next 3 items are more internal. So number 4, operational increases. We have a few programs that we think are really critical that are not cash funded and don't have a solid sort of revenue stream. So we're asking for dollars for our Colorado State Conservation Board, CSCB, which supports all 74 conservation districts in the state. So again, we want to keep resourcing the districts that are so integral to administering our Star Soil Health Program and other programs. We're also asking for money for our markets team, both on the Colorado Proud marketing, which is really our consumer-facing branding for Colorado Ag, and for our international work. And then R5 and R6 are really focused on, cash fund spending authority increases so we can basically help improve our operations, our staff support, and our capacity, and then our indirect cost assessment so we can make sure we're taking advantage of federal money, indirect money, to help pay for our overhead to run all these programs. So last slide on budget. Our 7th request is to support our next gen leadership programs. We created a next gen scholarship program last year. So this is a request to put more money there and to put more money into our paid apprenticeship program, our Ag Workforce Development Program. So that's for young people to get field-based experience on farms or ranches. We pay them and we help cover the overhead for the producer. Number 8, investment in rural mental and behavioral health grant program. This would be one-time funding to continue our work on rural mental health, but then we would sort of graduate that program into one of the newest agencies in the state, the Behavioral Health Authority, but with that keen focus on rural and ag mental health. And we've developed a really phenomenal partner network of folks in ag and in rural communities doing this work on the ground. So that's kind of going to be our model moving forward. You'll see a theme here in terms of our model, which is how can CDA bring in resources, reduce barriers, and then move those resources out to the field where the most trusted relationships tend to be. So same with workforce services, number 9. This is really related to the labor challenges we're seeing in ag right now. We've got new labor laws in the state that are really starting to hit the road right now, and producers are starting to feel there's just trouble accessing labor overall. And so our proposal here would be, again, to bring in regional based folks to help both our ag employers and workers navigate the new regulatory sort of state of existence here in Colorado, but also find resources, make sure they know their rights, they have access to those services they may not have had experience with before. So really that technical assistance in the field. Number 10, we've got some tech needs that we need in our system. So it's, it's not fancy, but it's going to help us modernize. And I should say that all of this, what we're building is really, for me, making sure that CDA is a relevant 21st century agency, both on the day-to-day work that we have to do, making sure our team is taken care of, but that we're also able to support the ag community in places that we know are squeezing us right now. The last one is a hemp center of excellence. This came up a few years ago. It's being revived now. It's actually, we're asking for dollars from the marijuana tax cash fund, which has a limited scope of use, but one of the uses is for hemp research. So we're not trying to outbalance hemp over other commodities or product areas, but there is this opportunity with that cash fund in particular we want to take advantage of. So that's budget. The next controlled maintenance, you guys probably don't care about that, but just so state fair folks know, we are continuing to invest in the state fairgrounds. So this is what this one's about. We have 100 acres and historic property down there, which requires a lot of TLC, more than the state is willing typically to invest in. So we are constantly pushing for getting more dollars to the grounds down there. And then legislative proposals. And I'm nearing the end. This is almost my last slide because I want to just do a brief update at the end on my international travel. We've got 6 bills that we're intending to run next year. Of course, there'll be dozens more that impact ag and the things that we work on that we'll be responding to. But these are what we're really going to be pushing forward. So the top 3 are tax credits. We are very focused on using that tool this year, just kind of given our budget situation, but also I think tax credits in Colorado are a really important lever for advancing the work we're doing. So number 1, sustainable ag tax credit. Again, these are just headlines. We are going to be fleshing these out over the coming months and of course through leg session. But how can we add another tool to the toolbox for folks who are doing stewardship work and taking that work to the next level? So kind of tying in a tax credit with our STAR grant program is one idea. So a lot of questions there, but really excited about where we're going to take that. The second one, the next gen ag lease tax credit. We right now have a beginning farmer tax deduction on the books. For those who lease land to beginning farmers, you can receive a tax deduction for that lease revenue. It's not working. We haven't had, we don't know of a single person who's enrolled in that. So our thesis is that if we make it into a tax credit and bump up the cap, it's going to be more feasible for folks to actually do this. And we're actually talking to Farmers Union about kind of expansion around, is this just lease? Could it be sale? What kind of land access tool can this be? But it's really a tool for succession and helping beginning farmers gain greater access to land while helping, families figure out what their succession plan is. Equine welfare licensure and grant program. This would be for public facing equine facilities to basically work with us through a licensure program to ensure high standards of animal welfare. Not saying we don't have them right now, we just don't know. And this is part of, again, getting ahead of the curve on animal welfare, really focus on prevention, education. We think that something in this realm, again, that we're working through with stakeholders and legislators might get us to a next level of standard of care here in Colorado. Number 5, I'm personally excited about gender neutral statute updates. This has nothing to do specifically with agriculture, except when you read Title 35, it references he, him for the commissioner, for the state veterinarian, and for many other roles. So for those of us who do not identify with such pronouns, we are constantly translating our own statute. So we figured it would be time to just take pronouns out and reference job titles, knowing that these jobs are now taken with folks of all stripes. So, and then the last one is a pretty simple extension of our authority around the Wild Horse Project, which we are overseeing in partnership with a lot of folks, including BLM. We just can't spend the money and time, so we'll need a little bit more. So that is my brief run through on what you're going to see from us for session next year. Again, incredibly excited, and I skimmed the surface. So if anybody has questions, follow-up ideas, please find me. While our budget is pretty well baked, our ledge proposals are not whatsoever. And that's where they should be right now, is really in a place of being open to what the best idea is. Okay, so lastly, I just want to wrap up with a couple of slides on international travel. Since I saw you last, I've been to Chile and to London on 2 different missions. So this is our trade mission to Chile, to Santiago, and down on the lower right, you'll see that's our delegation at the port of Valparaiso on the coast. The woman on the left is USDA Undersecretary for Trade, Alexis Taylor, who is actually a former Ag Commissioner of Oregon, and just a phenomenal advocate for American agriculture. So we, while it was a USDA-led trade mission, we had about a couple dozen exporters, US companies, and then 4 states represented by commissioners or deputies who went to represent American agriculture as a whole on this mission. We were also celebrating 200 years of diplomatic relationships with Chile and 20 years of trade with Chile. So really remarkable time, I think, from a Colorado perspective. A couple of my takeaways: 1, Chile imports all of their livestock feed, and we are obviously a big producer of feed. And so that was interesting to me. Their consumer base is growing in such a way that they want more value added consumer facing products, and they're interested in US products. Beer, wine, spirits is another big growth area. So all of these are places where Colorado excels and could expand our business there. Also really interesting being in the Southern Hemisphere, thinking about their export strategy, as in they grow sort of Mediterranean crops in the off season for the Northern Hemisphere. So a lot of good thoughts there. So that was really impactful, just I think from seeing what USDA does, how states fit in, and how we're all kind of promoting US Ag together. And then the next mission was to London as part of a strategic partnership that Governor Polis announced back in May between Colorado and the United Kingdom. So we took a delegation, you might recognize some faces there, took a delegation over in October to kind of start really getting flesh on bones for what that partnership is going to look like. So you'll see we had Representative Karen McCormick, our chair of House Ag, Representative Mark Catlin, our vice chair of House Ag, with us on the delegation. Jordan Beasley, my deputy, was sort of head of mission, along with my team, John and Ashley, our international marketing team. We had Farm Bureau leadership, James Henderson from the Valley, and Ashley House, our policy director, and CSU leadership as well, with CJ Mucklow from up in Routt County, as well as Jordan Kraft Lambert, who's with CSU Spur Innovation. You'll see some selfies of us outside of Big Ben and doing business in some very, very old buildings in London. And we also spent a lot of time on the tube getting ourselves around the city, which was pretty fun. But so anyways, next steps on this, we are now, we're working with OEDIT, our Office of Economic Development and Trade, to push forward the strategic partnership, especially for ag, other industries as well, but really focused on research, on climate, on innovation and entrepreneurship, and how we help expand business within that realm between their country and our state. So that was it. I think my last slide, this is very random, but I got home and this is a picture of our office in Broomfield that one of my staff took. I was just thinking like, man, I've been traveling a lot, like what's a grounding thing? And this was pretty cool to come back to, and just, you know, we're in a suburban development in Broomfield, but we're still pretty wild in some senses. So anyhow, Mr. Chair, I probably didn't help you at all on time, but I appreciate you entertaining my, my report.
Thank you, Director Greenberg. That was a great report. Any questions, Director Vasquez?
Quick question on your higher RO3. Does this include promotion of agrivoltaics?
Yes, thank you. So on agrivoltaics, yes, that almost $1 million in the investment in renewables will continue our investment in agrivoltaics. We also have $500,000 one-time spending that the legislature gave us for agrivoltaic research, and we will be announcing, I'm not sure when we'll announce, but I believe the review committee has chosen those research projects. So we'll have some more to report on that in the months ahead.
That's great to try and improve the acceptability to the ag community and the the county commissioners around them. Another question on the wild horse. I didn't know that CDA was involved in that, having been on the BLM Resource Advisory Council for Northwest Colorado for a number of years. That whole BLM wild horse and burro issue is always quite hot, and wondering what CDA's role is there.
It's a great question. We were not necessarily expecting to get this work because it's not something historically CDA has been involved in, but we're pleased to have it now. So essentially we oversee this new program, the Wild Horse Project, which is focused on a number of things. One, facilitating a working group, which we've had two-day meetings already this fall, which are all public meetings. The second of which is to look at fertility treatment on the range. So our task force, our working group is made up of probably a lot of the folks BLM is, we are hand in glove. We can't do anything on the range without them. So that's our baseline, but then working with a lot of the friends groups who have done darting for a long, long time, folks who are much more embedded in the work than we have been are guiding us through this task force about what our next steps will be. And then we do have resources to put into fertility treatment, and then looking at the sort of what happens after adoption, sort of protocols, pipelines, et cetera. So I'm happy to follow up on more details as well.
Any other questions? Yes, Director Combs.
So I definitely have a connection to ag, and I appreciate you. I think the words you said, you're making CDA right-sized, and I still think your budget's too small if you're going to make it right-sized for Colorado. But I do appreciate what you're doing with the new programs and the tax credits for the transitioning of family farms. As you get the aging average of the American, or especially Colorado farmers, I think that's very timely to keep ag viable and keep those multi-generational farms. So I applaud you for looking at that to see how you can make that program actually function rather than just shelf it and say, yeah, we got something for that. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what have you been doing, Commissioner? Wow, amazing. That's incredible. Thanks so much for everything you do. I would piggyback on what our Director Combs has mentioned about that program is really investigate the opportunity for water leasing as well. Include that in tax on not just water, not just land, but maybe water as well. So thank you.
Yes, Attorney General Weiser.
Just want to say how lucky we are to have you as commissioner. Tremendous agenda and work that is robust. I particularly give you a shout out on the rural mental health focus, which is a real need. I'll mention that in my remarks as well. So thank you for all your great service.
Anything else? Okay, well, I was going to say, Attorney General, it's nice to have you at the table again. Great. And it's 11:03. I'm going to try to ring the cowbell at 11:15. So we got about 12 minutes here for a morning break.
Recording stopped.
get here. So if folks could get in their seats, we'll get going. Our next item, item 5, is Shoshone Power Plant Water Rights Background Information with Rob Veal.
Hi, thank you. Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is an informational item. There will be no board request for action today. Unfortunately, the sales agreement between Excel and the River District has not been completed yet. But we thought this would be a great opportunity to provide some background information on the Shoshone water rights, some of the large agreements that take place in the Colorado River and administration in the Upper Colorado. So today for this agenda item, we're going to have First Assistant Attorney General Jen Mealy provide a high-level overview of those 4 major agreements that influence the Shoshone water rights and the operations of those water rights. After which we'll have Caleb Foy, who's the lead assistant engineer in Water Division 5, provide a presentation on the main stem Colorado River administration. And then finally, we'll have Peter Fleming from the River District provide an update on the timeline for the completion of that purchase agreement with Excel Energy. So with that, I could kick it off to Attorney General Mealy.
Thank you, Rob. Again, this is Jen Mealy with the AG's office. So I'm going to provide just a very brief discussion, I guess, of these 4 agreements. This is sort of a rare opportunity for me to talk about Colorado River things, so that's exciting. These agreements are much more complicated than, of course, you had summaries in your board packets. They are complicated, they are detailed. These are very high level summaries to give, I guess, a basic understanding of the agreements that are in play in the Colorado River, as Rob said, that could or be affected by the lack of Shoshone call. Please understand, I didn't work on drafting these agreements. I don't operate under them. And so this is just my take on the 4 corners. So anybody who knows better can feel free to correct me on how these things work or how they're drafted. But I'm going to start almost in chronological order. I'm going to start with the Shoshone call, the agreement regarding the reduction of Shoshone call agreement. This is, I think, commonly referred to as the 2007 relaxation agreement. Date of this agreement is 2006. It does have a termination date in 2032. So it's a 25-year agreement. There are 9 years left. My understanding is that this agreement started out in 2002, which was a dry year, of course. Denver Water and Excel reached an agreement that year to relax, that Excel would relax their call to allow Denver Water to divert additional water into their reservoirs so they could divert their additional West Slope water rights for their use. And then the 2 parties agreed to make it a more of a long-term agreement after that first year. So under the terms of this agreement, when there's a projection, and of course there's detail on how the projection works and what a water shortage is, but when there's a projection for a water shortage in a year, it allows for Denver Water to divert more water, to store more water. The public service company would reduce their call to a 1-turbine call, 704 CFS. This would only occur in the March to May time period. And then one provision of this agreement is that if the call from Shoshone is too low to avoid the cameo call, then they'll adjust or increase the Shoshone call so as to keep the cameo call off. Next up, we have the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. That is a 2012 or 2011-2012 agreement. In the summary, board members, you had just Article 6 of that agreement. It is a much larger agreement. There are 7 articles. It's a 51-page agreement. My understanding on this agreement is that it was triggered by the NEPA process for the enlargement of Gross Reservoir by Denver Water. The Blue River decrees come into play as a part of this issue. I believe the parties went to mediation to resolve it, and the CRCA is the result of that mediation. There is no termination date on this. I believe this agreement runs in perpetuity. key to our discussion on the Shoshone rights is this Article 6, which is about the Shoshone call. And you can see in the summary, the stated goal of this agreement, which is permanent management of the Colorado River so that the flows of the Colorado River mimic flows that occur in the event of the Shoshone call, whether or not that plant remains operational. So under this agreement, in the event of an outage at the power plant isn't functioning, the River District, Middle Park, and Denver Water agree to operate their systems as if that call was in place, as if that call was on the river. This only goes to Shoshone's senior right, though. You can see that 1250. That's the extent of it in the irrigation season in the winter or the non-irrigation season. The mimic call is only goes up to 900 CFS. There are exceptions. This isn't going to come into play in very dry seasons. And of course, the agreement goes into detail about what that means, but they are based on projections again. And so under this agreement, it is Denver Water and the River District agreeing to adjust their operations. They adjust their operations to their systems on a permanent basis under this outage protocol, even if the power plant ceases operations altogether, and regardless of whether someone buys the power plant and the water rights. It does seem like they're expressing a desire to make sure that call that call stays in place and is in operation, even if the power plant is not. As a part of this agreement, the parties agreed to try to negotiate with the Bureau of Reclamation to get the Bureau to agree to operate Green Mountain Reservoir as if the Shoshone call was in place. In one aspect of this CRCA Article 6 was an agreement as to administration of Green Mountain Reservoir. That's difficult without Bureau on board. So it was articulated in that agreement that they wanted to try to do that. And I believe that is how the actual SHOP, the Shoshone Outage Protocol, came into play, because that agreement is very similar to Article 6 of the CRCA, but brings additional players in. I think importantly, Bureau of Reclamation, but also other participants there. You can see Northern Grand Valley Water Users Association, Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, and the Grand Valley Irrigation Company. They are also involved in this, what is called the SHOP agreement. So same thing as Article 6 of the CRCA. Under this agreement, the parties expressed their desire to keep the flow regime of the Colorado River as it has been historically influenced by the Shoshone call, but only by the senior right for the Shoshone call. Under this agreement, reclamation can terminate for just cause. This agreement does not apply if the 2007 relaxation agreement is in operation. Same thing as Article 6, it only goes up to 1250 CFS in the irrigation season, non-irrigation season. The calls mimicked up to 900 CFS. There are same sort of exceptions for water shortages. Each of the parties were subject to the outage protocol. They have a different set of conditions that apply in order to accept them out of this agreement. DWR does administer this agreement. And so when the power plant is out, then DWR looks to this outage protocol as if and administers the river as if the senior call were in place for the Shoshone power plant. It is important to note that this SHOP agreement is temporary. It's a 40-year term that expires in 2056. I believe that even when this expires, we do still have the CRCA Article 6. That is a permanent agreement. So were the SHOP, or I guess when the SHOP expires, if it's not extended, then the Article 6 would kick in. But as I said, it does look a little different than the SHOP in terms of who the players are and who is restricted by this. I believe I heard somewhere that reclamation is a main player in this SHOP. I'm not sure if there's an ability by all the players in this agreement to extend it. That might be a good question. But in the event of an outage of the power plant, DWR does look to this shop agreement for administration. Then the fourth agreement, and I saved this for last, I think, maybe unintentionally, but because I'm less familiar and I've heard less about this agreement, that's not to say it's any less important, but it is older than the three I just mentioned. It is dated 1996. And it is the result of a water court case that was a seemingly minor application for an exchange. And I guess a good example of how these water court cases can blow up like you never expect that they're going to, but it did become what is I would call, I don't know if the parties would call as, or a global settlement. And it is a detailed stipulation and agreement in that water court case. The effects of that agreement are to limit diversions by certain parties down near the roller dam in certain situations and in certain times. For example, the United States is prohibited from calling in certain situations, in a time frame, and it reduces the cameo call, which I think can normally be 2260 CFS. They're only allowed to call up to 1950 during a certain time. This agreement has an element of protecting HUP users and that pool in Green Mountain Reservoir. And that is definitely something that we'll have to check in with Caleb on when he's going to be able to speak that more than I can in his portion of the presentation. But it is also my understanding that if the Shoshone call is not in place, then the limits provided for under this check case are no longer in play. So this agreement is very dependent on the Shoshone call. So that call goes away. These limitations that are set are no longer in play. I believe there is a longer and deeper cameo call in that and affects things like bringing on lower flows in the main stem, I think, and fewer protections, less water, less flows, I guess, in the 15-mile reach. So all things we'll want to hear from Caleb on. So I think this is a good time to transition to Caleb Foy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, sounds good, Caleb.
Thanks, Greg. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me this morning. My name's Caleb Foy. I'm the lead assistant division engineer for Water Division 5, who's charged with administering waters tributary and including the Colorado River within Colorado. I've been asked to present this morning on a couple things regarding main stem Colorado River administration, as well as provide some insight to potential implications of there not being a call at the Shoshone power plant or not operating the Shoshone outage protocol as Jen just referenced. Thanks, Jen, for setting the stage on some of those agreements in the Orchard Mesa check case. That'll help make my job a little bit easier as we go through this presentation here. All right, so my presentation outline, what I'm going to be presenting on today, again, it's difficult to really discuss potential implications of no call or no shop operations at the Shoshone power plant if you don't truly understand some of the fundamental concepts of administration within Division 5. So I'm planning to talk about some of the key drivers of that main stem Colorado River administration, as well as speak to those potential implications of not having a call or shop operations at Shoshone. The major components I'll speak to are the large Trans Mountain Reservoir diversions, the large reservoirs, the major calling water rights on the main stem, as well as the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. So just starting off, the key drivers within Water Division 5 are the large Trans Mountain diversions, which are identified on this nicely hand-drawn map in red. The large reservoirs, which are identified by some of the triangles on the various tributaries of the main stem Colorado River. The calling water rights, one being, again, the one of interest, the Shoshone power plant here, located in Glenwood Canyon. And then what we collectively refer to as the cameo call, which are mainly irrigation water rights associated with large canals that provide water to the Grand Valley at the lower end of the Colorado River, just upstream of the Utah border. And then lastly is this 15-mile reach associated with the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, which extends from the tail race of the Orchard Mesa power plant to the confluence of the Colorado and Gunnison rivers. So again, just focusing on these large trans-mountain diversions, a primary driver of administration within Division 5. This is just a map produced by the Office of the State Engineer showing all trans-mountain diversions across the state. And basically, as you can see, a number of those are originated in Water Division 5 in the Colorado River Basin. As far as what we see in Division 5, there's 17 trans-mountain diversions. Over the last 30 years, the average annual diversions have neared approximately 500,000 acre-feet, with just over 360,000 acre-feet being exported to the South Platte River Basin, and just over 135,000 going to the Arkansas River Basin. I quickly want to go through kind of some of the major ones. I think the important thing to note as we kind of work around Division 5 and identify some of these large trans-mountain diversions is both their location and whether they're above or below Shoshone, meaning would they be subject to a call at Shoshone, and as well as their priority and whether they would be called out by one of the Shoshone water rights. So first is the Adams Tunnel. This is associated with export of water pursuant to the Colorado Big Thompson and Windy Gap projects. This is located above Shoshone in the headwaters of the Colorado River, and it has a priority that's called out by the Shoshone Senior Water Right. Next, we have Roberts Tunnel located in the Blue River Basin. This is also located above Shoshone and is called out by the Shoshone Junior. It roughly approximates nearly 54,000 acre-feet per year of export. Moving over to the Moffett Tunnel, again, back over to the headwaters of the Colorado, being the Fraser in this case. This is above Shoshone and called out by the Shoshone Senior. The Moffett approximately exports roughly 43,000 acre-feet per year. Moving on to Homestake, roughly 22,000 acre-feet per year, again, above Shoshone and called out by the Shoshone Junior. The Boosted Tunnel, this is associated with exports related to the Frying Pan, Arkansas project, roughly 50,000 acre-feet per year. This is actually below Shoshone, up the Frying Pan River, and it's called out by a Cameo Junior call. Twin Lakes Tunnel, just over 37,000 acre-feet per year, roughly, again, located below Shoshone and called out by a Cameo Junior call. Next, I'd like to dive into kind of the large reservoirs and take a similar just cruise through the basin to identify those large reservoirs, where they're located in relation to Shoshone and their relative priority. I think the first thing to point out for these large reservoirs within Water Division 5 is that they're often involved with one of several components. They're either used as storage on the west slope for water that's used prior to being released through a tunnel for diversion to the east slope. They might also be used as an augmentation supply to allow those trans-mountain diversions to occur. Even at times, there's a senior downstream call on the Colorado River, as well as the final piece, they're often used as compensatory storage for west slope water users associated with these trans-mountain diversion projects. So the first one I wanted to point out was those associated with the Colorado Big Thompson project. There's four main reservoirs: Grand Lake, Shadow Mountain, Lake Granby, Willow Creek. The Windy Gap is also a part of this as part of the Windy Gap project, roughly 445 acre-feet. The asterisk there is that it actually has been reduced as a result of the Colorado River Connectivity Channel, which Rob discussed earlier this morning. Moving on to the headwaters of the Blue, Dillon Reservoir, just over nearly 260,000 acre-feet of storage, located above Shoshone and called out by Shoshone Junior call. Green Mountain Reservoir, just over nearly 155,000 acre feet located above Shoshone and called out by a Shoshone senior call. Now, one thing, and I'm glad Jen kind of pointed this out, I wanted to take a minute to just speak to Green Mountain Reservoir and kind of a little bit of its background, as well as its important. And this will be important to remember as we discuss the potential implications of there not being a Shoshone call. So Green Mountain Reservoir was authorized as a part of the Colorado Big Thompson project, authorized by Senate Document 80. And it kind of is composed of these two pools. First is the 52,000 acre foot pool, and that's really to replace diversions, out of priority diversions associated with the CBT project taking water to the east slope. The other pool is this 100,000 acre foot power pool, or what's referred to as the power pool. And this provides compensatory storage to generate power and benefits West Slope water users. The 1984 Green Mountain operating policy kind of further quantified the perfected uses of the reservoir and really provided a means for disposition of the remaining water of that 100,000 acre foot power pool. Most important, or maybe not most importantly, but important to recognize, is of that 100,000 acre foot power pool, there was 66,000 acre feet dedicated to what's known or referred to as the historic users pool. And basically, this historic users pool was meant to benefit West Slope water users in that it allows those West Slope water users to continue to divert for their irrigation and domestic uses that were perfected on or before October 15th, 1977. So basically what this pool allows is, or releases from the pool allow those qualifying water rights to continue to divert even though there might be a senior call on the main stem Colorado River at either Shoshone or Cameo. Again, this is an important concept for both West Slope water users, but also for what we refer to as HUP surplus water, which will be discussed later on in the presentation. Another aspect of the operating policy was there was 5,000 acre feet dedicated to the SILT project and another 20,000 to contract for all uses, including those post-1977 uses and industrial uses that are not included in what's provided by the historic users pool in Green Mountain Reservoir. So I know that's a lot of background on Green Mountain Reservoir, but I do think it's important to kind of lay the foundation for it, especially as we discuss the further implications of no call at Shoshone. Just finishing out the large reservoirs through the basin, where we have the Williams Fork Reservoir, just over 95,000 acre feet located above Shoshone and called out by the Shoshone Senior. We have Wolford Mountain, just over 65,000 acre feet located above Shoshone and called out by Shoshone Junior. Homestake, nearly 45,000 acre feet located above Shoshone and called out by a Shoshone Junior. And then lastly, Rudai Reservoir, just over 100,000 acre feet located below Shoshone up the Frying Pan River and called out by a Cameo senior call. So now that we've kind of gone through the Trans Mountain diversions and reservoirs, I did want to spend a little bit of time just talking about the two main large calling water rights on the main stem Colorado River. The first one being the Shoshone Power Plant, or the call water rights associated with the Shoshone Power Plant. That power plant is located in Glenwood Canyon, just upstream of Glenwood Springs. It's located right off the river, so you've all probably driven by it as you're cruising down I-70. The other major call we see on the main stem Colorado River is that associated with the Grand Valley irrigators, which we refer to as the Cameo call. The main structure there being the roller dam located in Debec Canyon on the main stem Colorado River, just upstream before you as you're going west, before you get into Palisade in Debec Canyon. So just getting to the Shoshone Power Plant, it has two priorities or two water rights. The senior priority is a 1905 priority in the amount of 1250 CFS. And then it has a junior priority for an additional 158 CFS with a 1940 priority. This for a total of 1408, as you can see between the senior and junior water rights at Shoshone. I think one important thing to characterize about the Shoshone Power Plant and its water rights are the fact that, it's a hydropower or water rights associated with producing hydropower. So it's a year-round call, which is certainly different or can be distinguished from the call at Cameo, which is associated with irrigation water rights, which are seasonal calls, typically just during the irrigation or portions of the irrigation season. So the Shoshone Power Plant, certainly, as with any hydropower plant, especially one located in Glenwood Canyon, has had doesn't always have the ability to fully operate. In 2007, it had a penstock breach, which is actually shown in this picture here, which resulted in a prolonged outage of the power plant. Additionally, as you're all aware, we had the Grizzly Creek fire in 2020 and the associated debris flows after that that caused difficulties in operating the plant at Shoshone. Additionally, on top of all of that, if natural disasters weren't enough, the plant itself is an older power plant with certainly with aging infrastructure that can be difficult and time-consuming to repair. So with all that being said, there are times when the Shoshone Power Plant goes down and cannot operate at its full capacity. When that happens, as Jen referenced, we operate under the Shoshone Outage Protocol. And what that is it's whenever that senior Shoshone call cannot be fully exercised for the 1250 CFS. What this physically means is one or both of the hydropower units are not operational at the plant. So meaning that it couldn't call for water to be put to its decreed beneficial use of hydropower. With that being said, the protocol does provide an agreement between parties to basically operate as if there was a call in place at Shoshone. So during the non-winter season, which is defined as March 25th through November 10th, what that looks like is basically the parties will operate as if there is a senior Shoshone call in place for that 1250 CFS. This differentiates from the 1408 that Shoshone could call for under its junior priority if the plant was actually fully operational. The protocol during the winter season, which is defined as November 11th through March 24th, provides that the parties will operate as if there was a senior Shoshone call, but only for 900 CFS, which obviously differs from the 1250 senior right or the 1408 that Shoshone could be calling for under their junior. There's an exception to this for a cumulative of 17 days during January and February, which really is a consideration of the fact that the plant historically had some maintenance that occurred in that time frame of the year. Another important thing to characterize about the Shoshone Outage Protocol is that it's really only applies to the parties that are signatory to the agreement. So non-parties may continue to divert under their own priorities as if there was no call at Shoshone. So we don't view it or administer it as a hard traditional call, Water Rights Administration at Shoshone, given that these parties who are not, or the non-parties to the agreement can continue to divert as if there were no call. There's also, as Jen alluded to, there's some opt-out provisions, whether they be volumetric as far as how much an entity may participate under SHOP in any given year. There could be drought-related opt-out provisions based on conditions with the amount of water stored in a current entity's system, as well as just cause in the case of the Bureau of Reclamation. This is just a table of kind of the 2022 irrigation year and the status of the call at the Shoshone Power Plant. I think notably is just the prevalence of a call at this location when the plant is operating. It can also be seen here that in this particular year, there were some operations under the outage protocol, given that the plant wasn't operating, specifically in the first part of April, as well as May through July. Although I would note that some of those, or majority of that time frame in May through July, it was during runoff, so there was adequate flow. So there was, although SHOP was operating, there was no real call under the outage protocol, given that there was more than 1250 CFS at the .0 gauge. This is a graphic that shows that administration at .0 in 2022. I think specifically to note here is that 900, this red line depicts the 900 CFS flow target for the Shoshone outage protocol operations during the winter season. And as you can see by these two blue bars here and here on the shoulder seasons of the hydrograph, or the two limbs of the hydrograph, we did operate the Shoshone outage protocol during those times, and it was effective in keeping 1250 CFS at the .0 gauge. So that's just a graphic that depicts those operations in 2022. Moving on downstream to the next major calling water right on the main Sem Colorado River, we have what's referred to as the Cameo call. This is a set of water rights associated with the Grand Valley irrigators, composed of these entities identified on the slide. These are just some pictures. This is the roller dam here in Debec Canyon. This is the infrastructure at Orchard Mesa, which includes both a hydraulic pumping station where they're actually using hydraulic pumping to lift water up to Orchard Mesa for its decreed beneficial use of irrigation. This is the hydropower plant at Orchard Mesa. And then this is the head gate at the Grand Valley Irrigation Company Canal. So the water rights associated with the Cameo call, total 2350 CFS. Physically, what can be carried is 2260. So that's historically been known as the Cameo demand, that 2260 CFS. A huge aspect of administration of the call at Cameo is a result of the Orchard Mesa check case that Jen previously referenced. This was a case where the applicants were the Grand Valley Water Users Association, Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, and the United States. The whole purpose of it was to confirm this appropriative right of substitution and exchange of 640 CFS with a 1926 priority. The upstream terminus is associated with the roller dam in Debec Canyon, where the water is diverted, and with the downstream terminus being the Grand Valley Irrigation Company diversion dam. Again, the whole purpose of this application and case was to allow diverting more water for the non-consumptive hydropower and hydraulic pumping uses while still keeping the senior water right associated with the Grand Valley Irrigation Company whole. It is important to be mindful of the fact that, some of the structures or the uses at the structures being the power plant and the hydraulic pumping station that Orchard Mesa uses, that those are non-consumptive uses. So that water is then either checked back to the Grand Valley Irrigation Company to keep that senior water right whole. This is just a schematic of the diversion of water at the roller dam in Debec Canyon, where it's then taken under the Colorado River by siphon, and it's delivered through this Orchard Mesa Canal, both to the power plant to generate power, through the pumping plant, that's the hydraulic pumping plant that lifts, where water is actually used to lift other water to irrigation on top of the mesa, and then this check structure, which basically checks the non-consumptive use of that water back to the GVIC diversion to keep that senior water right whole. These are just some pictures of the associated infrastructure with the check. As Jen alluded to, what seemingly was a pretty straightforward application in water court turned out to gain a tremendous amount of attention with opposition in that case. While the decree is fairly straightforward and it grants the exchange right, it's only 9 pages long, I believe, the stipulation certainly is much more complex. It outlines the operations of the check and how to exercise the decree's retained jurisdiction, as well as kind of gets into other administration associated with the historic users pool at Green Mountain Reservoir. So one specific thing to note about the stipulation is that paragraph 3A prevents the United States from calling for its 400 CFS water right during the irrigation season. And basically what that gets us to is the 1950 of water rights that can be called for after this stipulation, which is what Jen referenced previously. arguably even more important is this paragraph 3B of the stipulation. And what this provides is that the diversions by the historic users pool beneficiaries cannot be curtailed by a cameo call if the 3 following criteria are met. The check is operable physically, that there was at least 66,000 acre feet stored in the Green Mountain Reservoir's historic users pool, so it filled completely. And in the context of our conversation, that the Shoshone Power Plant continues to exercise its water right consistent with its historical operation. So basically, this is the key provision here, and what the operation of the Shoshone Outage Protocol provides is consistency with this criteria to ensure that this criteria is met for paragraph 3B of the stipulation, which again, as we get to the discussing the implications of no call at Shoshone, you'll see there will be some cascading effects of this criteria potentially not being met. Paragraph 5 of the stipulation also provides some criteria for operating that historic users pool. It defines how any surplus water in the historic users pool might be utilized. It defines kind of the rate and timing of the releases out of the historic users pool, depending on what call we're looking at downstream. So as you can imagine, the stipulation is very important, and it's something that our office is constantly using to administer the main stem Colorado River. This graphic here shows 2020, 2021 operations, and basically the drawdown of the historic users pool over the course of the irrigation season. There's these 2 bands, the dry year lower and upper bands, that operations we attempt to stay within these to ensure that there's adequate HUP water available for the duration of the irrigation season. This is just a graphic showing the call, the 2022 call at Cameo, the natural flow here in green. The targeted natural flow is what is the amount that the irrigators were calling for throughout the season. As you can see, it's pretty much at 1950 for a majority of the season. It does tend to dip down a little bit as they don't see as high of a demand towards the tail end of the irrigation season as we approach the end of October. But ultimately, these yellow bars show at the times when the Cameo call was being administered, and show how we're meeting, ensuring that calling water right is staying whole through our administration. This final graphic for the large calling water rights just shows the historical calls on the main stem Colorado River. In dark red, we have the number of call days at Shoshone. In orange, we have the number of call days at Cameo. I think the big take home here is obviously, given that the water rights associated with Shoshone are for hydropower year-round use, we have much larger numbers of days of call associated with the Shoshone Power Plant than we do with the Cameo call associated with the irrigation rights at the bottom of the system. I'm going to quickly go through the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, because it certainly is a key driver of administration within Division 5 and something we're constantly working with. These are the 4 species of endangered fish that are part of the program. What we're talking about is that 15-mile reach, which again extends from the tail race of the Orchard Mesa Power Plant all the way down to the confluence of the Colorado and Gunnison rivers. This is a critical section of reach for those endangered species. It's been certainly dewatered from operations, as well as the diversion dams are barriers to habitat connection, and certainly fish loss to the diversion structures themselves. So the whole purpose of this program, it had this programmatic biological opinion signed in December of '99. It basically allows an umbrella opinion that allows projects to occur in lieu of individual Section 7 consultations. It allows for the continued water development while also recovering the fish. So it's certainly beneficial for projects. It found ESA compliance for existing depletions of approximately 1 million acre feet per year, as well as future depletions in the ballpark of 120,000 acre feet per year from the Upper Colorado River. The goals of the program are to ensure that fish populations are improving of those endangered species, as well as habitat improvement. The actions of the program include installing fish ladders, fish screens, stocking of fish. And what we'll focus on here is this flow augmentation to help habitat. Kind of the flow augmentation comes in two different forms. We're talking about either enhanced peak flows during the runoff season, as well as low flow targets, which we're typically looking at towards the later end or towards the back end of the irrigation season. So in regard to those peak flows, they're looking for 12,900 CFS to 25,000 CFS. You know, certainly these high flows are important for moving of sediment, channel maintenance, creating habitat. Additionally, you kind of have to be careful of the higher flows because there are some flooding implications downstream as well. So it's a little bit of a balance, but certainly the whole purpose of this is to generate high flow targets or meet these high flow targets. This is done through what we refer to as the coordinated reservoir operations, which are basically voluntary operations to retime reservoir bypasses to increase that peak magnitude and or duration of peak flow while not impacting reservoir yields. So cross operations are not something that can occur every single year. They are voluntary, but when conditions allow, the parties do try to attempt to operate under cross. This is just a schematic showing cross operations, again, with the peak flows shown in red and what it would have been without cross releases in blue. So as you can see, there's a measurable difference in the amount of peak flow that was able to be added in 2019 with those cross operations. The next aspect of that flow augmentation program are those low flow targets, which can depend on the type of hydrologic year we're looking at. These are kind of the general targets depending on the type of year. The flow augmentation is typically coming in the form of releases out of pools in certain reservoirs, namely Granby, Wolford, and Rudeye reservoirs, which are kind of have again, these fish pools, I would say. Green Mountain Reservoir, while it doesn't have a dedicated quote unquote fish pool, one of the uses that can be allowed of the HUP surplus water is to benefit the 15-mile reach. So this is an incredibly important component or meaningful contribution to flow augmentation for the program is this HUP surplus water. As you can see here, it's been anywhere from not zero contribution in certain years to upwards of over 50,000 acre feet, and averages roughly 25,000 acre feet per year. So relative to all of these combined pools, you can see it's a meaningful contribution to that flow augmentation, potentially over 50% of it on any given year. These are just graphs showing that flow augmentation program and its effectiveness over various years, 2010, 2011, and 2012, just showing the difference between the flows with the reservoir releases and the flows that we would expect if those releases had not occurred. Certainly when you're looking at potentially completely drying up the 15-mile reach, that is certainly concerning, which is certainly one of the benefits of the program. So I kind of wanted to wrap up this presentation by talking about referring to the potential implications of not having a Shoshone call or Shoshone outage protocol operations in place. And I try to think of this as a bit of a spectrum where on one end, we have the Shoshone call, which is just traditional water rights administration when the plant is operational and water can be diverted to its decreed beneficial use, where we just administer those water rights, what I would characterize as a hard call. I mean, this is just traditional water rights administration with those two priorities. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the no call at all, which is kind of going to be the focus of the rest of my presentation. And in the middle, we kind of have these operations under SHOP. Certainly SHOP, I would say, does try to attempt to mirror the river conditions and administration associated with the Shoshone call. It meets the criteria in the Orchard Mesa check case stipulation. But there's certainly some exceptions to SHOP that I kind of previously pointed to and will reiterate. versus a traditional Shoshone call. One is the fact that it's temporary in nature, only through 2056, as Jen pointed out. It's limited to the participating parties, the signatories to the agreement. It has a summer target of 1250 versus which is only associated with the senior water right versus the 1408 that Shoshone could be calling for under its junior water right if it was operational. The winter target of 900 CFS is certainly less than the senior and junior water rights at Shoshone of 1250 and 1408. Again, those volumetric limits that may limit participation in SHOP as well as the drought-related opt-out provisions. So with all that being said, I will kind of spend the last few minutes here just talking through the potential implications of there not being a Shoshone call or SHOP operations at Shoshone. A few disclaimers that I just wanted to point out quickly are that, this is all really based on our staff's knowledge of the system and how it's administered. Our DWR staff has not been involved in any modeling that has been performed for any sort of verification. As you can see from this presentation, it's a very dynamic system. It's certainly complex. And this is by no means meant to be an exhaustive list of any implications. There's also cascading effects that can be difficult to project based on some of them might be dependent on water user choices. So with that being said, we'll just start with the potential implications to trans-mountain diversions. Again, the implications associated with not having a Shoshone call. What we would probably expect to see if that were the case would be a shift in diversions and or replacement for out of priority diversions associated with those trans mountains projects. Above Shoshone, what we'd be looking at is, due to the fact that there wouldn't be a Shoshone call, those diversion projects, trans mountain diversion projects, may have more yield and or less replacement from reservoirs, again, due to the fact that there's less occurrence or no occurrence of call at Shoshone. Below Shoshone, we would expect the trans mountain diversions to maybe potentially have less yield and or more replacement from reservoirs, again, due to this a longer, deeper cameo call, because you wouldn't have the Shoshone call pulling down natural flow that would partially help satisfy the cameo call. We would anticipate a longer, deeper cameo call, which I'll get to here shortly. As far as the potential implications to some of the larger reservoirs, above Shoshone, we would expect that those reservoirs would have lower releases, given that they'd have less replacement need for trans-mountain diversions. This would ultimately result in lower stream flows below those reservoirs, as well as potentially higher temperatures, which is something that we've seen, not necessarily this past year, but certainly years previous, where we run into high temperature issues on the Colorado River. Above Shoshone, we'd expect these larger reservoirs to have greater storage going into runoff, given that they're going to be relied on less. We'd have an increased likelihood of spills and peak flows during runoff, and a higher likelihood of fill. So really this lends itself to potentially having greater ability to perform cross operations if you're not relying on these reservoirs above Shoshone, if they're not being drafted on as hard throughout the irrigation season, meaning that they'll have less to fill going into the fill season and a greater frequency of spilling and higher peak flows. On the other hand, these larger reservoirs below Shoshone, we might anticipate that we'd see higher releases associated with the more additional replacement water, again, kind of driven by that longer, deeper cameo call. You might expect to see higher stream flows below the reservoirs in the summer, but lower stream flows below those reservoirs in the winter. And that really being associated with the fact that those reservoirs would likely be drawn on harder and might not have as greater flexibility in operations over the winter, where they would just be releasing their bare minimum to ensure that they fill as much as possible during the following fill season. We'd likely see less storage going into runoff, decreased spills, peak flows during runoff, and a lower likelihood of fill, again, associated with those large reservoirs below Shoshone. Getting into the cameo call, again, we would anticipate a longer, deeper cameo call if there was no call at Shoshone. What this is going to provide for is, those diversions in priority diversions might have less opportunity to actually be diverted with a longer, deeper cameo call. We might see a greater frequency of April calls at cameo. As well as, certainly an administrative concern is the fact that there's many plans for augmentation located below Shoshone that are set up to replace injury associated with the historical worst case call scenario at cameo. So certainly if that was to become longer in duration, the call being longer in duration in the future, there's a potential that those plans may not work as well. And potentially, I guess even a bigger implication here is this paragraph 3B of the Orchard Mesa check case. If it's determined, or if Shoshone is not operated as it historically has, then that paragraph 3B of the stipulation would not be met, which would result in a couple of things. The 66,000 acre foot HUP pool may not be adequate for those West Slope diversions that were perfected prior to October 15th, 1977. And what that means is if we were to ever get to a situation where we drew down the historic users pool to nothing, and this condition wasn't met, we may have to look at curtailing those West Slope water users. Even though they've historically benefited from the historic users pool, they might not be afforded that protection given this criteria wouldn't be met. Another provision of this is that the call at cameo could be upwards of 2260 CFS versus the 1950 that's currently limited to pursuant to the check case stipulation. And lastly is this concept of the HUP surplus. So if the 66,000 acre foot HUP pool may not be adequate for those West Slope uses, then certainly there wouldn't be an ability to declare surplus out of that pool, which would have a potential implication to the amount of, or the fact that none of that surplus, or there would be no surplus to deliver to the 15-mile reach. This would impact the Colorado River main stem. We'd likely see lower flows during the shoulder seasons when that HUP surplus water has historically been utilized. So this is my last slide, the potential implications to the 15-mile reach. Again, that paragraph 3B of the stipulation in the Orchard Mesa check case would not be met. HUP surplus couldn't be declared, and there'd be significantly less water for release to the 15-mile reach. Again, given that that source of water can be upwards of over 50% of the contributions to the 15-mile reach in any given year. We'd likely see more storage in reservoirs above Shoshone. Again, this would, getting back to the first slide a few slides ago, we'd maybe see increased spills, peak flows, and potential for greater cross operations during runoff. And we'd likely see maybe more reliably stored water in those fish pools in Wolford and Granby for releases to the 15-mile reach. One thing to note here, I think, is the difference in magnitude between the two is that by losing the HUP surplus water, you're likely would not be offset likely by the water gained in the fish pools in Wolford and Granby. So it's not by any means, I wouldn't view it as an even trade-off given the significant contribution of that HUP surplus water. Another implication to the 15-mile reach is that less storage in reservoirs below Shoshone, namely Rudai Reservoir, that 4 out of 5 pool, which is a 5,000 acre foot pool for releases to the 15-mile reach, might not be as reliable moving forward if Rudai were drawn on harder. We'd likely see that longer cameo call, which would result in less natural flow in the 15-mile reach. We would potentially see an additional amount of water called beyond the 1950 CFS. One thing to note about that water is it would mostly go to hydropower, which would be returned to the 15-mile reach. So that's one place where you might see some additional flow to the 15-mile reach if the call was made for 2260. But ultimately, I think the big picture implication is that it's going to be more challenging, likely to meet those flow targets associated with the recovery program. So with all of that, that's all I have for my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, Jen, Are you good to go to questions for Caleb?
Yes, let's go to questions.
Yeah, okay. Are there questions?
I just want to comment, thank you very much. That was a very thorough tour through Division 5 and all the complexity that it entails. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I'm sorry.
Director Combs.
Caleb, great job. Is there any way you could pull up that very first handwritten map you had
Yes.
while I ask questions?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Okay. Now that you've walked us through all of it, now I want to go back and see the perspective of it, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sorry about that. Let's see. All right, how's that? Is that the one you're looking for?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so when I'm looking at this map and I see the locations, if Shoshone's not calling and we have the agreements for non-call by the upper diversions, the water passes down through, it can service those irrigators below, down by the confluence. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the major reason for that being is the fact that, again, the Shoshone power plant water right is not only is it a year-round water right for hydropower, but it's more or less non-consumptive, right? So although it's calling water and diverting it to beneficial use, it's returning it right back to the main stem Colorado River, several miles downstream of the point of diversion. So yes, that water then continues its way down the river.
Okay, so if Shoshone doesn't call for their water and we have the no call agreements in place, I guess the risk then is to how it's going to impact the downstream irrigators in the 15-mile reach, because it's a non-consumptive use. What we're trying to do is make sure that the larger Trans Mountain diversions don't absorb the Shoshone call if the power plant ever goes out of business. But with the stipulations, maybe not the right word, but the agreements with Denver Water and the other Trans Mountain diverters to no call, isn't that water protected anyway? Or and I understand my question is way too simplistic, but what are the nuances? Because you did an excellent job of running through the criteria at the end, but it seems like the flows are protected because it's a non-consumptive, and it's protected because there's already agreements in place for no call, which would then limit the Trans Mountain diversions or the reservoirs above. So then I guess I need a little more clarification of what this goes to.
And I think maybe I need a little clarification as far as your reference to the no call agreements. I think, the Shoshone Outage Protocol agreement, basically, the parties to that agreement operate even when Shoshone's not physically operating. It more or less it tries to mimic their operations as if there were some call at the Shoshone power plant. So meaning that, let's say the Shoshone Outage Protocol is being operated, for instance, today. And, depending on the amount of natural flow in the system, for instance, there's not any replacements being made for the CBT project. So I guess I'm struggling with, I guess I don't fully understand.
So I mislabeled that. So it's not a no call on the Shoshone. It's so the Shoshone, when they make their call, they're generating power, the stream reaches wet, they call that water down past.
Correct.
If Shoshone is not calling for their right, there are already agreements. Like if they're offline, there's already the shop and those agreements. So the water continues past. Those are contingent not on whether Shoshone operates, but on whether the Trans Mountain diverters agree or disagree to not call that water out from those priorities below. That's the call I'm speaking to, not the Shoshone right. Trans Mountain diversion calls, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's just a difference between, basically, the signatories to the Shoshone outage protocol are agreeing, even when Shoshone's down, to continue to operate as if Shoshone was calling. So it's kind of, I mean, with those exceptions that I identified, certainly it's not the same necessarily as a traditional call at Shoshone because of maybe some of the opt-out provisions or the lower flow targets, namely in the winter being 900 versus 1250. I mean, a really great example, I guess, of the 900 and 1250 happened just the other day on November 11th, where we had, I believe, I want to say roughly 1,000 CFS of natural flow coming down the river. What happened is on November 11th, if Shoshone was up and running and was calling for its senior water right in the amount of 1250 CFS, we would be administering to that water right. Under the Shoshone outage protocol agreement, the target changes to 900 CFS on that day. So what that resulted in was an adjustment of the call because we had more than the 900 CFS. And what that basically provided was that there were, replacements for the Colorado Big Thompson project no longer had to be released because of that change in flow target. Whereas if Shoshone was actually operating, that those releases would have been made for the out of priority diversion.
Okay.
So
I
I'm not sure I necessarily answered your question.
No, you're helping. I'm sorry. I've kind of like circled my way into understanding this. It's a big complex system, and I appreciate you having the patience with me. So I'm gonna ponder a little farther and then go on.
Okay.
Thank you, Caleb.
Director Brody may have some light to shed.
Yeah, I can maybe help answer that. And Peter Fleming might have some additional context that he wants to share. So each of the agreements with the various Trans Mountain diverters have different caveats, different time limits associated with them. So for example, in Denver Water's case, as spelled out in the CRCA, Denver's commitment to honor the outage protocol is permanent, but it's also contingent upon the relaxation agreement also being made permanent. And as you heard from our council, right now that is a time limited agreement, potentially subject to renewal, but that's all to be determined. The other Trans Mountain diverters, each have their own somewhat different provisions, different end dates, and different conditions for honoring that. So I think, one thing to just be mindful of is the current body of the various shop agreements isn't permanent in any sense today.
Other questions for Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been pretty uncomfortable on the stage talking about water before, but when we have the AG's office, the state engineer, Caleb, another 15 attorneys that have negotiated some of these deals, and then a rancher is going to talk about Shoshone. It's like, I got this, guys. So what occurred to me, in reading the board packet, Caleb's presentation, which is wonderful, but as I've been thinking about this, I guess living in Division 5 and having water rights out of the main stem, I guess I've been numb to the word Shoshone because it's like, I think the whole state is everybody should be. And I guess I realize that maybe that's not the case. As the river system works, that is so complex in the upper portions, and I'll speak pretty specifically to Grand County, but that call on Shoshone basically set up the system for how all of the substitute reservoirs, the transbasin diverters, how the whole thing went to go. And so all summer long, like our river behavior is being directly tied to either the Shoshone water right or CHOP at a current time. And then I think that also for the West Slope, what was identified with the relaxation call is that after we saw 0203 in Grand County, it also doesn't do the West Slope, our state, anybody, any benefit if we don't have any West Slope storage facilities with any water in them, right? And so there's this balance of we built a system, we saw a drier time period, relaxation came to be, you've got CHOP and all these things are, I would say, working together in agreements as we learn more about how the system operates so that it can kind of maximize benefits to everybody. But it is, I should open my emails and it's like Division of Water Resources. If you're living in Main Stem and you're on their email list for the call on the Colorado River, it's 5 times a week you're on a roller coaster about what's happening with Shoshone. It's telling the whole system and all of its users like what is going to happen with it. So from that West Slope perspective, and I think that you could see like with all of the support from the headwaters communities and counties, it's pretty clear. And I would even say, correct me if I'm wrong, but dating back to Senate Document 80, it was identified the importance of the Shoshone call on the Main Stem. I think clearly within the CRCA and all of the negotiations and agreements, again, same story, we recognize as a state how important, that water right is to be there. And so I think that when, Caleb's giving this description and we're all sitting here thinking about things, it is tough because like for Denver, shops in place in perpetuity if the relaxation call is correct, Director Brody. But how many other transbasin diverters either have I guess how many don't have any obligation to that?
I think all of the major TMDs do, and Peter can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Well, so with that, I felt an obligation to, the rest of the board and people here as we're in this conversation. I'm excited to hear from the River District, but when you live Main Stem Colorado River, like Shoshone is what calls the system. It's how we all live. And I think generally speaking with some corrections, because that's what, 02, 03 up there and everyone ran out of water and it's awful. And like, I see the relaxation thing as being actually a pretty important part of this if we're thinking about it through a state lens. But then I also think of the trickle down effect of potential impacts and probably inappropriate today, but like from upstream of Shoshone, if the Shoshone call doesn't exist, there's probably different water users that are going to be impacted by other calls that would take place speaking above Shoshone. And that has never historically been an issue. So for everyone that's currently relying on the system functioning as it does, there would be, a number of changes. So with that, I will conclude. Thanks.
Sir, thoughts from the board? Up in this discussion to hear from the River District?
I believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River Water Conservation District. I know almost all of you. I want to thank the board very much and the CWCB staff for the time that you've dedicated to this matter today. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. I know people are probably starting to get a little hungry for lunch. With me today from the River District is our General Manager, Andy Mueller, Director of Governmental Affairs, Zane Kessler, Director of Technical Advocacy, Brendan Langenhausen. And I did want to introduce as well our new Associate Counsel, Bruce Walters. He's also here behind me. He comes to us from the Attorney General's office recently. So thank you and apologies, Attorney General Weiser and Jen and Scott, who I think is back there as well. We're really excited to have Bruce on board at the River District. In addition, I believe that online, although I have not checked independently, that we have from our partner, public service company, Xcel Energy, Fran Folan as a corporate counsel, as well as Brad McLeod with the Governmental Affairs Department there, and Rich Belt as well, in case there are any specific questions of Xcel staff. I wanted to thank again Jen and Caleb for that very detailed and good presentation. Unfortunately, it reminded me that out of the 4 agreements that Jen referenced and Caleb talked about, that I I think I signed or signed off on 3 of them, and kind of 3.5 of them really, because we did have some input in the 2007 call reduction agreement between Denver and XL, even though the River District is not a party. But the 1996 Orchard Mesa check case, that complicated case down in the Grand Valley, I did sign that on behalf of my client. It wasn't my current client, so but that kind of ages me a little more than I was comfortable with. That's really only my only quibble with any of the summaries that you guys gave of those agreements and their impact on the river. So really good job, and I appreciate that very much. Obviously, we're not seeking any action. We're not requesting any action from the CWCB today. We do appreciate the time. We view today's meeting and really the interim after the September Finance Committee meeting and going forward up until hopefully the January board meeting as a way to further our partnership with the CWCB. We really believe it's not, we can believe it or not, it's actually has to be the fact. We have to have the Water Conservation Board, the state of Colorado, as a full partner in this effort, because we cannot achieve the Shoshone permanency that has been long contemplated by all of the West Slope entities that have been supporting and pursuing this project for so long without the CWCB's effort, because the CWCB is the only entity in the state that can use water for in-stream flow purposes without involving a diversion of any sort. And really that's what we're talking about for this Shoshone permanency effort is the River District's acquisition of that water right, entering into a lease agreement with the current owner to lease it back to them to use it for hydropower purposes for as long as they wish to continue to do so. But during such times, such as this year, when there's been an extended outage due to some maintenance and rockfall concerns, when it can't be used for hydropower purposes, it would be used for in-stream flow purposes, and it would be used solely by the state, by the CWCB for in-stream flow purposes to maintain all of those benefits that Caleb went through, that Director Boucher talked about. And today we really are at a historic moment in our pursuit of Shoshone permanency. It's a confluence, if you will, of many factors, and it goes to explain as well as why we're making this ask now, not today, of course, but at this time period. And that is the confluence of the we now have a willing seller, a good partner in public service. We have incredible federal funding opportunities. We have incredible state and state support, both from the River District and from our local West Slope partners, who we anticipate will be committing up to $30 million as part of this effort. And there also is, of course, a pretty good supply of money available to the state that we are making this request of the state pending grant application. So a big convergence there that in my long term at the River District, we've never come close to that. And it has really made us all very excited. The current status of that purchase and sale agreement, when we talked to you in September, we anticipated that it would be executed in late October. There was a delay in the approval process, and we now anticipate that approval process will go forward in mid-December. We don't have a specific date yet, but we think it'll be right in that time frame. So we are very hopeful that by the January board meeting, we will have an executed purchase and sale agreement. But even though we don't yet have that, we are still taking steps to further our partnership with the Water Conservation Board, in particular, working with the staff a little bit more. We're trying to, I believe we're very close to having a agreement that allow us to share some documents that we would otherwise consider confidential. We're also pursuing similar agreements with some of the large Trans Mountain diversion entities so that we can talk about with them questions that they rightfully have about how the in-stream flow change case might be considered and pursued. So we very, very much appreciate the board's willingness to consider holding off on the request, the grant request, until a later date. I think that will really help. In fact, you know, really as we speak, we're working both with Parks and Wildlife staff, CWCB staff, and our own private consultants on developing and refining some of the technical and supporting biologic and geomorphology science that we need we'll be needing to present to support the one of the key components in this, which of course is the in-stream flow agreement. Once we have this signed PSA, the concept is we will then negotiate with the Colorado Water Conservation Board staff and eventually, of course, the board, the terms of a in-stream flow agreement. And so that hasn't been negotiated yet. That's, you know, a key component. That's really step one in once the PSA, the purchase and sale agreement, is executed. And that will include all sorts of terms about, you know, how the in-stream flow would be operated. And then after that is done, we would go forward together, hand in hand. We would anticipate and hope to the water court and ask for the water court's blessing on that agreement that would guide how the in-stream flow would be operated when the water right is not being operated for hydropower purposes. I want to respect the board's time and other agenda items. We did submit a memo to the staff that I believe made it into your packets, and a memo to the board as well, same memo, that we think summarize some of the responses that we had to the questions that were asked during the Finance Committee. I know there are other questions. As you've heard, it's you know, the whole regimen of the Colorado River is pretty complex, and there's a lot of big complex agreements that have been developed over the years to manage it. You know, this will be an important part of that and frankly key, but we need to mesh in with all these existing agreements. I know you've dedicated a lot of time to this already. I just want to make sure that you know that the River District and Excel, we are stand ready to come and talk to you and your staff at any time. If it requires a special workshop, I don't want to impose upon any more time than we already have, but we're more than happy to do that. As you've heard, this is a complicated matter, and we're willing to take whatever time it takes to explain this to the greatest degree possible. To help do that, one thing I might say would be, you know, in that complex Orchard Mesa check case that Caleb talked about, and the interrelationship with the flows and the 15-mile reach, the programmatic biological opinion that's so important, really not just to wet slope water users, but to the state as a whole, because it provides Endangered Species Act coverage for any project that needs any sort of federal action, but whether it be in basin or trans mountain. If I could summarize that in one way, I guess I might say that the Shoshone water rights and the maintenance of the flows, the historical Shoshone flows, is the bottom card in the house of the card, you know, the house of cards that is the 15-mile reach PBO and the Endangered Species Recovery Program with respect to the 15-mile reach, which is a pretty key component of the whole thing. If that comes out, you know, it's quite possible, as Caleb explained, that the HUP surplus goes away. The HUP surplus is the majority of the water that gets delivered in each and every year to the 15-mile reach. Before I forget, Director Brody asked about Trans Mountain diversions that were not subject to the Shoshone outage protocol. And at least currently, Colorado Springs, which owns and operates a couple of Trans Mountain projects, is a 50-50 partner in the Homestake project, and the headwaters of the Eagle River Basin owns and operates the Continental Hoosier project, which is in the headwaters of the Blue River, is not currently. The River District hopes that in the near term, they will become one. We have good reason to believe that they will. And then all of the large Trans Mountain diversion projects that are in the Frying Pan and Roaring Fork River basins, those are downstream, if you will, even though they're in the headwaters. The Roaring Fork obviously comes in right at Glenwood Springs, a few miles downstream of the Shoshone power plant. So those are not participants in the Shoshone outage protocol because they're not subject to a Shoshone call. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions. We'll take as long as you want, but I know you probably anxious for lunch and a break.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to ask a question. That's all right. I've been struggling a little bit with the specific language in the memo and in the presentation in September, and just really trying to figure out exactly what you're talking about. It doesn't sound, based on your comments just now, it doesn't sound like call it a simple, ultimately, after the power plant is closed for good, it doesn't sound like a simple CWCB in-stream flow acquisition, in the sense that we take a water right and then use it according to both the historical precedent of that water right coupled with the allowances that are in the statute for an acquisition. And part of why I say that is you talked about negotiating the terms of this implementation or utilization of this water right, negotiating that with CWCB staff and ultimately the board. So I guess I'm wondering, what is it that you would want to negotiate? Because right now I feel like there's a real blank spot. It's a small one in the verbiage, but it's a big one in my mind as to what it is we're really talking about, Peter. And I'm hoping you can speak to that.
Sure, I'm happy to thank you, Chairman Phelps. What is negotiated for that in-stream flow agreement with the Water Conservation Board will be up to the parties, and those parties would be the River District, the current owner, Xcel Energy, and the Colorado Water Conservation Board. So those terms have not been developed because we haven't gotten to that stage yet. But if you were looking at it from the River District perspective, and what are we seeking to come out of that process? What would we like to come out of that process? We would like to have an agreement where we assign, because at that time we would be the then owner of the water right, we would assign to the CWCB the right to use the water right for in-stream flow purposes in perpetuity at all times for in-stream flow purposes when it's not being used for hydropower. And you mentioned at some point in time that the Shoshone power plant goes away. It may or may not, but let's just assume that it will at some point in the future goes away. And if it does, then the exercise of that water right would be for the sole purpose of in-stream flow purposes. The terms of that agreement would be subject to whatever terms we would negotiate with the Water Conservation Board, but they would include important elements that we have already pledged to other parties to contain. One important one being the provisions of the 2007 call reduction agreement that First Assistant Mealy mentioned. You know, we've got these two different agreements. One's called the Shoshone Outage Protocol Agreement, and one's called the Shoshone Call Reduction Agreement. They sound very similar and they're a little confusing, but in some ways I like to think they do the flip, the 180 of each other. The Call Reduction Agreement provides protections. It was negotiated by Denver and it was intended to benefit Denver. But because of the way it operates, it actually has benefits to other water users as well. It doesn't assign a specific benefit to Denver Water. It allows Denver under certain drought conditions to pay Xcel under the current terms, and there would be nobody to pay once the power plant goes away, to reduce the call during those drought conditions. And when it does reduce the call, water becomes available in priority to Denver and to other water users. In addition, Denver agreed in that agreement to make a certain amount of the saved water, if you will, available for use by Xcel at its other power generation facilities, and a certain amount for West Slope purposes as well. So that would be a key condition that we anticipate would be included. But at the same time, we would like to make sure that that water right, you know, except for, you know, that term and whatever other terms we would need to negotiate to achieve a stipulated a deal, we'd like to make an agreement with everybody. We'd like to have it be as protective of the resource as possible, right? We're in this from the West Slope for, you know, the primary purpose of replicating the historical operation of the Shoshone flows. So we're not trying to take water away from anybody, but we're trying to preserve those flows going into perpetuity so that water that has historically been in the river and has supported all of these things that we talked about and Caleb talked about, and flows that, you know, go through the Wild and Seek alternative management reach from Kremling all the way down to No Name, some 100+ miles of river for recreation and fishing purposes. You know, goes past Director Boucher's ranch and down into the Grand Valley, providing water quality benefits and evening out the flows for the benefits of the irrigators in the 15-mile reach. So those conditions continue forward going into the future, and that we don't face the situation where the water right is effectively diminished or eliminated to the point that the historical flow regime has changed to the significant adverse impact of the West Slope and the state as a whole. Is that, I hope that's responsive, and I hope that helps to explain where we hope to be at the end of the day.
I'm going to go to Attorney General Weiser, and then I think Director Brody maybe had something to clarify on this particular question, or because Director Vasquez also had a.
So I did have a related question.
Okay.
Related to the in-stream flow and kind of how that fits into the proceeding, but.
Why don't you ask your question first, then I can make my point, unless Director Vasquez has a complimentary question.
So, Director Felt, I do think you bring up an important point. We need to understand kind of how the in-stream flow acquisition fits into kind of the order of this transaction. And I had a question actually for Councilor Mealy and perhaps for Rob, because I do want to make sure that we're honoring the in-stream flow statute and we're not assuming a result before we've done the necessary analysis. And so I'm glad to hear you're working on that analysis now. But in terms of the process that this board needs to follow, and again, making sure that we don't prejudge findings that we may later need to determine as a board, where does that board process prior to expressing an intent to appropriate an in-stream flow, where does that fit in? Does that need to come before the board finalizes the in-stream flow acquisition agreement that Peter was just talking about? Can it come after? Just help us understand kind of that sequence so that we understand kind of where
How it
we
nor-
need to take action.
Excuse me, how it normally works is that we have all the information typically from CPW on what those flow rates are that need to be protected to preserve or improve the natural environment. We have those going into our decision on the acquisition of the water right. So we know that if the water right is sufficient or is needed to protect what we see as the necessary flows.
So does that have to happen before this agreement? Or can we do an agreement contingent, or how would that work?
I'll let Rob jump in here.
I think to Rob Veal, CWCB staff, I think an agreement can be done. I don't think we'd want to get into the specifics of the amount of the findings of what would be to preserve or improve the natural environment in that agreement, because that would be the determination of the board itself, not the staff.
Thanks.
Okay. Director Vasquez, did you have a question directly related to this, or are you going to cede your moment here to Attorney General Weiser? Okay.
All right. So first, I just want to thank the River District for your leadership stepping into what we recognize. And I think the presentations that were offered highlight how important this is to the state. I had what I thought was a very simple answer to our chair's question. So I want to offer the simple answer, and I want you to tell me, am I off on something? Under Colorado law, there only has been one entity who does own in-stream flow rights. It's this board. So this board would own the in-stream flow right and operate it. Is that your position, or is it something different than that?
Our position is that the CWCB would be assigned by the River District the right to use the water rights for in-stream flow purposes.
But is it revocable then, on your theory?
That would be subject to something that would be subject to negotiation. There have been other in-stream flow agreements for the conversion of existing water rights to in-stream flow purposes that have conversion provisions in them.
So what's confusing me about this is, from everything we've heard, and I believe this body, what we've heard from the state engineer's office, there's a clear alignment. We need to keep this water in the river and the status quo in place. If that's what's motivating it, what I'm struggling to understand is, why wouldn't it be this becomes an in-stream flow right, full stop? Second point, and this gets to the tough sequencing, the state's going to put up a bunch of money, go to the feds to get more money, and do we negotiate whatever has to happen before we do that, or are you thinking that comes after? Because there's to the extent what you're thinking about is something other than the conventional, what we've always done with in-stream flow rights, then I think there's some more questions and uncertainty. To the extent it's like, yes, this is an in-stream flow right. We know what it looks like. This board's the board that holds it. Full stop. It's a different situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's effectively what we're saying, is that the CWCB will hold the right and use the water right for in-stream flow purposes, full stop. The only caveat on that is that the seller currently wants to continue to use the water right for hydropower purposes. So long as the power plant is in operation, we will, the proposed deal is that we, as the owner of the water right, would lease back to the seller the right to use the water right for hydropower at its current location and for the current purposes, so long as it wishes to continue to use it for that purpose. Once the power plant goes away because, the whole side of the canyon falls on it, or the owner, Xcel Energy, decides it's no longer in the business of operating the Shoshone power plant, then the only use that gets made is in-stream flow use by the Colorado Water Conservation Board.
All right, I don't want to get Xcel here to have to say this, but I think, just to see if I've got it right, an alternative structure could easily be Xcel doesn't sell the right, which would then be held by the state as an in-stream flow right, until it's done with it. That would be an alternative structure that would achieve the same result.
If we could convince the seller.
All right, that's what I wanted to know.
Thank you. And to go to your second point on what I think I heard about the sequencing of the financing, is that We are hopeful again that the purchase and sale agreement would be executed soon, within a month or so. At that time, the Colorado River District would make a commitment to fund $20 million of the acquisition price. Our West Slope partners, we would seek that, in due course to obtain firm commitments from them, but we know from prior conversations that we have a coalition of the willing there. And we are hopeful that the state of Colorado's commitment would come in and be, put us at that 50-50 level with the requests that we will be making, and have already initiated discussions with the federal government. Important point, though, there is everybody's money, except for a small, relatively small amount that the River District is putting up as a down payment. All of that money, none of it goes hard until the deal eventually closes several years down the road. And one of the key conditions, well, many of the key conditions are there. Negotiation of the in-stream flow agreement we just talked about. The entry of a water court decree, final water court decree confirming the terms of the in-stream flow agreement. And Excel has to go through a public utilities process, Public Utilities Commission, and we have to make sure all the funding is there. If it doesn't close for any reason, and if in other words, that we don't achieve Shoshone permanency, if the end goal is not achieved, everybody gets their money back, and none of the money goes hard. That's how we've contemplated the deal, and the seller is aware of that. And
just a final point, make sure I've got this. The ordinary structure is the state owns the water right that is managed for in-stream flow purposes. That is the ordinary structure by which this operates. Is that the structure you have in mind, or are you talking about something different?
I would say that is the ordinary, but it is not the always. Obviously there's the in-stream flow loan statute, whereby water users can loan on a temporary basis water to the Water Conservation Board. And as I mentioned before, there are other agreements. One in Pitkin County comes to mind, where there are reversionary aspects of water that goes through the statute, contemplates any means of acquisition of the right to use the water for in-stream flow purposes. It allows the Water Conservation Board to take action on a loan, on a donation, on an acquisition, or any sub-interest in the water right. But again, to be very clear about it, is we're not talking about owning anything other than the actual title to the water right. The use for the in-stream flow purpose that is the purview only of the state is something that we see residing solely with the CWCB.
What I don't understand is why you're talking at all about owning a title for something that's use is in perpetuity and ordinarily managed by the state. That's not quite making sense to me as something that is outside of the way we tend to operate.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it has a very large amount to do with the negotiations with the current owner and the current owner's desire to continue to use the water right for hydropower purposes, and the River District's role as the convener, if you will, of a West Slope coalition to try to package this deal together.
All right, so on both those points, we can follow up on with the Excel point. I hear that point. As for your convening role, I appreciate you're helping to do that, but I think I had thought your goal was to ultimately get to a status quo that's sustainable for the Western Slope, as the state engineer talked about, and that seems to be accomplished by an in-stream flow right that is owned by the state and this body.
And subject to the terms of the in-stream flow agreement, we want to see the water right and the historic flows protected going into perpetuity.
Yeah,
we're going to do whatever it takes to achieve that goal, and that's all subject to negotiation.
Director Brody.
Thank you. Following up on your point about the funding not essentially going hard for some period of time. One of the things that's been on my mind since we last met is we learned new information about CWCB's funding available this legislative session. which unfortunately is not what we were necessarily hoping it was going to be when we met in Finance Committee a couple months ago. I don't want to put you on the spot to answer, but one thing that I would like you and Excel to think about is if there might be some alternative way that the board could demonstrate its support this cycle that would allow the transaction, allow the process to go forward without tying up $20 million in this legislative cycle, knowing that we're not going to spend that money for some 2, 3, I don't know how many years, but it's not going to be this year. It's not going to be next year in all likelihood. Just as an alternative, again, I would hate for that to necessarily stop this important process from proceeding, but I also recognize that we have more pressure on our budget this year. And if the money isn't actually going to be transferred, could a resolution or some other type of demonstration of support be sufficient for the parties to move forward? And then we could look at appropriations in future years. So again, you don't need to answer, just something to think about before we meet again in January.
Yeah, thanks. I guess just a couple of quick statements on that. One is, we would love a firm commitment of the funds. And, the concern is twofold. Number one is we already know our friends at the Capitol are looking to maybe sweep some money from the severance funds that are available for these purposes. And so, at least in our theory, if it's committed by this board, it's sort of locked up and not available for the legislature to divert to other purposes. Number two, we don't know what future severance tax revenue will be. And so we're hoping to take advantage of this time of relatively plumb revenue from the severance taxes. That said, again, we very much appreciate the board's involvement. A strong statement of support is better than no statement of support. But we're really hoping and looking for a strong commitment of funding at this point.
Director Vasquez.
Yes, I was going to ask some of the high-level questions that have already been asked. So I come down to a Picayune question, and that is in your note to us, you indicated that you didn't think that there would be a change in seniority should this right be converted to an in-stream flow. And I'm curious, not being a lawyer myself, how that would work.
Sure. In a change of water rights proceeding, like what we're contemplating, and the in-stream flow agreement, that's the precursor to that. The utility, the strong benefit of that whole process is maintaining the senior priority of the water right. So when you go through a change proceeding, everybody and their uncle gets to weigh in and say, well, you need to insist upon X, Y, and Z terms to protect us, but you get to maintain the existing priority of the water right, even though you're going to use it for a new use. And that's what, we go through water court process that happens every day in Colorado, although sometimes it takes many years to do, in order to achieve those goals, whether the water right is a senior water right that's been used for agricultural purposes, that's now being converted to be used for municipal purposes. The primary difference here is that in many ways, this is a little simpler. And I go back to Chairman Felt's observation before about, is this more complicated than the normal in-stream flow acquisition or donation type transaction? And maybe in some ways because of the existing agreements, because of the importance of the water right on the river that you just heard about. But in many ways, it's simpler because this water right is non-consumptive. So you don't have to go through that lengthy, expensive, and detailed, ugly process about determining what the historical consumptive use was of an agricultural water right, the historical timing and amount of the return flows of those water right, where where they return to the river and what junior water rights depended upon those return flows. Here, the water is diverted, it goes through the penstocks 2.5 miles downstream, and it comes back to the river. I don't know how long that takes, but I'm pretty confident it's less than a day. And so in that respect, it's a simpler process. That's not to diminish the significance of the project at all.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Fleming? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much again. We really appreciate the time that you've dedicated and your
Oh, I guess we do
consideration.
have one more question.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thanks to Peter and then all of the River District folks that were here today, for a showing to have this conversation with us. So thanks for your time.
Thanks. We didn't come up with a signal before I was going to tap out there at a section, but I think we made it through. The Attorney General and I for a little bit there, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, we got to make a few adjustments to our agenda here. Attorney General Weiser has asked if he could do his Attorney General's report before lunch. So we'll do that next. Then we will break for lunch, probably a 30-minute lunch. We're going to move items 6 and 7 to after item 10, which is the report out from executive session. Clear as the Shoshone discussion?
I promise to be quick.
Okay.
First, picking up on Commissioner Greenberg's point about mental health, I will say in terms of the work of our office, it has been front and center. As you know, Mr. Chair, the work on the opioid crisis has been something of great concern that I know has affected rural Colorado in particular. We've now stood up 19 regions. Many of you here are somewhat familiar. I know you are with yours. It's really been a great model of bottom-up work. We're now focused on youth mental health with $32 million distributed from a settlement with Juul related to a youth vaping crisis and a broader challenge that includes the impact of social media on youth mental health. We sued Meta recently, owner of Instagram and Facebook. I also think about all the issues we're talking about in a similar spirit, depending on your favorite quote. One of mine is all of us need all of us. But I also think Ben Franklin's either we hang together or we hang separately conveys the message. This is a special community. I'm so sorry I wasn't here yesterday when Russ George joined us, because his spirit around that leadership is something really special. He talked about working hard to ask 2 questions. What do you need and what can you give up? I think we just heard a good case about what we need around the Shoshone issue that we'll have to be working hard on. And I know that from some of those in attendance, the work of the Interbasin Compact Commission is really an important idea to have these roundtables. And I know that now having Becky Mitchell heading up the IBCC is giving a little more bandwidth to our DNR head, which is great to see. And I've not been able to join this year, so I don't know that I've officially welcomed our new executive director. It's great for us to have such a seasoned and accomplished policy wonk, if I will, at the helm, who knows these issues so well. It's a special community, and it's great to have your leadership. And finally, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge our state engineer, who has served our state with such great distinction and will leave a real vacuum. Thank you for your service as well. On the work of our office, I will acknowledge, and I think there's going to be more time for this around the drought task force, a lot of really good conversations. One, picking up our DNR director's leadership, there's a clear consensus around wildfire resilience and the connection to water and the importance of protecting water quality. And as has already been noted, there's a lot of discussion about what type of storage and what type of infrastructure projects are going to be important. It was already mentioned in the report earlier about clean water. I'll get to an issue there in a minute on that. We need to look hard and long at how we're using this funding opportunity and make sure we make the most of it. I'm worried that we're going to underinvest rather than overinvest, because the need for more resilience of all kinds, more adaptability of all kinds, takes thought, planning, and real efforts. There are a lot of issues that still lie in the balance. One opportunity here is obviously more effective types of measurement to help us with that resilience and adaptability. Using new technologies to that is a real opportunity. And then an area that there's some promise, but we need to lean into is reuse, how we reuse water and having more effective potable reuse. So those are a few things we talked about in our letter. We recognize there's a lot still happening in the Colorado River that we're going to be watching. The lower basin states having to get into reality is, to me, the biggest starting place. But ideally, we're going to get to a place that we're all asking how we work together on a series of challenges that our state has to meet, and we don't have a ton of time to meet it. We are now in the Supreme Court in the Rio Grande case. For those who've not been tracking this, Colorado's issues are adjacent because most of the dispute was essentially between Texas and New Mexico, but there are broader legal issues that are going to be in the Supreme Court case. So we're going to be working hard on it. The U.S. government, unfortunately, is sticking its nose into this case in a way that we don't think is necessary, appropriate, or constructive. And so the states are effectively all aligned against the U.S. government at the Supreme Court level here. The final issue I want to mention, which gets to water quality, is PFAS. For those who've not been tracking this issue, it's really important. There has been some efforts to put some settlements on the table only for water providers by 3M and DuPont, who are two of the main producers of these PFAS or forever chemicals. There are deadlines to opt out of those two settlements only for water providers, but it's worth noting that the affected populations go well beyond just pure water providers. Obviously, people who are near industrial uses. So if you think about the Suncor plant and individuals in Commerce City, that's an affected population, or people in the El Paso County who are closer to an Air Force base. So there's a lot of affected parties. Water providers, we know, are an important one. We're going to be working both with the current settlements and more broadly on this issue. Anyone with concerns or questions, you can email our team at pfas@coag.gov. Because of the interest of time and lunch, I don't want to go on any further, but if there are questions, I'll happily take them.
All right. Thank you. Other questions for Attorney General Weiser? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Okay. So we're going to break for lunch. A couple lunch advisories, I guess, if we don't have a dining room. So we have this table. So apologies, but that was what was available to us. So you can eat with your plate on your lap, I guess. And I think we definitely have food for the board and staff, and we have more guests than we anticipated. So I'd like to have board and staff get fed, and then whatever's left over, we're welcome to share. And we'll take 30 minutes. So it's 1:10. So we will be back to work at 1:40. And we'll be starting with item 9 at 1:40. We're in recess. resume our meeting here. Wow. Just a lot of trivial conversations going on, I guess. Great. Thank you, everybody. So we are, as I said, we're going to go to executive session next. And then the report from executive session, and then we'll jump back to item 6 and 7, the WOTUS updates and the SCPP item. But we might need Jen Mealy to inform our executive session. You first. We are ready for item 9, executive session.
My apologies. I thought we were going to do agenda item 6 and 7 before executive session. No.
Well,
Great.
I guess we're not.
Thank you. We are about to go into executive session. During executive session, we will consider items 9A and 9B on the board's agenda. This session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24-64023A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. I think we are now ready for a motion.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Okay, Director Boucher, second by Director Brody. All those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are going into executive session. So, yep. Okay. All right, so we'll resume here in regular session with item 6, which is Waters of the United States updates.
Excuse me, may I interrupt? Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I do the report coming out of executive session
Oh.
before we go to agenda item 6, please?
What, just because it's on the agenda? Sorry about that. I'm really excited.
Good for you.
Oh, sorry, now I've lost my, okay. This is agenda item 10. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 9A and 9B. The discussion during executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken during executive session. We are now out of executive session and on to item 6. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome, Amy.
Thank you, Director Felt, members of the board. For the record, this is Amy Ostick, Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And for this update, I'm actually going to hand it over to Andy Nasevich with the Attorney General's Office to provide an update to the board on federal jurisdiction over waters of the United States. So, Andy?
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, board. Again, for the record, my name is Andy Nasevich, Assistant Attorney General with the Federal Interstate Water Unit, and I'm here to just give a brief update on waters of the United States, or what it's also known as WOTUS. So waters of the United States, it's a term in the Federal Clean Water Act that's referring to the scope of federal jurisdiction to regulate waters. This specifically comes up in the context of dredge and fill permits or Section 404 permits. So think of requirements and permittings for construction of dams, for filling of wetlands, those sort of permit activities. Now, waters of the United States was not defined in the Clean Water Act, and so the scope of federal jurisdiction and the meaning of that term has been subject to about 40 years of litigation. It's been up to the U.S. Supreme Court multiple times, and more recently, we've had dueling back and forth on regulations as new administrations come in from the Corps of Engineers and the Environmental Protection Agency about what exactly is WOTUS. So the updates that I wanted to give you all here today are two main things that happened in 2023. The big one is that the Corps of Engineers and Environmental Protection Agency passed a new rule, the 2023 rules, to define WOTUS. It adopted the significant nexus test, which is a term that had been used in some prior rules and had been referenced in some prior court opinions. Basically, the significant nexus test is whether or not a body of water, say a wetland, significantly affects other bodies of waters like a major river. It's a relatively broad test. It extends to a fairly great deal of waters and federal jurisdiction over those waters. Those 2023 rules were subject to basically immediate court challenges, like the rules that preceded it. And implementation of those rules was enjoined in about 27 states, not including Colorado. The rules did go into effect in Colorado. Meanwhile, there was a court case going through the federal courts that wound up in front of the Supreme Court, Sackett v. EPA. That court case wasn't about the 2023 rules specifically, but it was about this significant nexus test. The court issued its opinion May 25th this year, and they rejected that significant nexus test. The test that they used instead, and I'll just go over that briefly, was the waters in question. Say if you're looking at a wetland, the water must be adjacent to a relatively permanent body of water connected to traditional interstate navigable waters, and it must have a continuous surface connection with that water, making it difficult to determine where the water ends and the wetland begins. So this is a significantly more restrictive test than the significant nexus test. It did limit significantly the scope of federal jurisdiction and what is defined as waters of the United States. So accordingly, after the Sackett decision, the Corps of Engineers and the Environmental Protection Agency, they issued a revised rule to be consistent with the Sackett decision. So it removed that significant nexus test that is no longer the test in effect, and it instead applies that Sackett test that I just went through. Those revised rules went into effect on September 8th. So the effect here in Colorado, now Sackett was specifically about wetlands, but that test that I just described, it also has implications for other bodies of waters. Think intermittent and ephemeral streams, of which Colorado has quite a bit. The number that I've been hearing is that the Sackett decision likely removed federal protection and federal regulation over about 50% of Colorado waterways and wetlands. Colorado is undertaking a stakeholder process right now to put in its own dredge and fill regulatory framework. So we're not relying on the federal government and the Corps of Engineers. So those are those two big updates right now. I know we're a little behind schedule, but I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions on WOTUS? Yes, Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Felt. Setting up a new permitting process, a new permitting regime, obviously a pretty big undertaking. And I don't want you to prejudge the stakeholder process, but can you give us any insight as to kind of what that might look like, how the state might go about it?
You know, I have not been involved in that stakeholder process. If that's a question the board is interested in, that'd probably be a better topic for a different speaker, to be honest.
I do think it would be good for us to hear more about at the appropriate time, maybe when we meet jointly with the Water Quality Control Commission.
Yeah, which is during our next meeting, if I understand right. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 7, Sister. Huh?
You're right.
Okay. I'm starting to second guess myself.
You're doing great.
I'm losing my confidence. System Conservation Pilot Program and Conservation Projects funded through bipartisan infrastructure law funds.
Thank you so much. And again, for the record, Amy Ostick with Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I am here today to talk about the System Conservation Pilot Program. This is a decision item for the board, but I will keep it as brief as possible. I know you all are pretty familiar with the SCPP by now. So I believe it was just after your September meeting, maybe the day after, in fact, that the Upper Colorado River Commission voted to move forward with the System Conservation Pilot Program again in 2024, but implementing a number of changes. And I think that I talked to you all about the changes that might be coming if they chose to move forward with it at the last board meeting. But just wanted to highlight what those are and what the UCRC voted on. So first, SCPP in 2024 will be moving forward much earlier. And in fact, as Director Riss pointed out, the application window is actually open. The UCRC website, water users can go and apply if they'd like to. The second big change is that there is a firm fixed pricing mechanism. So we're hoping that'll make it a little bit easier to facilitate the process, a little bit more straightforward for water users. They know what they're going to get at the outset. Next, there were some issues around conserved consumptive use estimates, and I think water users not being completely certain how they should go about estimating how much water they would conserve. So to try to help with those complications, we are requiring pre-meetings with Wilson Water Group, the UCRC's consultant, ahead of people submitting applications. So those are some of the big process changes across the Upper Basin that we're implementing. But the other thing we're doing specifically in Colorado is providing an opportunity for folks to review applications that we receive. And we're going to make very, very clear in the application process that all this information that people are providing will be subject to review. That would not include personal identifying information like phone numbers, email addresses, things like that. But if anyone wants to get signed up to receive the applications, we have created a dedicated email address here, dnr_ColoradoSCPP@state.co.us. So we would just encourage anyone who wants to receive those applications to get signed up at that email address by December 18th, 2023. And again, anyone who signs up will receive all the applications that we receive in Colorado, and they'll have the opportunity to provide comments on those. The other pretty big change here is SCPP 2024 will have a more limited scope. And the goal here is to really prioritize projects that result in water conservation and also inform demand management feasibility questions and or support innovation and local resilience, like building resilience to long-term drought. So, the underlying goal here, I think, was to, if we were going to do SCPP again, to do it in a way that really supports water users adapting to drought. So I moved through that very quickly. I know we're a little bit behind, but that brings us to this board's role in the SCPP. So as you all are very aware, the Upper Colorado River Commission is responsible for running the program and managing the program, but this board has the opportunity to approve SCPP as a water conservation program pursuant to statute, and to provide the protections offered in statute for historical consumptive use. So that is what I am here today seeking from this board. And I have another recommendation relating to projects funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law, but maybe we should start here.
Okay, are there questions on the SCPP? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Amy. Board members, are you going to automatically send that to us, or do you want us to sign up?
I can just go ahead and consider you all signed up if you'd like.
I would.
Yeah, happy to get you on that list.
Thanks.
Are there other questions? Okay.
I actually had a hard time when I went to the UCRC website to find it. If you could recommend to them, make it a little easier to access.
Sure. Yeah, so, I will say, I believe last time I went to UCRC's website, there's kind of a banner at the top that says, SCPP 2024. And I found that that's the easiest place to click through to find it. Because there's a lot of resources on the UCRC's website for the previous years of SCPP, which is all very helpful. But yeah, we can certainly suggest they make it more accessible, that you can just get right to the application.
Well, I would just say that, one, I'm really happy to be having this conversation in November instead of March. And I'm sure our agricultural community appreciates that. And two, as you know, last March, we had a long and painful conversation about SCPP and how we all felt about it. But I just want to reiterate, I think I said this in September maybe, but I do want to reiterate that the idea that we're now prioritizing projects that advance drought resilience and conservation, to me, it just gives this program so much more validity. And I have had conversations, at the water conservancy districts that I serve in and at the roundtable and explaining this. And while the flaws are still there to some extent, people seem to really grasp this and appreciate the improvements. And so I too appreciate it and the thoughtfulness that was applied. And it sounds to me like Colorado once again sort of led the upper basin in this direction. So anyway, I'm surprised to be supportive, but I'm pleased that I can be supportive. So yeah. So I don't know if there's any other comments or if there's a motion to on the staff recommendation. Director Combs?
I make a motion for staff recommendation on item 7.
Second from Director Brody. Any other comments, discussion? Director Sakata?
Are we going to discuss the other program?
The what?
Bipartisan infrastructure law. Yes.
I
Yes,
guess-
I was going to talk a little bit about that after, but I can go ahead and address that now if you'd like to do them.
You
both
want to hear
at
it now before we vote?
Yeah. Yes,
once. Oh,
please.
okay. Well,
Okay.
Because item 7 includes both items, doesn't it?
Just a question, Amy, did you intend to separate those out to be two separate?
I did
recommendations?
intend for them to be two separate decision items, but if you'd like me to discuss the bipartisan infrastructure law part before voting, I'm happy to do that too.
Does it affect your vote? Okay, then let's act on the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve the SCPP staff recommendations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now we can talk about the conservation projects funded through bipartisan infrastructure law funds.
Great. Thank you, Director Felt. So as you all are aware, there are a lot of various sources of federal funding available at the moment. And as we've been working through System Conservation Pilot Program, we've noted that there might be some projects that don't fit squarely within SCPP, but might benefit from bipartisan infrastructure law funds. And as you may recall, the BIL funds are really focused on things like measurement, monitoring, and implementing the drought contingency plan. And some of those projects might have water conservation components. So we don't have any of those, those types of projects that would include conservation components under contract in Colorado at this time. But what we'd like to do is provide assurances for potential applicants or folks that might have projects fitting this category, that they also would fit under the same statutory protections as SCPP. And we are happy to provide more information to the board as those projects develop. But that's kind of the goal here.
Okay, other questions? Director Sakata.
Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate that because I'm a little concerned again because of the transparency issue last time with SCPP. I just feel I don't know, how they're going about recruiting for these projects, what their timeline for these projects are, anything like that. It makes sense that it should be a conservation program, so I'm not against that process, but just keeping us up to date about what these are and how they're being reviewed and who's reviewing them, I think would be important.
Sure. No, we're very happy to do that. And the other thing I'll note is that some of the projects funded by bipartisan infrastructure law funds, I think this board is familiar with, but might not be aware that they might be funded additionally by these funds, like I'm trying to think, soil moisture type projects. Brian. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the projects that are being funded by bipartisan infrastructure law, the types of projects. Stream gauges, eddy covariance towers. Thank you for coming up with all the words that I suddenly blanked on. Weather stations. But we'd be happy to provide a more comprehensive update of exactly what types of projects those are.
Okay, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, Brian, this would be the additional funding to maintain the eddy covariance tower in Kremling, is that correct? So Director Sakata, I think that a lot of these, as far as like the list of what was just made, so, this board approved that project way back when the funding is gone, but in order to maintain now the eddy covariance tower, it's coming in. So just whatever that's worth. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll also note that I think some of these projects, we might need to go through the SCPP process first to kind of identify some of them that might not fall squarely within SCPP, that might include a water conservation component. So some of it might be a bit of a timing issue, but we're again happy to return and let you all know what those are.
So is the definition of a conservation project something that this seems a little circular, like how will you determine if something is a conservation project and then would fall under the protections that we're preparing to afford it?
Sure. So I guess I'm thinking of this in terms of projects that involve conserved consumptive use or, some kind of enrollment of, someone's historical water use. So I think they'd be kind of similar in nature potentially to SCPP projects, but not fitting squarely within that framework.
Are there other questions? Or is there a motion to, oh yeah, Director Cloud.
So are you planning on having like several applicants or is this,
So my understanding at this point is that most of the bipartisan infrastructure law funded projects will be more of what Brian was just talking about, the eddy covariance towers, things like that. So I don't want to be pre-decisional about this because it's, without having seen the SCPP applications, for example, it's hard to know exactly what types of projects would fit within this. I don't anticipate a lot, is my 2 cents. I don't anticipate this being a major program because, you know, in theory, a lot of the conserved consumptive use projects should fit within SCPP.
Director Vasquez?
You said measuring and monitoring. I don't know, would soil moisture monitoring be included?
Yes.
Okay. And what about lysimeter studies? More of a stretch, I think.
No, we're focused on variance.
Yeah, just come up here, Brian. Sorry.
We're focused on eddy covariance towers, which are similar in what they measure to lysimeters. There are no lysimeters planned for this current funding that we have.
I asked because we have a project in North Park, so curious.
Sorry, what was that?
We have a project in the North Platte Basin.
Yeah, there are several lysimeters around the state, Rocky Ford, North Park. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Is there a motion to extend the conservation program, designated conservation program protections to these types of projects as well? Director Vasquez, okay. Director Cloud, second. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, good lunch.
Okay, we'll move on to item 11, Colorado River updates.
All right. Thank you so much. Again, for the record, Amy Ostick with the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I'm here to give the Colorado River updates. Just a few notes before I get started. One is that at this board's request, we are no longer doing the extended hydrology update as part of this regular update. There is information in your board memo, and we, as in Brian and Michelle, are happy to answer any of the kind of technical hydrology related questions that you might have about any of that, or I can try to do my best to. But just wanted to let you all know that if in the future you think it would be useful to reinstate that, let us know and we're happy to do it. And it may also make sense to do that, you know, maybe when the August 24-month study comes out, for example. So we can still do those at some interval, just not at every board meeting. I also just wanted to say I am so thrilled that Michael Elizabeth Sakis is on the team. I know that that's already been mentioned, but it's already just been so great having her in the loop on all Colorado River things and having her expertise. And on a communications related note, I wanted to just remind you all of the communications toolkit that you have, the Colorado River Comms Toolkit, and let you know that we've done some updates to that with the more recent infographics, and we'll continue updating that regularly. If you have any questions about accessing that or anything, let me or Emily Zmack know. So I wanted to take the time today, and I'll keep this pretty brief, but I just wanted to give a quick overview of the various NEPA processes that are ongoing on the Colorado River, because there are a lot. So the three that I wanted to highlight are the near-term Colorado River operations, the interim supplemental EIS on the 2007 guidelines, the Glen Canyon Dam long-term experimental and management plan supplemental EIS, and finally, the post-2026 process. And you are all pretty familiar with these to some extent, but I know it can get confusing when we're talking about them interchangeably. So just wanted to kind of highlight what they're all focused on and what the timeline is on each and kind of what we're up to in each of these categories. So the two that are more near term, first, the supplemental EIS for the 07 guidelines. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about where we are in that process in just a moment, but just a reminder that that's only through 2026. So that process is really just meant to supplement the current guidelines in place until they expire. The Glen Canyon Dam long-term environmental and management plan. So this is limited to the LTEMP record of decision. And one important thing to understand here is that this is really just limited to the hourly, daily, monthly operations at Glen Canyon Dam. All of that is subject to the 07 guidelines. So the annual releases from the 07 guidelines, this has to operate within that. And it's really, the goal is to manage resources downstream of Glen Canyon Dam. So that is ongoing right now. Colorado just provided a letter relating to the scoping process. And just so you all know, Michelle Garrison is the state's representative on there are so many acronyms, the Adaptive Management Work Group for the LTEMP, the AMWIG for the LTEMP. If you have any questions specific to that, always feel free to reach out to Michelle. She's very, very knowledgeable about that program. And finally, the longer term process that we're engaged in, the post 2026 negotiations and the NEPA process for that. And so, anything that comes after the 07 guidelines, the post 2026 operations, that will also be the framework for whatever comes next for the LTEMP. Because again, that, LTEMP is subject to the 07 guidelines or what comes after them. So just wanted to give you a minute with that, because again, it can get really muddy and confusing with so many NEPA processes going on. And really what our goal is at this time is just to make sure that we are adequately creating a record, protecting Colorado's interests in Colorado River matters in these various contexts. So that's really what we've been focused on. But I want to take a moment and zoom in on the 2007 guidelines supplemental EIS process, because it turns out not that long of a road in terms of NEPA processes, but it feels like it's been a long road because there have been a lot of turns in the road, I guess, so to speak. So just a reminder of where we've been on this. The process was initiated because, as you are all aware, Lake Powell and Lake Mead hit critically low levels, and the Bureau of Reclamation determined that more was needed to protect those reservoirs. The 07 guidelines just weren't going to cut it. So they initiated the process in January of 2023. 6 states provided a consensus-based modeling approach, presenting an option that 6 of the states believed could work to protect the system. April 2023, Reclamation released a draft supplemental EIS, focusing on 2 alternatives, calling for cuts in the lower basin states. And I'm breezing through all this because I know that I've briefed you on them before, but just want to put where we are now in context. May 2023, by that point, things had, I guess, changed in the world a little bit. We got a bit of snow, and the lower division states provided a proposal to voluntarily conserve 3 million acre feet of water. At that time, I think, we heard a lot in the news about the historic Colorado River Agreement that the basin states had reached. And we were very clear to say, actually, the upper division states just requested that analysis that proposal be analyzed more, that we didn't have enough information to say, yes, we agree with this. Yes, we think it's sufficient to protect the system. So we simply requested an analysis of that. And that brings us to where we are today, with a revised draft supplemental environmental impact statement that was just released in October 25th to be exact. And I just want to provide a high-level overview of what we're seeing in this revised draft SEIS. The first thing is that there's I can't remember what they called it, a letter to the reader that recognizes that the hydrology has really improved. So Reclamation essentially states that because of the improved hydrology, things have shifted a little bit. And so we're now looking at things through that lens. There is now 1 proposed alternative listed in the draft SEIS, and that is the proposal to conserve 3 million acre feet. The other 2 alternatives that we saw in the last DSEIS are also included, but they're in the section titled alternatives considered but not analyzed in detail. And I want to caveat all this with, the fact that this is a really long and technically dense document. So I don't want to get ahead of our technical team. We have a lot of questions and a lot of analysis to do, but just want to let you know kind of what it says at a high level. So the proposed alternative assumes 3 million acre feet of lower basin conservation through 2026, with 1.5 million of that by the end of 2024. And this would be 2.3 million acre feet of this would be compensated by federal funds. There's also a statement that some of this could include creation of intentionally created surplus, which is a tool that was created in the 07 guidelines and carried forward in the drought contingency plan, whereby the lower basin states have an ability to conserve water in Lake Mead for later use. So we have some questions about how that would work. We have a lot of questions about how this would work. So we are going to continue analyzing what we're seeing. Brian and Michelle have been hard at work looking at all this. We'll be talking with the other upper division states about what they're seeing, and comments are due on December 11th. So those are the things that we'll be working through in the very near future. But you know, what we continue to believe is that it's in all of our best interests to look farther into the future, post 2026 operations. I think, you know, looking at this DSEIS, looking at everything that's happened in the last several years on the Colorado River really highlights that we just need to do better. We just need better operational guidelines for Powell and Mead. And so we've really been focused on getting the best deal next time around. On that note, I did want to highlight that the Bureau of Reclamation recently posted a scoping report and an outline of the purpose and need for the post 2026 guidelines. So we are again looking at that and continuing to look at everything post 2026 through the lens of these irrefutable truth negotiating principles that Commissioner Mitchell has set out, and making sure that really at every step of the way we're protecting Colorado's interests in this process. So you all are, again, pretty familiar with these. They are in your board communications toolkit. Another quick update I'll provide here is that we've been working our way through all the basin roundtables, which has been really great, and really focusing on talking about these. You know, how are people feeling about them? What input do people have? And we've gotten a lot of really great input. So we'll continue that as we move forward and continue to get people's thoughts around the states as we move through the post 2026 negotiations. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions for her? Nope. Yes, Director Sakata. Should I just call on you after every item and then see if anyone has questions?
No, no. Thanks, Amy, for that update. So from my farmer perspective, then see if am I understanding this right. A lot of the focus and need for this this interim guideline is for the record, so to speak. I mean, it may essentially get us through the next 2 years, what they're proposing, but really it's important to put in the record to build on the future, what we want to achieve. Is that kind of the bottom line?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I know what you're asking about. Are you talking about the supplemental EIS process?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. I think, you know, we all have interest in ensuring that the reservoirs don't sink to critically low levels and exactly creating a record, making sure that Colorado's interests are protected throughout that process.
Great. Sorry.
I think it isn't, to me, having been involved in NEPA processes, yes, it's to make the record, but it's also to influence the decision. And, you know, that is the process by which the federal agency, whoever's taking the lead on the federal action, will receive feedback. They are required per NEPA to at least consider that feedback. They don't have to agree with it. But it's an opportunity to hopefully influence the decision positively.
One more question. I'm trying to find it, and this question is probably not going to be clear either, but there was a comment that I highlighted that one of the releases, an LTEMP release, they claim to have no authority to correct the inadvertent release.
So that's actually, I'm glad that you raised that. You read our memos very carefully, Director Sakata. So that is actually under the 07 guidelines. There's an attempt to, you know, balance the reservoirs, and sometimes because of forecasts, because, you know, Lake Mead, because of things that might be happening in the lower basin, Lake Mead might be a little bit higher than they anticipated. Inflows into Lake Powell, you know, might not be what they expected. And yeah, it turns out sometimes they release more water from Lake Powell than they actually should have.
Questions? I guess just one final one for me is the two alternatives that were in the supplemental draft, you know, the EIS that they started last spring. Have those alternatives have been shelved? I mean, they were sort of similar, but to one another, but seemed like they were perspective, maybe a little more pointed. But, you know, had a little more, there was more behind them, it seemed like, than they've now seemed to have just shifted to this California plan and maybe aren't considering those other two. Is that right?
Fair assessment. Like I said, the two alternatives still appear in the, you know, considered but not analyzed in detail section. But yeah, I think that this signals that reclamation is really focused on this new proposal rather than those other two alternatives.
Okay.
Out of ourselves in terms of talking about performance. So I think we still have some work to do to really fully understand how this new alternative would operate. We need to understand the assumptions behind it. You know, going back to that ICS component, we need to understand it better to really have a clear understanding of how it would perform. But I think that all of your observations are very fair.
So is there any chance in influencing them with your comments to include evaporative losses in transit in that consideration?
Yeah, that's a really great question, Director Vasquez. I'm glad you brought it up. So evaporation transit losses, you know, Reclamation has committed to conducting a study to look at what the evaporation transit losses are in the lower basin. And I think there are some that would say, you know, as long as there are 1.5 million acre feet of cuts in the lower basin, you know, call it what you want. Others may think it's important to call it out directly. So I think that your point, I understand the point that you're making, and we'll continue to push on the need for inclusion of evaporation and transit losses in the lower basin. I can't speak to when and how exactly that'll happen or when the federal government will do that.
Okay, next up is item 12, Upper Colorado and San Juan Recovery Program updates with Kara Shield.
Hello, thank you. For the record, Kara Shield, CWCB staff. I serve as the Endangered Species Program, Endangered Species Recovery Program Manager. This is agenda item 12, an update on the Upper Colorado and San Juan Recovery Programs. This is an informational item only. We thought that we might take the time today to give this board a refresher on how this program operates and the benefits that it provides, which might have been well placed before Caleb's presentation. But the main purpose of today is to give you all an update on the reauthorization process that's going on right now for these important programs. And hitting you pretty hard with this map of the Colorado Basin, but we're going to be talking about a little bit different aspect of that, and that is our fish friends who have occupied this river for the last 3 to 5 million years. And specifically, I am talking about these 4 species: the Colorado pike minnow, the humpback chub, the razorback sucker, and the bony tail. And historically, these 4 fish have dominated the Colorado River Basin. They are well equipped to handle the flashy desert rivers that are characteristic of much of the basin. But over the last century, due to drastic changes in their habitat, the population of these species have declined to a point nearing extinction. An idea of some of the habitat changes I'm talking about. Pictured here is the San Juan River over 100 years apart. And you can see the many drastic changes that have happened. most obvious is that the channel has narrowed and there's a lot more vegetation, but much less obvious from this static picture is the changes in flow regime that have happened because of upstream reservoirs, human development, and a changing climate. Habitat changes have led to a decline in these species to a point where the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has listed them as federally endangered, which means that they are protected under the Endangered Species Act, which was passed by Congress in 1973. And following the passage of that act, all federal agencies and any water project that has a federal nexus needs to comply with the requirements of that act in order to conserve and protect the endangered and threatened species and their habitats. And due to the imperiled status of these fish in the basin, in 1983, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service proposed no further net depletions in the Upper Colorado River Basin was necessary to protect the endangered fish. And this obviously posed a great conflict in the basin. So in 1984, spurred by the Colorado Water Congress, the Upper Colorado Coordinating Committee was established to come up with a solution to this. And the group was really focused on an overall question, which is how do we meet the needs of these species and assist with their recovery on a programmatic level, while also allowing water development in the basin to continue for the well-being of the people who live and use this water. So in 1988, that solution was established, which is the Upper Colorado Recovery Program. And then shortly after, in 1992, the sister program just a little bit farther south, the San Juan Recovery Program, was established. Programs were established by a signing of a cooperative agreement between federal, state, tribal, and non-governmental agencies. And they do exactly what that original group sought out to. They work collaboratively to protect the endangered fish while still providing for the water needs of the community. Programs do so by focusing on these 6 elements of recovery. They are in-stream flow management, habitat development and maintenance, propagation and stocking, non-native fish management, research and monitoring, and outreach and education. So I'm going to go into depth on what we do under each one of these categories. So first off, in-stream flow management, this is probably the most familiar to this group, but the program augments flows through critical reaches of habitat for the endangered fish. And we've worked really hard to secure firms water or firm storage dedicated for use by the recovery program. And this is done largely through partnership with the CWCB and utilization of our in-stream flow program to acquire this storage and then subsequently deliver and protect it through these critical reaches of habitat. We also work with other partners, water providers, energy producers, irrigators to lease their water when it is available. This slide lists out the number of storage pools that the recovery program most often uses. Caleb did a really great job of going through the storage that we use on the Colorado River, but we're also doing similar types of augmentation throughout the basin. And it's quite heavy on information, and I understand that, but it's actually, I think, quite telling of how this process works because of the number of people and entities that are involved in collaborating to get this water through these reaches of river for the protection of these species. Habitat loss and alteration. The program is undertaking several activities that help to improve the quality and quantity of the habitat needed for recovery. And different techniques are used to create a variety of habitat types that are important to these species, like backwater spawning habitats and floodplain wetlands. Spawning habitat is essential to the recovery of all of these species. And we can improve on the availability and access to that spawning habitat through projects like the one shown in the middle, which is a fish ladder that was constructed on the Grand Valley project that allows for fish passage past the roller dam. Reconnecting habitat like this is especially important for a highly migratory species like the Colorado pike minnow and the razorback sucker. Floodplain wetlands like the one shown in the picture on the right are creating an increasingly important habitat type for these fish. Currently, we manage several floodplain sites on the Colorado and Green Rivers that have control structures that allow us to manage water levels to provide nursery habitats, mostly for razorback sucker and bonytail. The picture on the left shows some wild spawned young of year bonytail that were found in Stewart Lake this year, which is one of those managed sites. Tracking efforts exist on the upper Colorado and Green Rivers for razorback sucker and for bonytail, and then for pike minnow and razorback sucker on the San Juan River, in the San Juan River Basin. There are 5 hatchery facilities that exist throughout the basin, including one that's managed by CPW, the Muma Native Aquatic Species Restoration Facility in Almosa. Predation from non-native fish have played a role in the decline of these endangered fish. Over time, certain non-native species have successfully reproduced in the rivers and at many times are outproducing the native fish. This is often because these non-native species are better able to exploit the wider range of environmental conditions that have resulted from altered habitat, like truncated peak flows and lower and warmer base flows. Among the most problematic are walleye, smallmouth bass, and northern pike in the upper Colorado and Green Rivers, and carp and channel catfish in the San Juan River. The program and program partners have been spending an abundant amount of time on the mechanical removal of these species. For example, our partners at CPW conduct non-native removals on 105 miles of river in the Yampa, White, Colorado, and Gunnison. Removal has had variable success. Northern pike seem to have been meaningfully reduced in the Yampa, where they were once a dominant species. However, smallmouth bass, on the other hand, still remain a dominant species on many of the rivers. They thrive in that clear, warm flows that result as part of drought and have high reproductive rates. So it is unlikely that we will be able to control these populations only with mechanical removal. However, the program has had a great success recently with supplementing the removal with our managed stream flows that will help to disrupt the smallmouth bass reproduction. The program is also combating non-natives with eliminating in-river spawning habitats, screening off ponds and reservoirs to prevent escapement, and then identifying sources of non-natives. The picture on the left shows a newly installed screen on Ridgeway Reservoir that the CWCB contributed $1 million towards in 2021. Monitoring are essential components of our management to help to inform all the other recovery elements. Research helps us test out the effectiveness of our management, and monitoring is performed to track the species status and their trends. Juveniles and adults are implanted with tags and then tracked throughout the system. And here I've included a couple of pictures of myself having one of the best days of my in my career so far out helping with some of these efforts. We got a razorback sucker and a pike minnow that day. Integral to all of these elements, we are working hard to spread the good word about the recovery programs. We work to build collaborative relationships throughout the basin, and the recovery program is also working with CPW on several of these efforts. CPW hosts different non-native fishing tournaments throughout the basin. Here's a couple of lucky winners that have won a prize for catching the most smallmouth bass out of Elk Head Reservoir. The CWCB also contributes towards the prize money of these tournaments, and they have been extremely successful in being able to remove these non-native species as well as spread awareness about their effects. successful implementation of all these elements, the program is in turn able to provide streamlined Endangered Species Act compliance for over 1,500 water projects in Colorado. And importantly, since the initiation of these recovery programs, no water project in the Upper Colorado Basin has been halted because of Endangered Species Act compliance for the listed fish, nor have any lawsuits been filed challenging the Endangered Species Act compliance facilitated by the recovery programs. Wondering how these fish are doing. The humpback chub currently resides in 5 stable populations, 4 in the Upper Colorado, and then 1 large complex in the Grand Canyon. These populations have exhibited resiliency by naturally completing all life stages. They cover a broad geographic extent and are genetically diverse. For these reasons, in October 2021, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reclassified the humpback chub from endangered to threatened. The Colorado pike minnow is still listed as endangered. There are 2 remaining naturally recruiting populations in the Green River and the Colorado River, as well as a 3rd population in the San Juan River that's supplemented through stocking efforts. It's the rarest of the species. Stocking has occurred across this species historic range, but less than 1% of the stock bowtail have been recaptured in the wild. So we continue to learn about this species' needs to continually improve on our stocking efforts for them. The razorback sucker were functionally extirpated from the upper basin in 2000, but due to the program's stocking efforts, they have become a story of success. Evaluation of the hatchery-produced razorback suckers indicates that they are surviving, spawning, and producing larvae in the wild. And a wild razorback sucker was documented in the Green River in 2020, which is the first time since this species was extirpated from the upper basin. This indicates that the recovery programs can reestablish conditions that are capable of supporting entire life cycles of the species that was previously close to extinction. Because of these successes, the razorback sucker has also been recommended to be reclassified from endangered to threatened, and that is currently under review, and we expect that to come back later this year. In your memo, I provided an update on an item that this group has been working very hard on the last couple of years, and that starts with a new funding structure. So due to the impacts on the reliability of hydropower funding, the partners were forced to look at a new funding structure for these incredibly important programs. The partners have recommended an increase in annual funding for both the Upper Colorado and San Juan programs, funding the Upper Colorado at 9.7 million and the San Juan at 4.21 million. And this would be a cost share between federal and non-federal partners, with the states slowly increasing their contributions in fiscal year 2029. The good news is that we as a state already have this funding set aside for our anticipated contributions. This board approved a request for appropriations in November of 2022. That funding was reviewed by the legislature and signed into law June of this year in the 2023 CWCB projects bill. The federal side, the current authorization for these programs ends in September of 2024. The program partners have been working hard with our federal delegation on the reauthorization of these programs, and currently we have 2 bills that have been introduced into Congress. On the state side, or excuse me, on the Senate side, we have Senate Bill 2247, which was introduced by Senator Hickenlooper with the help of Senator Romney. Staff at CWCB and at DNR has been working very closely with Senator Hickenlooper's staff on the language of this bill. And so some key highlights from this, it would reauthorize the program for 7 years through fiscal year 2031. And importantly, it supports the increase in annual funding that was recommended by the partners, as well as adds additional authorizations to the capital projects bill. Excuse me, capital projects budget. On the House side, House Representative Bober introduced HR 4596, which mirrors many of the same attributes. However, the major difference between these two bills is the amount of annual funding that's authorized in the House version. And this is due to the current rules that are in place at the House known as pay-go. So it limits the funding levels to what was previously already authorized, meaning it would maintain the amount of funding that we're receiving right now. And both bills were heard by their representative committees earlier this year. HR 4596 passed out of committee in September, meaning that it could go to vote on the House floor at any time. Perspective, it's critical to continue to stress the importance of increased funding for these programs. The authorized annual funding has not increased since 2019, despite a 19% inflation. And I know that many of you in this room can sympathize with that, but the program is looking at having to make some crucial cuts to the activities that they're already doing under the maintained funding level, which and these activities support Endangered Species Act compliance for many projects throughout the basin. So from our conversations with the congressional staff, it's likely that there will be some negotiations between the House and Senate sides to reconcile the amount of funding. When this will happen is unclear still at this time, but from indications from congressional staff, it seems like it is most likely that some sort of reauthorization may pass with the omnibus spending bill later this year. And again, that is, totally a guess, but that is how things have been trending lately in Congress. I just wanted to thank this board for your continued support for these programs. They are extremely important to the basin. So thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kara. Are there questions for her?
Thanks, Kara, for that thorough brief. I'm curious, when you're trying to recover a species from zero, like the razorback, how do you ensure genetic diversity?
That's a great question, Dr. Vasquez. And I have to caveat this with, I'm not a biologist, I'm just a lowly engineer, so I will do my best to answer it. But they started collecting the brood stock for the razorback sucker many, many years before they were extirpated, just to increase that genetic diversity.
Please don't denigrate engineers. I'm both a biochemist and an engineer, so I can root for both sides of that.
Mr. Chairman, because of the legal status of either, threatened or endangered, do you have to, monitor and do electroshocking annually or a couple times a year to really look at where the population levels are like?
Yes, that is done continuously, actually. So we have crews out there all summer long that are doing electroshocking and collecting samples. And we also have a lot of antennas that are out in the rivers that are collecting data at any time. And then that species assessment is done on a 5-year basis. So all that data goes into the assessment of that.
It looks like, hopefully Congress will pass a budget or at least a continuing resolution. And, since this is a multi-year funding project, I assume if there is a federal government shutdown, this shouldn't have an impact on you or this program right away or anything, right? Because I can't remember for the authorization, we're a couple of years into it.
Yeah, so I won't promise to be an expert on this either, but current authorizations go through September of 2024. So we are authorized, do have funding through September of 2024.
Sakata.
Thank you, Kara. Thanks for the update. Also, I was amazed in attending some of the conferences on the West Slope that when Julie was presenting how they're adjusting flows out of reservoirs for the times of spawning. I think you briefly mentioned that. That was really critical, whether
Yeah.
for the species that you're trying to support at the right time, but also for those invasive species to actually wash them away or make it so they're not breeding as quickly. So amazing work that's been going on.
Thank you. Yeah. And, as we continue to learn and better our management, I think things like that come up, Director Sakata, where we've learned that we can get the most bang for our buck out of the water that we do have.
All right, thanks, Kara.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have item 13, which is a request for authorization to proceed to trial on opposition case number 21 CW 3085 and 21 CW 3086 in Water Division 5.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. For the record, Colin Watson, Stream and Lake Protection Section. This is an action item. Staff is seeking authorization to proceed to trial in two related cases in Division 5, 21 CW 3085 and 3086. CWCB is an opposer in both of these cases. The applicant is Elk Run Ranch and others, and a 3-day trial has been set to begin December 11th in Aspen, which I didn't know there were trials in Aspen, but I know now. Staff are preparing to participate in order to protect various in-stream flow water rights. The applications, they kind of go together. One of them's for a pond storage system. The other one's for an augmentation plan to augment out of priority depletions associated with that system. There's also a potential implication of senior irrigation water rights and their use on the property, which is one of the reasons that we're involved in the case. There has been, as Jen Mealy pointed out, there has been some recent motions in the case on that issue. There are other opposers remaining in the case currently as well. This is an overview map of the applicant's property and the in-stream flow water rights in the area. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone wanted more background information on the case. So I'll proceed to the staff recommendation. This recommendation, sometimes I present on authorization to proceed to trial in stipulated cases. We haven't stipulated in this case yet, but as you can see in the recommendation, it kind of rolls that other recommendation into it, where we're seeking authorization to defend a stipulation at trial if we do settle, if that is necessary.
Okay, is there a motion to Director Boucher?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 13A.
Okay. Second from Director Combs. Auction move there. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Colin. And item 14, notice of 2024 in-stream flow and natural lake level recommended appropriations in water divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6.
Thank you. For the record, Brandy Logan, CWCB staff. You just said the agenda item, but yes, notice of in-stream flow recommendations, divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6. This is not an action item. This is just part of our notice procedure per the rules. So see if I can advance this. Oh. That shows each of your basins, and I wanted to briefly go through the 9 recommended stream reaches and the 1 recommended lake that you may be asked to take action on at the January 2024 board meeting. In Division 1, we have 2 CPW recommendations. One is Williams Gulch, which is a tributary to the Cache La Poudre River, and the other is Square Tops Creek, which is in the headwaters of the North Fork of the South Platte. Both of these are locations where CPW has been doing extensive work for a number of years in order to introduce greenback cutthroat trout in an effort to increase the number of sustainable populations in the state. Moving to Division 6, or sorry, to Division 4, we have two more CPW recommendations, East and West Muddy Creek, which are located above Paonia Reservoir. These CPW recommendations are to protect a mixture of cold water fish like sculpin and trout, as well as a remnant population of bluehead suckers. Moving over, we have Splains Gulch and Deer Creek, which are tributaries to the East River Basin near Crested Butte. These are both recommendations from High Country Conservation Advocates to protect brook trout fisheries. And then on the west side of Division 4, we have North Lobe Creek, which is a tributary to the Dolores River Basin. This is a BLM recommendation for rainbow trout and brown trout. Moving to Division 6, we have Ways Gulch, which is a tributary to Willow Creek below Steamboat Lake. That has native mountain suckers. And then in Jackson County, we have Wheeler Creek, which supports a small brook trout fishery. Finally, in Division 2, we have a recommendation for a Titan Lake. This is to protect boreal toads. These are a state endangered amphibian species. CPW has recently translocated this species into Titan Lake in an effort to establish some additional populations. Just showing an overview of the process for new in-stream flow recommendations. Over the last year, staff has been in this phase of analysis and public outreach. We've been reviewing the recommendations and the supporting data. We have visited each of these locations, and we're currently finalizing the water availability assessments and the flow rates and preparing the executive summaries ahead of the January meeting. Per Rural In-Stream Flow 5C, we have also provided notice to the In-Stream Flow subscription mailing list. This was done back in March and again on Monday of this week. And staff has also been conducting a number of outreach efforts, including county commissioner presentations, meetings with other interested parties. We're sending letters out to adjacent landowners to inform them. And we'll be publishing notices of these recommendations in local newspapers to provide further opportunities for those who haven't heard about these recommendations through some other means. To what will happen in January. So the recommendations that we're prepared to bring forward will come to you at the January 2024 board meeting. That kind of kicks off your decision process and the hearing process. You may choose to form your intent to appropriate rights in January. If so, then there'll be an opportunity for public comment in March and then final action in May unless a hearing is necessary. That's all the information I have on this item. There is no need for action, but I can take any questions.
Okay, are there questions? Yes, Director Vasquez.
I just want to publicly thank you for inviting me on the trip to Wheeler Creek. It certainly gives me a perspective on the scrambling that you do to validate all of these proposals.
That was a nice day out in the field. I'm glad that that worked out for you to join us.
Just a question I have is in my memory from the materials in the agenda packet, which I can't seem to open up right now, but the map in that packet made me wonder if Titan Lake was actually in Lake County or might be in Eagle or Summit counties.
I hope our GIS is working correctly. I think we think it's in Division 2. We will double check and get back to you.
Okay. Cicada has it, the map that was provided in it. Yeah, it's on the picture, it's a fairway into we're not at the action point yet, but I guess just if you might just want to check, it may just be the map was
it could be
marked
or a
incorrectly.
labeling issue. We'll take a look.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. Any other questions? This one? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Amazing how we do that.
You get all the credit.
Yeah, way to go, Mr. Chair. Good job.
I feel like one of the Incredibles or something. It's going so fast, you can't even see us.
Great superpower.
It's time for our afternoon break, almost. So we'll go ahead and do that. This is a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 3:25.
Somehow you're 1 minute early.
I know. We're going to resume with item 15, financial matters. And just as a reminder, in addition to A, B, and C, we're adding consent agenda item number 6.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. And before I get started, I wanted to voice my disappointment in you, Chairman Felt. Those of you at the Finance Committee witnessed that you were entrusted with a yellow flag, and you had an opportunity at the beginning of this meeting when Director Riss announced that Deputy Director Moss announced that Cole Bedford was stolen from Team Finance. And in my arena, that warrants an unsportsmanlike conduct crime. So I'm trying to compose myself in my frustration on the sideline here, but all right, very good.
I do have it with me. And just so you know, Kirk, I've been carrying it with me to my commissioner meetings as well. Yeah.
It's effective. It gets the attention.
Yeah.
That's good. All right, so agenda item 15A is the routine financial matters report. And
All right, very good.
I wanted
I
to
do have it with me.
introduce
And
Mimi
just so you know,
Winter.
Kirk,
She's the
I've been carrying it
finance
with me to my
manager of
commissioner meetings as
the
well.
loan program.
Yeah.
And she is the one that provides me these numbers, and I consolidated it into the way I present to the board. So thank you for her hard work. She was an excellent addition to the staff. And we'll talk in the next agenda item about the Clifton Larson Allen financial compilation that she was instrumental in getting through these numbers, and I consolidated it through the system. At the bottom of that memo, and I try to do this in the September meeting, sometimes the numbers aren't available, but I like to point out a very, very high level, and I'm already high level when I talk about the handouts that I give you. But this is even another level, and it allows me to track how we're moving through the year, our initial projections when it comes to, and I talk in brand new money, the money that it's revenue. We have a revolving loan program, so the principal continues to rotate in and out, but I talk about the brand new $100 bills that we get through our borrowers and the investments that we have, and federal mineral lease and severance tax. So I try to point out at the bottom there where we started with our assumption, that first column, the 27.9 million, and then down. And I just wanted to highlight in this particular table that I'm showing that we're actually expecting a little bit more interest here than last year. Interest rates at Treasury have gone up, and that's, we're seeing an impact as that money sits in our account before it goes out to our borrowers. And I just wanted to highlight in this particular today, this is the far right column. The other one I wanted to point out, so the severance tax, that $50 million under current projections, that might come down a little bit based on some new numbers that I've seen and some changes that are being made. So again, I just wanted to highlight that's what that is. It helps me keep track of where we are as well. So now I want to move to the handout and just highlight a couple items that are of note. We continue to move through that projections column. You see the 65.2 million in row 10. It's obviously a large number. That is the staff recommended loan increase for Chimney Hollow for Northern Colorado that you'll hear tomorrow. Cole Bedford will be presenting that. And then those fives underneath that in row 11, 12, and 13, I just spread out what I see as extra available in order to hit my target down at the bottom. So I show that we have about $15 million available for the remainder of this fiscal year for the next 3 board meetings. Error on row 19, that CWCB NRI projects budget. I have a 12 in there. That actually should be 14. I forgot to include the staff's recommendation coming up here for turf replacement that you'll hear Jenna Batson present as part of the non-reimbursable projects bill item. So that was a slight change on that one. Moving to the severance tax perpetual base. Nothing surprising changing there. You see the 3s lined up for the next 3 board meetings. So I've got 9 million. And when I say that, that is the most conservative approach to the way we operate. If we had to go below 0 in these funds, we know that there's plenty of time to catch up and with all the projections that we deal with. But that to add those 2 funds together, we have about $22 million available for the next 2 board meetings for new loans. number 17 in that severance tax, that 3 million would be agenda item 18 that will be coming up yet this afternoon. You can see line 19 down at the bottom under projections. That number was 40 million when we were talking at September in the finance committee meeting. I've dropped that to 0 because of some changes with severance tax and budget issues. And so the third page, which I don't routinely provide to the board, it is a summary of, it's that model that I use to look out years. I have projections that are out years. They're not as good as the current year projections, but we look at just consistent numbers, routines, things like that. And so the first two columns, the construction fund and the severance tax, those really are just shrunk down lines from those first two pages I provide. And it gives me a way to look at where we're going to pull funds out for certain activities, whether they be non-reimbursables or future loans. And so I think I've shared with this board that we're looking at probably $20 to $25 million available each year for non-reimbursables. I'm still going to stay consistent with that based on the model I use. And that would be showing up on line 10 under construction fund and line 27 under construction fund. But you can also see that as it exists today, we'll have about 90 million available next year for new loans and 70 million in the following fiscal year. So, and we typically say we do $50 million a year. So we're in good shape. Everything looks good, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, great report. Are there questions for Kirk? Take that as a no. I was waiting for Director Sakata to signal me. I'm getting conditioned, but I guess we can move on.
Moving on, agenda item 15B is the annual report to the board of our financial compilation. As I mentioned earlier, Mimi Winter is involved with the Clifton Larson Allen group, and they come in and they look under the hood and make sure that we're doing things or reporting the things the way we're supposed to. And those reports are included in here more for record than anything. Everything seems to be fairly consistent from past years, no surprises. And we're happy to answer questions. Mimi had asked if we should have Clifton join us, and I just felt like over the years, there just wasn't enough questions to justify the participation. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. And this is also a non-action item.
So any questions on the audit, I guess you'd call it? Looks good.
Moving on, agenda item 15C has become a routine item for this board. I am reporting on Two Rivers Water and Farming Company and Two Rivers Farms F2 Inc. loan delinquency. And I wanted to share with the board that we moved forward in sending out a notice the 1st of September. We met in September, and I shared with the board that we sent that out in mid-October when we were reviewing to send a letter calling that note due in full because we did not get a response from them. We sent out 11 certified mail. The Attorney General's office said, be conservative, notify anybody and everybody that you have on record, even though you know they're not existing there anymore. But we sent all that out. We did get 2 responses back from certified mail. The problem was we had an error on our statement of what they owed on March 1st. That was a typo. It was my fault. And the Attorney General's office said, let's just be conservative here again, send it out corrected. And so we did that. So they're going to get 11 more certified mails sent out. And so that clock then just reset. It was a 30-day clock, started again around the 1st of October, and we'll give another 30 days. So when we see each other again in January, we'll have an update to that. And really the biggest impact of that delay is starting the 7% interest. That clock starts on a 7% interest rate. So it's not a significant impact from a 45-day delay. So we will continue to report to the board what our next steps are. We do have Deanna Westfall with the Attorney General's office that has been working with Jen and I on how this plays out. There's can't be more complicated, and it seems like the deeper that we get involved in this organization and the complexities of all the other activities they have, the different bankruptcies and filings and lawsuits that are flying around, and the investors. I will share with this board that I feel somewhat protected. This board should feel protected in that the amount of money behind us is much, much larger. It's tenfold of the debt that is due to us. And so there's a lot more money being applied to taking care of business that would protect us. Ultimately, we have to find a buyer for this if it does go to foreclosure. But the board will be best act, probably recommendations from the Attorney General's office as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question, I guess. Did the corrected number go up or down?
Down. It was the actual issue was we did this once before. I don't know if you remember 2 or 3 years ago, and that was a number that just did not get updated to the single payment. It was still in there as a double payment. So
gotcha.
I think it was wise for us to replace that and do it again. It's just 11 certified mail documents going out the door, and then 11 return envelopes that say can't be delivered. Is kind of a healthy stack on the desk, but we did move forward.
Okay. Are there other questions for Kirk on this one?
And that's my exit.
Yep. Director Sakata.
Kurt. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm a little slow today. Going back to 15A, what we were talking, I talked to you briefly about the gauge fund under the statute. I was looking through our statutes and over the weekend, and I found something called the gauge fund. And you were saying you thought that was taken out on what, line 17 was. Is that CWCB operations, or where does that get taken out of, or is that something totally different?
I'm going to have you, Director Sakata, I'm going to have you pause that question. Okay. It's agenda item number 17. We'll talk about it during the non-reimbursable presentation.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Kurt.
All right. Yep. So Cole, you got consent agenda item 6.
For the record, Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. And before I start, I want to thank everyone for everyone's comments today. I'm really excited about the new role and really proud for everybody's trust. And I really appreciate Director Riss's comments this morning. As she was talking, found myself wishing that the bar were set lower for the new position. If I was coming in and my predecessor had been terrible, that would have been much easier. And all the comments say no one has said, thank God we're getting rid of Anna. And so I just want to thank her for everything she's done with the operations group and the work that they do. And it's often thankless work. And I'm just really excited to work with them. And Kirk can rest easy that I'm not going far enough away to stop being a problem for him. So I'll just be down the hall. So this is consent agenda item 6A. And we put it on the consent agenda originally because, not to give it away, but it's a fairly modest change to policy number 4, but it is a policy change. And it's a change to the way we do some of our financial calculations that you see in the memos that the loan program gives you. And so just to back kind of way out, fundamentally the loan program provides loans for water infrastructure projects, and that enterprise just involves some inherent risk. And so most of what the loan program does is spend our time reducing that risk. So all the PMs are professional engineers. We go out to project sites and meet owners, and we talk to consultants and engineers, and we walk alignments, and we look at water rights, and we consolidate all of that information into memos that we provide to this board every board meeting. And they look like this. And the last thing on every one of these board memos is a table of financial ratios. And there are 2 versions of that table, depending on whether the borrower is a municipal type borrower or an agricultural type borrower. And so for the municipals, they look like this. There are 5 ratios on each. And so this is for Pueblo Water. We did a loan to them in March of 23. And the first 3 rows on here are these kind of standard ratios that you would see for any kind of loan. It doesn't have to be a water project. Commercial banks use these same ratios. So there's operating, debt service, and current assets. And those ratios shouldn't change with time. You know, it doesn't matter what year it is, your revenues should exceed your expenses. And so then the last two ratios here are specific to the loan program. So we look at debt per tap. So how much debt for every tap in the organization, and then what's the average monthly water bill for the organization. So this table looks like this for every single municipal type borrower that we take to you. And then there's a very similar one for agricultural borrowers. The first three ratios are the same ones, the standard ones for any loan anywhere. And then the last one is this annual operating cost per acre foot. And that's really specific to agricultural type borrowers. And that would change with time a little bit. This is the table from Fort Morgan Reservoir and Irrigation Company in January. Tables and the categories of weak, average, and strong are set by policy number 4. And that policy was set in 1999. There was an audit in the mid and late 90s to the loan program that has set most of our policies that we use now. And it just kind of formalized a lot of what the organization does. And so it set all 6 of those ratios. It set the first 3 that are regular ones, and then the last 3 here, the debt per tap and average monthly water bill for municipal types, and then annual operating costs per acre foot for agricultural types. The problem with that is those are fixed numbers that since 1999 very reasonably may have changed. But in the last quarter of a century, we haven't gone back to look at how that's changed. And even though we haven't had problems within the program. So this has been a process we've been kind of looking at for a year, kind of to cover ourselves, make sure we understand what we're doing, but it hadn't really manifested in us seeing a lot of loans not working out, the Two Rivers project notwithstanding. Let me go back just one. So what we decided to do was to update those 3 ratios, to use up-to-date data to look at the kinds of organizations that come into our loan program for loans, and update the weak, average, and strong ratios to reflect what Colorado water users look like in 2023. So the very first one of those we did was debt per tap. And so DOLA and CDPHE both collect data on debt for municipal type organizations and the number of taps per organizations in Colorado. And there were 127 out of 2 different studies in 2019 that represented organizations that might come into the loan program for a loan. And so this graph shows all 127 of those and how much debt they have. Each line represents one organization. So here's Pueblo, kind of on the strong end. Their debt per tap is pretty low. That came in March. The lowest on this list is the town of Severance. We don't have a loan with them, but they could very potentially come in for a loan with us. And then not to throw anyone under the bus, but the high on here is the town of Wiggins with 16,000. And reasonably, Wiggins is doing a lot of development. They're on the edge of the kind of the front range growth, and they're making investments. So we looked at all of these. This is representative organizations that would come in 2023. And the current breakdown for our ratios look like this. So if all 127 of these organizations came in today, everyone on the left, we would call strong. Those are organizations whose debt per tap is less than $2,500. We would call average, just that narrow strip there. And then weak would be the folks on the most right. And so that's not very intuitive. If we said someone was strong, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're strong relative to other organizations in the state right now. So our recommendation is to change this to something like this here. So strong would be folks under $300 debt per tap. Weak would be over $3,500 per tap. And then the folks in the middle, we'd call typical instead of average. And so that's 15% on either side is weak and strong. And then 70% in the middle is typical. Monthly water bill. So DOLA collected information in 2021. They had 117 municipal type organizations. And these are those 117. Each line represents one of them. Pueblo Water is right here, kind of on the strong side again. The strongest is the town of Antonito down by the New Mexico border. And then the weakest here is Dominion Water and Sanitation. And again, that makes sense being in the Front Range, an affluent neighborhood. So our current ratios for average monthly water bill make a little bit more sense than debt per tap. Strong is under $30, weak is over $60. And so our recommendation is to shift just a little bit on this one. Keep strong at 30, weak over 90, and then typical everything in the middle. And that's still 15%, 15%, and 70. Then the last one we looked at was operating cost per acre foot. And that data is not publicly available, it's not collected by any state organization. So we hired Westwater Research to find this information for us. They reached out to organizations all over the state. Some of them were folks we've done loans with, some of them were not. They tried to get a representative sample of every agricultural type organization that might come into us. And so on this graph, Fort Morgan Reservoir and Irrigation Company, who we provided a loan to in January, is fairly strong at about $2. The strongest one on here is a small ditch company in Division 4. And for this data, because a lot of them were private entities, we scrubbed some of the identifying information. We tried to provide enough to give some context. So a small ditch company is under 1,000 acres of irrigated acreage, and then it's in Division 4 to kind of get a sense of what that is. And then the most expensive on this is Julesburg Irrigation District, a public entity. So our current operating cost per acre foot ratios would break down this way. $10 and below is strong, $20 and up is weak, and average in the middle. We're recommending a change to this, under $3 strong, over 24 weak, and typical in the middle. Summary of what policy number 4 looks like with those changes. So operating ratio, debt service coverage ratio, and annual cost per acre, and cash reserves to expenses, that will stay the same. We'll change the name in the middle from average to typical, just to give a sense that doesn't necessarily statistically mean that an organization is average. And then we'll update debt per tap, annual cost per acre foot, and monthly water bill. I'll check. What we did is we went back and we looked at the last 42 loan recommendations we made to the board and applied these new ratio recommendations to get a sense of, had we applied these ratios to these loans, what would that have meant for our recommendations to you? And there were pretty small changes, and all of the changes were either from weak to typical or strong to typical. And so, average monthly water bill out of the last 12 municipal type borrowers that we provided to you, one of them would have been upgraded from weak to typical. None of them would have been downgraded. Debt per tap, about a third, 4 out of 12, would have been changed from strong to typical. And then on annual operating cost per acre foot, you would have had one change from weak to typical, and 9, can't see it there, but that's about a third of them downgraded from strong to typical. So it would have changed some of the ratios, but it would not have changed any of our recommendations to you. Part of this is the ratios are just there for kind of a red flag to us. We look at someone's financials, something jumps out to us, something's weak. Is there some explanation here? It serves as a red flag for us and a red flag for you to kind of gut check us. Staff recommendation here is just a small change to policy number 4, as I say, and pretty modest, but it gives us a better sense of where these numbers are coming from, and hopefully gives you a better sense as well.
Questions for Cole? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Cole. And I really appreciate all the in-depth analysis you did on this. It was really interesting to read through the packet. Let's see, one question and one comment. I guess the question would be, I thought I read in there too that if there is a higher risk, that can you make a requirement that they adjust their fee structure or whatever?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So if an organization comes in for a loan and, it looks like their rates are too low to make their repayment, we can require as part of the contract that they raise those rates.
Great. And then again, I appreciated all the data that you collected there, because at first I was going to assume that, the debt ratios were going to be associated to like size of the community or something. And it looked pretty random to me.
Yeah, we were really interested to see that too. Particularly in the operating cost per acre foot one, I really thought that there was going to be a correlation between, really big organizations. There might be some efficiencies of scale, right. Very small entities, that wouldn't be the case. And it did seem random.
And so going to the acre foot one, did you ever consider instead of ratio to acre feet to acres serviced?
When we first started this process, we had some conversations about whether we wanted to add some indicator ratios or change the ones we have. And that kind of change is still on the table. We might make a recommendation like that. This particular process was felt more urgent.
Yeah.
There was a clear process for doing it, and it was updating what we're doing now. So something like that may very well be in the future.
Because the reason I asked that, I thought it was great information. It started to get me to think about our ditch systems and to look at what that ratio would be. And in some ways it was hard because the deliveries of acre feet each year was different, you know, because it depended on the water year. So I was thinking, well, the acreage stays constant. And so.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ratio in particular, all the ratios really are just an indicator. You know, it gives us a sense of how things are. But that one in particular requires a little bit of an art to get a sense of, because some organizations have a lot of augmentation water that may not be reflected in their costs. It'd be a little bit different. And so, yeah, we do look pretty close at that, what that number is really telling us.
And for any of this data, did you do any geographical analysis?
We did not.
Because I thought that would be interesting too, to see where the ratios, if ratios were different geographically.
Yeah, and on the operating cost per acre foot, I thought there was going to be a correlation in districts as well. I was really confident before I looked at it that District 1 was going to pop out as being more expensive, and that wasn't necessarily the case either.
I really appreciate it, Dale. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Director Vasquez.
Yeah. If it's not confidential, would it be possible to have just the spreadsheet version of your graphs sent out to the directors? I think it might be interesting to be able to look at all the different entities that are represented there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Director Vasquez. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
And I guess you might want to stay put, it looks like. So we'll go to item 16, which is water project loans.
Yeah. Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 16A. It is water project loan request for the measurement structure reconstruction project coming from the Last Chance Ditch Company in Weld County. On this loan, it's in Division 1. The title is the Measurement Structure Reconstruction Project, and the borrower is the Last Chance Ditch Company. The requested loan amount is $197,960 for a 30-year term at a rate of 4.5%. And that's a little higher than most of our loans. Last Chance has a pretty good percentage of commercial entities in their shareholder list. In putting together the review of this loan application, I worked with Garrett Vera, who's the company president, and I also worked with Dan Grant, Brandon Efland, and Ryan Cook. It shows where this project is at. You pass right by it on I-25 as you pass St. Vrain State Park. The company has a diversion structure on the St. Vrain Creek on the left side. The ditch winds about a quarter of a mile through the park and the campground, and then passes through the flume that's the subject of this project, and then passes under the interstate. Of that flume, on the left, you can see that the water is flowing full through it. And for it to be accurate, there should be a little bit more of a fall there that suggests that the elevation should be raised. Right, you can see that there's some scour occurring around the backside and the edges of the flume. So the vision here is just to replace this flume, the steel structure, with a concrete structure. So the total project cost is estimated at $196,000. The loan will cover the entire project cost. So with the 1% service fee, the loan amount will be $197,960. For our standard 30-year term, the Last Chance Ditch Company qualifies for a blended rate of 4.5%. The financial ratios indicate that the company is a strong borrower, and that would be the same even if we were using the new ratios. And the collateral on this will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant per policy number 5. And here is the staff recommendation. I don't believe we've got any company representatives today, so. Oh, we've got Garrett. All right, well, Garrett or I can answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions on the proposal or the staff recommendation? Director Vasquez?
I have a question that maybe I should have asked months ago in these presentations. There's no down payment required in these loans?
No, the way we do the dispersals, we'll contract the project, assuming it gets approved. And then we disperse funds during the construction phase. Most of the time, that means once a month. And then when the project closes out, there is some interest accrued during that period. Usually it's pretty small relative to the total amount of the project cost. And then the first payment, the actual payment on the loan, is due a year after the construction is finished.
It does answer my question. It just seems a little different than most loans I'm familiar with, and that's just because I'm not a big borrower. So,
Well, and I mean, isn't it true that many of these loans, the borrower isn't borrowing all the money?
Oftentimes,
Like the down.
the loan approval is a little bit above what the actual construction cost is at the end of the day. They leave a little bit on the table. That makes it easy when we get to the end, that we don't have to come back for an increase and a change to the contract.
Chance to tell you all, thank you very much. This program has been extremely important. And this is the second loan for the Last Chance Ditch Company in about 11 years. Right before the flood, we replaced the Riverhead Gate. And now about 11 years later, we're here to replace the flume just downstream. And the reason why it is important is it goes to the heart of the question you were asking. This loan program allows potentially strapped for cash ditch companies to have an answer to a problem, such as replacing a flume before we receive orders from the division office next running season. So that's a big part of why, at least for a mutual ditch company, why this loan program is so great, because it doesn't require a down payment, but it does allow us to have access to the money while still, having some skin in the game and paying the state back eventually.
Can we get your name for the record? Sorry.
My name is Garrett Vara, president of the Last Chance Ditch Company.
Thank you. Any other questions for Garrett? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Garrett, for coming. To build on Garrett's point too, is ditch companies, we don't have a lot of collateral that you can go to a normal loaning entity to go get a loan. So that's why these are also very important. But I just wanted to publicly thank Garrett. He has been a key person on the South Platte Roundtable. He's been former chair of the South Platte Basin Roundtable, and currently, and at the same time, was serving on the grants program committee, and still serves in that capacity. And he has done so much for us. So thanks, Garrett, for all that you do there.
Happy to do it.
On this one?
To move approval of staff recommendation for agenda item 16A.
Okay. A second from Director Boucher. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Section Chief, I wanted to brag on Cole a little bit before his last presentation as a finance. Well, actually, you do have a couple more tomorrow, but watching Cole present those ratios, and it was kind of a last minute thing. He pulled that together. I swear Cole could probably teach me calculus 3 better than I received in college. He's just a great guy, hard worker, always wanting to do more and figure out ways to do things better. And he'll do an incredible job in his new role as COO. And some of the board may not know this, but Anna Moss was in the finance section. She was promoted. So this position tends to be a strong one. You probably have met Jonathan Hernandez. He was in that role. He's now managing $700 million Windy Chimney Hollow project. Anyway, breaks breaks my heart that Cole's leaving us. He is he's going to be right down the hall, and he'll continue to help us do what we do and do it better. And so good, congratulations, Cole, and good luck to you. With that, I'll have Joshua jump up here.
All right. Thank you, Kirk. And thank you, Cole.
So I guess a year and a half in, I'm now the senior PM. I appreciate that.
Way to go.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 16B, water project loan request for the Beaver Creek ditch repairs for Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company in Montezuma County. Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company has been delivering water in the Southwest Basin since 1880 and supplies roughly 125,000 acre feet on an annual basis to over 1,500 shareholders. The Beaver Creek ditch flows directly into Groundhog Reservoir, the largest of the company's 3 reservoirs, and has a capacity of 150 CFS. The loan amount for the ditch repair is $1,414,000, and the terms are 30 years at a 2.1% blended interest rate. My contact in preparing the board memo has been Brandon Johnson, the general manager for the company. Pictures on here as I could. A lot has happened in a couple months. On May 9th of this year, 2 washouts were discovered in the Beaver Creek ditch. The first was about 30 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 20 feet deep. The second extended about 2,000 feet long and created a ravine over 40 feet deep in some areas. Between the 2 washouts, the company estimates over 10,000 acre feet of water was lost. You can see these images, how extreme the erosion was. There's actually that red circle is a side-by-side, so it's about 6 feet tall to give you a sense as to how deep that ravine actually is. Construction window, the repairs, since the washout happened, since there's a narrow construction window, there's a narrow, since there's a narrow construction window because of the high elevations. The company acted quickly and had to repair the design, have a repair designed and have a selected contractor. The construction began in August and concluded in late October. The company has been able to temporarily cover the costs using their 2023 budget as well as emergency reserves. They're requesting a loan to ultimately cover the cost of the project. Financials, the project cost is approximately $1.43 million. With the service fee, the total loan comes to $1,414,000. And as I mentioned before, their terms will be 2.1% for a 30-year term. The financial ratios indicate the company is an overall average borrower, and collateral will consist of revenues backed by assessment covenant and the project itself per policy 5. Foundation, as you saw at the beginning of your memo, and I think Brandon Johnson may be on.
Yes, he is.
Okay, great. To say a word or two.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, Joshua covered pretty much everything that we had. I just want to reiterate, it was an act of God that this happened to us, and we took every measure and put every resource we had while still operating during the year to complete this project. And now we're faced with zero money to finish out the year until our annual meeting to start the new budget. So we've had several loans with you in the past. I think we do have an existing one now that's down to maybe 800,000 or something that we pay annually. But this would help us out beneficially. I do not think we'll need the full 1.4, but it will be close. And then if the board has any questions on what we done, we got like Joshua said, we got on it real fast and got it all done because we have a short window in case it snows so that we could get this completed for the new water year. Questions?
Questions for Brandon or for Joshua? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Johnson. And looking on some of the submittals, it looks like you're going to have to increase your assessments by quite a bit. Is that correct? Is everybody going to be able to handle that?
Yes, we did have a shareholder meeting prior to, and they did vote to go ahead and fix it and borrow the money. And we will raise assessments to whatever the cost is to pay back.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you very much.
Regarding the staff recommendation.
I'd move to approve staff recommendation for 16B.
Second. Director Vasquez with the second. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you all.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Brandon.
you, Brandon.
Yep.
Of item 16C, project loan request for the Fruit Growers Reservoir Gates replacement for the Orchard City Irrigation District in Delta County. Reservoir has been owned by the Bureau of Reclamation since 1937 with a dam when the dam failed and flooded the downstream town of Austin. However, the Orchard City Irrigation District operates and maintains the reservoir and dam for the benefit of the 558 qualified landowners that receive water from the district. Flow from the reservoir is manually controlled by its gates, which are in need of replacement. The loan amount for the gate replacement is $505,000, and the terms are 30 years at a 2.2 blended interest rate. My contact in preparing the board memo has been Mitch Thomas, the acting president of the district, as well as Susie Bilberry, Delta Conservation District Manager. The district is still using the same gates that the BOR had installed back in the 1930s. The gates are still manually operated, and the emergency gate leaks at 1,500 gallons per minute, even when fully closed. Replacing these two gates will minimize the risk of significant failure and will allow for more accurate flow regulation and measurement with the installation of the electric controls. Furthermore, this project will allow for future development of a SCADA system to enable telemetry and remote control of releases from the reservoir. The engineering design was completed the past summer and a contractor was selected in September. The reservoir was drained by the time of my site visit, as you can see here, in preparation for construction between the 2023 and 2024 irrigation seasons. The project cost is estimated $1.13 million. With the service fee, the district is only asking for $505,000. The rest will be funded by already approved WSF grants, as well as a grant from the Colorado River Water Conservation District. As I mentioned before, their interest rate is 2.2% for a 30-year term. Their financial ratios indicate that they are a strong borrower, and the collateral is a pledge of revenues backed by assessment covenant. Staff recommendation, as you see at the front of your board memo. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Also, I believe Susie Bilberry may be online to say a few words as well, or someone else from the district.
Yes, I'm on the line. This is Susie.
Wanted to add?
Well, I would like to thank Matt Stearns and Joshua both for working with us on this. This has been a really tough project to do, and we're very excited to get it rolling and get those gates replaced.
With such a long-running reservoir, has there been a change in the total storage capacity over time due to siltation?
I know for a fact there has been a lot of silt, and I think they've had issues dealing with the BOR to actually remove that dredge, but I think maybe Susie can speak better to that than I can.
No, that is correct. Yeah, to dredge it would be extremely expensive and would have to go through a lot of permitting. And as it stands, it's doing okay. We're holding the water we need to hold at the moment, and it might need to be dredged in the next 5 or 10 years possibly. But right now, with the flow through that we get, it's doing okay. And just for FYI, we do, of course, fill it during winter months.
But the quality of the audio was poor enough. I don't think we could quite understand you. So perhaps you could just provide the information to CWCB and he could send an email to us to answer the question.
I can absolutely follow up with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, sorry.
Director Combs?
So this dam was built by the Bureau.
That's correct. After the original dam was breached and flooded the downstream town of Austin, the Bureau came in and took over both ownership of the dam and the reservoir, and the previous organization that the district came out of kind of folded or got recreated itself into an irrigation district and now is responsible for operation and maintenance. But yes, the Bureau did come in and build the dam back.
So they built the dam after the original breach. Okay, so Orchard City didn't purchase O&M from the Bureau. It was always the arrangement.
That's my understanding as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, are there any other questions? Recommendation? Director Anderson, did you want to make this motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 16C.
Okay, and second by Director Combs. Oh, sorry. Just, yeah, throw something at me. I think we have some support from the Southwest as well. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Susie.
Yeah, thanks, Susie. Okay, item 17, 2024 projects bill.
Why advance it? Kirk Russell, the Finance Section Chief. So we will be going over the 2024 projects bill, and to kind of lay out for those that are listening and that have not been part of our process at CWCB, how we applications and review by this board and by the Finance Committee and ultimately by this board. On the screen, I'm showing that process for applying for non-reimbursable project investments, which for us internally means it's not a loan and it requires legislative action for us to give it to somebody, whether it be for a grant or to spend it for a project purpose or program. And so the process we go through, we have an application date in August each year. In September, those applications have been reviewed by staff and then presented to the Finance Committee, which is traditionally the day or two before the board meets at its regularly scheduled September meeting, with recommendations for approval or denial or modification. Then at the November board meeting annually, we present these to the board, some of which are put in a block. And so agenda item 17A is a block of items that the committee gave the nod to, that enough information was presented to just keep them consolidated and did not require a full presentation to the full board and the public. And then there's another batch of items that are under item B that were asked, the board or the committee asked staff to provide a little bit more, probably need a little bit of exposure to the public for their benefit and maybe even the board's benefit, to polish some things between Finance Committee and the board meeting. So then whatever non-reimbursable items are approved by this board, they are included in a request to the project sponsors in, I'm sorry, I missed a step. So between November and January, there might be some slight modifications to some things that this board has requested, and maybe there's a result of something we're doing that requires maybe a statute change or some tweaks here and there. We catch between November and January. We will come back in January with the list of all these as just one more review before we ultimately present them to the sponsors of the projects bill, which alternates each year. And I believe we are in the House Ag Committee in the 2024 session. About non-reimbursable project investments, we focus on a policy that requires us to grow the construction fund and perpetual base fund
at a rate that provides a buying power for the fund for future each year. And so the number that we utilize, and it stays pretty consistent at about 3.5% to 4% each year. You would think with the increase in cost of construction right now that we're seeing across the board, that would have a huge impact. When we use the average that we use, the 20-year average, it stays pretty consistent. We use an indice out of an engineering document each year, and we measure that and then see what the 20-year average is. And so it holds true to about that 3.6, 3.9, I think was a couple of years ago. Could show more next year. And you can see that line. We try to get those two funds. The blue is the construction fund and the red is severance tax perpetual base fund. And we try to keep that, stay on that line into the future years. And so whatever is above that line in projections, that is available for non-reimbursable project investments. As I said in agenda item 15, our target is about 20 million each year now. And that's because Prop DD is taking care of the water plan grants. We've got some consistency annually in the WSRF program, and things are just seem fairly stable. And that is allowing us to bring to this board about $20 to $25 million every year for non-reimbursable investment applications. So I'm going to move on to well, let's see what, no, I got to stay here. Sorry. On the slide, I'm showing the actual numbers that create what remains available. And so we focus on the new money that comes in, and that's interest, federal mineral lease, and severance tax. And I use a 10-year average for that. Last year, and I show that as a spillover of 23 million. I think that was a 26 million number. If I may have that number incorrect, but I believe that spillover was 26 million, which gave us a total of about $66 million in the severance tax revenue that we get. It actually exceeded 50 million last year, but anything in excess of 50, the next 10 million go to CDPHE, and then we get everything above that. So it came in somewhere, I think, around 59 million. So if I take the 50 plus the 26, that's the number that I'm showing on this, giving us $110 million of new money. Then I go through and extract what it's taking to operate, do the statutory requirements that we have. They're required. We don't have to go to the projects bill. They're automatic. And Director Sakata, this is where I thought I had that listing, but that gauge funds is located in statute auto refresh. And so that's part of that 6.7 million. The statute has items in it that CWCB pays for. It's a total of about 2.7 million. And that 2.7, they're all refreshes. So if we didn't spend any money at all, we would have a zero impact, but I've got to prepare for the worst case scenario. So that kind of puts it into that fluctuation area. So I plan on that 6.7 number includes 2.7 for statutory items. We have a requirement to fund emergency ag drought grants. If there's a declaration for drought by the governor, that's $1 million. And then the WSRF will be the item we talk in a little bit on item 18. That's the transfer of perpetual base money over to WSRF for our annual, the board's opportunity to fund that annually at $3 million. So that's where that 6.7 comes from. Then you can see my growth number. Actually, I've got 3.9 there, don't I? I think that other line, I had an incorrect number. That should have been 3.9 million. That's the consistent number I have year in and year out. Total of 55. I take the math, subtract that out. The caveat in this particular presentation is showing that $26 million transfer from the severance tax perpetual base to the general fund. And so I've balanced that out, which leaves me about $29 million available for non-reimbursable investments. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kurt. So the gauge fund that I read about in the statute, it's just for CWCB purposes. It's not going to DNR to help them at all.
I believe that's correct. I think Rob Veal manages that. Yeah,
so that's like for your in-stream flow when you have to put in some gauges to determine that. Okay, thanks. Well, and that's why I asked that question, because thinking about some of the other requests that you're having, I was wondering if they were getting any of those funds, and they're not.
Yep,
thank you.
That is, yep. We manage that money.
Thank you.
into the end block portion of this, and my proposal will be to keep all these together unless the board wants to pull one out for any particular reason, and I could have staff come up and talk about it. I believe you've heard the details at the Finance Committee to make an action, but to run through the list, the floodplain risk management, that is a routine funded effort. It's $500,000, and you can see in the table the activity that Kevin Houck's group has been using that funds for. We've done that for many years, about that dollar amount. The litigation fund is the Attorney General's office presents in May their budget, and that is reflected here on how much we need to refresh that next year. And so that cycles through. We've targeted that we'll refresh that up to 2 million as needed, but the budget impact is 30,000 less than that. It's starting to creep up into that $2 million number. But you can see the list of things that were proposed out of their budget in the litigation fund. That one is a refresh, so if they don't spend it, we just push it back up to 2 million and it's available for the next fiscal year. Weather modification permitting program, that is the effort for cloud seeding around the state. Mesonet enhancements. I was fortunate enough to go visit a climate site, a mesonet site. It's actually a very interesting thing to take a look at, and it might be something this board would be interested in if we ever met in a location near that. There's a lot of technology goes into those things, those large towers, and the way they measure things. I certainly worry that they are an attractive nuisance for somebody with something they shouldn't be using there. Yeah, they just seem very vulnerable to troublemakers, like high school boys like I had. Let's see, that's 200,000. I wanted to point out that normally that is asked for 150,000. That is an increase to 200,000 because of some cost increases that the Mesonet folks are experiencing. So we had an opportunity to get that up to 200,000 this year. Satellite monitoring, again, routine business, $380,000. And that does go to DWR for their efforts on the satellite monitoring systems to update their equipment for maintenance as well. The UCRC modeling efforts, I underlined here, it is critical that the UCRC support the upper basin technical modeling and analysis to ensure that the post-2026 negotiations develop operating guidelines that align with actual hydrology. And so that certainly a very important effort for staff as well. Last item is the water forecasting partnership project that you hear Eric Sky talk routinely to the board about, primarily related to the airborne snow measurement efforts. So that's $2 million this year in ask. So with that, I will entertain questions or action to approve all those in one block.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a recommendation, Kirk, on the title document that you have, and is to add a column of how many dollars this is bringing in. Because, you know, on each of the data sheets, we see that, like for the flood risk, how much federal dollars that's actually bringing in. For the Mesonet project, how much other federal dollars that's bringing in. So I think it's great for people to understand that this investment of $6 million, how many dollars is actually bringing into the state?
That's a good point. You mean when you consolidate all of it to say, yeah, when we do focus, and this board I know appreciates that we do like to focus on money that does leverage other money, whether it's private or federal money. I think that's a win for the state of Colorado anytime we can do that. So no, I appreciate that, Director Sakata. That'd probably be a good statement to be touting this work. Yeah, so thank you.
Makes it more of an investment than an expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
Unfair question for you that I'm going to ask, but maybe it can be answered by others in CWCB later, and it's the weather mod program. And always the question, what do we get for the money that's spent in terms of increased precipitation? It's very difficult to quantify. I know that.
There's probably much more better knowledge than mine, but I do remember a study that was done that has been touted by Andrew Rickert, who manages that money. But I was thinking that it was like 5 to 8% increase when it was utilized.
And I think that, sorry. I think that number came from a Wyoming study, didn't it?
I believe that's correct.
Right. So we've seen that in the North Platte Basin because the North Platte was the first to do the aerial seeding in collaboration with Wyoming. But I've always wondered, what is the real benefit in wet water when we spend this money to seed clouds?
I know, again, that money is leveraged with lower basin states and private entities as well. I know that one's got a lot of leverage money as well. Sorry.
Director Cole?
I was gonna say, it's not just this cloud seeding, it's also for the snowmaking and for a lot of things that happen along in that program. There's other things folded into it. So it's not just what extra yield you can get out of the clouds. There's a whole lot into that whole that it's hard to quantify, I agree, but I think it's still worth looking at. So and it leverages a ton of money. We get a lot of other federal funds to come in to help when we go down one of those avenues.
Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I saw the data sheet said 1.5 matching from the lower basin states for this program. But I think this also makes an argument for our aerial snow observation that, with that kind of detail, maybe we can get some of the results, what you're talking about, really seeing what that's yielding. So that if there's no other comments, I'd make the motion.
Okay.
To approve.
Director Cloud, I was going to ask if you cared to participate on that. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 And opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. And I know Andrew, he waits patiently to be able to jump on and answer questions. He's going to be disappointed he was not on this because he loves to talk about his weather mod program. Takes great pride in that. 17B, and Chairman Felt, I'm going to offer up this idea that each one of these projects kind of they can stand on their own. And we do have an opportunity to do a recommendation to approve them when they're presented. You certainly could lump them together or make the motion at the end individually. We do have enough funds to cover them all, so it really comes back to whether the board is comfortable funding them at the level that they are being requested or recommended for funding. But I just wanted to offer that flexibility to kind of turn it into more of an individual item as presented, and then the board can act after that item is presented.
Yeah, I would say let's take them one at a time.
Then with that, and I'll turn the microphone over to the speakers, and then you can move through them as the items come up, and then I'll jump back up here. Actually, Anna Moss will be doing agenda item 17C, and then I'll be back up for 18. So with that, I will turn it over to Kat Weissmiller and Russ Sands.
Right. Thank you, Kirk.
Miller, CWCB staff, for the record. I was going to say, where is that clear? The board with a request that was supported by the Finance Committee in September for a drought resilience investment from the state's non-reimbursable fund. Total of $4 million to address an assortment of water plan actions that all support drought resilience. The drought resilience investment would support the following water plan actions: drought resilience workshops, which are an effort that builds on mapping the board previously funded would develop and provide local workshops to identify local values at risk and pathways to mitigate drought that would roll up to regional water security roadmaps, as noted in action 4.10. The water plan outreach campaign, which is action 4.3, that's an effort to strategically fund a broader water plan outreach messaging campaign and promote state and local water education. Water loss prevention and validator training, which is action 1.3. That's an effort to fund a third phase of the Colorado Water Loss Initiative that focuses on water loss audit training and third-party validation. Adaptive and critical drought projects, that's supports a number of different water plan actions, and that's an effort to identify, write, and photograph, design, and print a 2-year sort of ripple effect style document that marks progress on the water plan 2 years on, and will kind of touch on agency actions, but also look at some of the partner actions and really feature people and projects, which is something we kind of heard was missing from the most recent water plan that was featured in the first water plan. The next item would be a storage analysis, opportunities, and alternatives report, and that would help evaluate what types of storage exist, evaluate alternatives to storage. It would include groundwater and surface water, highlight opportunities to explore a range of storage options and flexibility. And it also builds on numbers from the 2019 tech update. And the last item would be a water conservation handbook, and that's action 1.1. And that will help to define water savings communities, which were written into the first water plan and then expanded upon in the 2023 water plan. And it'll explore a possible range of water conservation targets and savings, reuse potential, water loss reductions, and more kind of based on community type and character. So those are the drought resilience actions that we're looking to fund through this request. Would round out funding from last year's NRI request, and when we fund all 4 actions in the water plan or action areas of the water plan, and really set us on a trajectory for 50% completion of water plan actions by the 5-year anniversary of its release. And this is a really important milestone to keep us on track to complete the water plan's agency actions within the next 10 years. This funding is not going to provide total funding for the water plan actions, and we will have to come back to the board at a later date for funding requests for the next tech update, the basin implementation plans, and the water plan update down the road. But this funding would be critical to give CWCB staff the means to make critical investments that support both local initiatives and state initiatives. Just to note that none of the actions in the water plan are actually funded, so we do have to come to you for these requests to fund the water plan. So with that, we recommend that the board approves this NRI request to support drought resilience funding for the water plan.
Okay, are there questions for Kat?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Sorry, go ahead.
okay. Kat, thanks for the presentation. Just wanted to ask a question about how this proposal fits in with the Colorado Drought Advisors project that both CDA and CWCB have funded, led by Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, that's working directly with farmers and ranchers on drought planning. And they have a toolkit and training program out there. Can you just speak to that relationship?
Sure. First of all, that's a great program. They're doing amazing work. I think that the way that this engages with that program, that's water plan grant funded. So I think, for example, if we go back to, these are Kirk slides. I'm all over the place now. But if we go back to the next one before that, all right. The adaptive and critical drought projects, that's where we would be highlighting partner action. So that would be a place where we could really highlight what Colorado Drought Advisors is doing and engage with that work and really showcase all the good stuff happening on the ground there.
Kat and Russ, I mean, I'm happy to support this funding request, but I guess my question for you to think about, you don't need to answer today, is given the uncertain funding future that we face, and given what you mentioned about other needs to support the water plan actions completion that are not going to be funded with this request, I want to encourage you to think about whether we should ask for more now so that that money is available to make sure that we can complete the important work laid out in the water plan.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kat. Thanks, Russ. You guys do amazing work, so it's really amazing. A couple things to think about is on the water plan outreach campaign. I think there's a young lady that's willing to be a water ambassador. Remember her comment from the plan? So you might want to reach out to her. I'm sure she'd be excited to participate, and I think she could get the word out quite a bit. And then also, I know the report that what was it called? The report, the
the adaptive and critical drought projects. That would be the 2-year kind
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
So I realize that's a report, but it just got me to thinking about this, how we communicate the message, because I always struggle with that too. We get so many great projects. How do I identify them and get them out there so people can take advantage of that? And we struggle with that in agriculture. And so I don't think it could be a part of this, but an idea that I was thinking about was whether to be able to fund those people that did the project, that farmer rancher, to get them to go make presentations. Because sometimes we'll listen to a farmer more than we will somebody else, you know? So it's something to think about. It's not included in this, not at all, but again, an idea. And maybe even Kawa, maybe I can talk about Kawa to see if they'd be interested in supporting something like that. So thanks.
That's a great idea.
Other questions, comments?
We are going to vote on these one at a time, Craig.
One at a time. Yep.
I would move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 17B1.
Okay. Second, Director Cloud. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. By diversion telemetry project.
My name is Jason Ullman. I am the Deputy State Engineer with the Division of Water Resources. Up here. About diversion telemetry, one of the programs that is in my purview is our hydrography program, which is the stream measuring staff that we have that keep our gauges up and running throughout the state, both on diversions and on streams. Before I talk about our exact request, I would be remiss to not thank the board and staff for your support for our operation and maintenance. In the previous item, you've been consistently supporting our satellite monitoring program for years, and it's a huge deal for us in administering water throughout the state. And then also thank you for previous approvals of roundtable grants for some similar ideas to this that were from Division 1, that Brent Shantz spearheaded in Division 1, and a recent request from in Division 6 and the Yampa White Green Roundtable for the Bear River for about 20 gauges. These things, maybe not piecemeal, but through different roundtables, and they've been very successful. I don't know if you've heard, the Division 1 was one of the more successful roundtable grants. People have really, it's been successful because the transparency that it provides for folks, this additional measuring, the efficiency that it provides our office to administer water. And so we had another number of divisions looking to do similar things in their divisions on diversion structures. And we spoke to staff about maybe the best way to do a statewide project. And this is what we've come up with, is this request. Funds for is enough funds to do approximately 306 sites in Divisions 1, all divisions except for Division 6. Not because we don't care about Division 6, but Division 6 recently got that grant in the roundtable for what they felt were their priority needs. We went to all the division engineers and their staff and asked them to put together a wish list for what they would need to more efficiently administer water in their divisions. And Division 6 felt like they had covered theirs. But that's how we came up with the list of gauges that are included in this request. Primarily, they're installed on diversions. There's some reservoir gauging in there as well for stages. And there's a few stream gauges that are included, but they're mainly to manage diversions from the river. The total request is $1.8 million, $1.827 million. DWR will be performing all the installation, which results in about $326,000 of in-kind work. Unfortunately, the table's not fully visible, but this is a breakdown of where those gauges are included. So you'll see that divisions 1 through 4 have close to $400,000 worth of gauge infrastructure, and then a little bit less in the remaining divisions. Like I said, this list was put together by staff on what we felt was necessary to help with administration, help owners with their management. You'll notice that on some of the divisions, you see that in Division 1, for instance, 63 sites for $402,000, whereas in Division 2, you see 30 sites for $409,000. Question you might have is why the same price for half the gauges? Some of those in Division 1 are just data collectors. So they're not including satellite telemetry. There, it's just the need there is just for a continuous recorder, not for the satellite telemetry. As you might imagine, the antennas and solar panels and the equipment needed to communicate with the satellite is fairly expensive. So the components of this that it was present in the Division 1 roundtable grants for these same projects and the Division 6 is a requirement that the owners of these structures have some financial input to the project, because one, they're going to own the equipment, so they have to pay for the replacement at the end of life of this equipment. And two, it costs us time and money to maintain the infrastructure, right? So we're asking the $300 annual fee that they pay to DWR. The annual fee is basically to help us with the work that we do to keep it on the GOES network. Most of these will primarily be on the satellite network instead of cellular telemetry, because in a lot of these divisions, these are on upper tributaries that don't have good cell infrastructure. There might be a few that would be on cell if it's available, but primarily on the GOES network. One of the really great things in the Division 6 grant that we'd like to replicate around the state was aggregating the fees. So this $300 fee for small ditch companies that feel like that's too much to pay, or that it may be hard to convince them that this is a benefit to them. The Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District committed to paying 5 years of those fees in Division 6. And so as we go around the state and talk to the users and the conservancy districts and water, mutual ditch companies, we're going to try to see if that can be replicated. It also helps our staff in not having to bill 306 additional people. Instead, we could bill maybe a tenth of that. Of measurement, and measurement's a topic that I heard come up many times yesterday at the C9 Summit. It's the fact that we need more measurement to do a better job managing our water as we have scarcer resources. It improves our accuracy of administration if our commissioners can see what's out there, what's being taken on the ground. It's transparent. Now, as many of you know, you've been involved in water. The transparency sometimes is because you want to see what your neighbors are taking. You probably know what you're taking in your own ditch, but it's nice to see what your neighbors are taking. You feel like you can trust that the division's doing their job. It enables more efficient operations. So for those users that can access their data remotely or can get continuous record of what they've been using, it can help them improve their operations. It also increases our efficiency as a state agency, because our water commissioners in the places where we don't have telemetry are running up and down streams. Sometimes they've got to go check the gauge at the top of the stream to see what's available. Then they check what everybody's taking. Then they got to go back out and adjust each of those head gates to get, to make sure that only the people that are entitled to take water at that time are doing so. So it really helps with the efficiency of our administration as well. Some of you have already seen this from the Finance Committee meeting, but this is just a diagram of how the GOES system works. I don't know that we need to go into too much detail about the satellite system, but the next picture is one I did want to highlight. So over the years, we've our gauging system and the infrastructure that we need to make this happen has gotten better and better, or smaller and smaller, maybe I should say. So you see the green CMP gauge house there, that's a stilling well. You'll see those around the state on streams where we have a pipe that allows us to measure the level in the stream. We've moved a lot of these to cantilevers with radars on the end, which is that picture on the left. There's a fairly heavy radar with that cone on the bottom that measures the water level. But since that time, in just the last few years, that little can shaped structure there is a Vega radar. It's the new radars that we're using. And what we'd like to do with a lot of these diversion structure gauges is do a very simple implementation and not have such a huge structure out there. So you'll see this is a structure in Division 3 or in the Rio Grande where we just used 3 pieces of strut and mounted that radar directly to that. And then they used the existing gauge house to mount the electronics. In many of them, we would just be using a NEMA box mounted on a 4x6 or something similar. So not a huge impact to these structures either. Just examples of how our website has evolved. All of these sites that have telemetry on them, now I said though some will just be data collectors, would be available on our site for people to see at any time. Are there any questions about this request?
Any questions on this one? Director Sakata?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Ullman. I think from my insight on Division 1, I think part of the reason it was so successful is because Brent Schatz went out at night to install these because he was doing it on his own time. It was like he was so busy. I just give him so much credit for, wanting to institute this and go out on his own to put these in.
Yeah.
It was thanks to all his hard work, really.
Yeah, we owe a lot to all of his work. I think he also managed it out of his garage, but maybe I won't say that out loud. I already did. And one of the things that we've received with the Colorado River positions that have been talked about in other areas is we've gotten 4 additional hydrographers in the West Slope divisions. We hope to be able to use them a little bit cross division to help install these structures so that we are getting some additional staffing, because that's one question we've had is you're going to add all these gauges across the state. How are you going to manage them? So.
Or a motion on the staff recommendation? Cloud on the second. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Southern High Plains groundwater study.
There's Tracy Kozloff, Deputy State Engineer. I'd like to ask for your support today for a $250,000 request. This is a project that's both a study update for the Southern High Plains groundwater resources and also a community facilitation effort for the local community in the Southern High Plains. If you're not familiar, this is a part of Colorado in the very southeastern corner, mostly in Baca County, that's basically entirely reliant on groundwater. And their groundwater resources are managed by the Colorado Groundwater Commission. A little different from a lot of the studies that you fund because of this community facilitation effort. We think that it'd be really important for the community to be made aware of their resources and consider various scenarios for managing those resources going into the future. Some scenario analysis and also some analysis of the economic impacts to the community of doing different types of management changes for their groundwater resources. And we'd really like to see the community be able to come together with a common understanding of what they have, what the future outlook is for the groundwater resources for its use. And if they could come together to be able to speak with one voice about what they'd like to see and bring that back to the Groundwater Commission, if they want to see changes to the rules that regulate groundwater permitting in the area. We've had several years where there's been differences of opinion from the local community raised at the Groundwater Commission. And so it's been pretty tough for the commission to really know what to do to best support this community. So with that, I do have a local representative on the Zoom, Blake Gorley, who's a member of the local Southern High Plains Groundwater Management District, just to talk to you about why this project might be important.
Hi, yes,
Blake,
thank
you
you,
there?
Tracy. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. Go ahead, Blake.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Tracy. First off, yes, I'm Blake Gorley. I'm the chairman of the Southern High Plains Groundwater Management District. I'd like to start off by thanking you all for your consideration on funding a groundwater study in the Southern High Plains designated basin. There's recently been some discussion about the large capacity appropriations within the basin. The commission has been asked to make a determination on the future of the appropriations within the basin. And as a district, we feel like the commission should have the most up-to-date and accurate information before they made such an important decision. The previous study we have, although it was very comprehensive, the McLaughlin study, it's now over 20 years old and has very limited information on the Dockham water-bearing formation. We believe that the information we could gather from a new study would give us the greatest opportunity to make a proper decision for the future of the basin. With that, that's really all I had, but I really appreciate the whole district. We really appreciate you all considering us for this funding. We think it'd be really important for us, and as Tracy said, our economic future is dependent almost exclusively on groundwater. So we really appreciate you and all that you're doing for us here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Blake, I just wanted to make a comment. Thanks for the community being willing to step up. I know it's, believe you me, familiar with the groundwater and everything. It can be challenging and scary, but if you don't know what's there, you don't know how to manage it. So I appreciate the efforts of the community and wish you luck. And with that, I would move approval of staff recommendation.
Okay, motion to approve. Second from Director Vasquez. Boucher. We have a lot of support here, Blake. All those in favor of the motion say aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, and the turf replacement funding.
Good afternoon, Jenna Batson, CWC staff for the record. This is my first time having the privilege to address the board, and I regret asking for money, my first time out of the gate, but here we are. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. So to start, I just want to provide some background and updates on CWCB's turf replacement program created by HB 22-1151 that leveraged $2 million in statewide investments to advance transformative landscape change and support municipal outdoor water conservation efforts through turf removal. CWCB launched the turf replacement program 6 months early in January of 2023 to align with the release of the Colorado Water Plan. CWCB implemented and manages the turf replacement program, which has proliferated the amount of turf removal and replacement efforts across the state, generated increased community interest in water savings, and supported the goals of Action 1.7 in the Colorado Water Plan. Months of launch, the available funding from HB 22-1151 has been earmarked for allocation to 50 eligible entities with matching funds through 2 funding cycles to create or advance local turf rebate programs or target high water use areas to remove and replace non-functional turf. As you can see from the map, Colorado interest is not geographically isolated. Around 25 to 30% of funding recipients are expected to be from the Western Slope when contracting is completed.
Funding source in the amount of $2 million through non-reimbursable project investments would allow CWCB to continue the turf replacement program to provide financial support for local turf removal and replacement efforts across Colorado. The funding would also allow us to extend the position to continue to manage the program, as well as support the proven and growing interest in turf replacement efforts, continue the momentum created by the turf replacement program, and help facilitate local water conservation programs. So with all of that background in mind, staff recommends the board approve $2 million in funding for the turf replacement program for the construction fund for inclusion in the 2024 project bill. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I'm here with my team in case you have any questions.
Okay, we have questions for Jenna?
Chairman, I would move staff approval of staff recommendation, it's twice, of agenda item 17B4.
Okay, we have motion by Director Boucher and a second by Director Cloud. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We have item 17C, which is Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund.
Good afternoon. For the record, Anna Ma, CWCB staff, and thrilled to be here in a new role. And thank you so much to Director Riss for letting me have this opportunity, and a huge, it's an incredible opportunity, and I'm incredibly grateful. Also super excited to have Cole jump into his new role. I think he and I are gonna make a great team together. So lots of good things happening. But this is agenda item 17C. This is where we look at the revenue that came in from sports betting and ask for you all to include it for an appropriation in the upcoming projects bill. And just kind of a reminder of how that works. It's a little bit of an arrears model. It's what we're requesting appropriation for today is what was collected by the Department of Revenue in fiscal year 22-23. Then they close out that fiscal year, transfer the funds to us in the fall. So right around the time of our finance committee, those funds got deposited into our fund. And then we can't spend those until we get the spending authority through an appropriation. So that goes into the 2024 projects bill. So in September, we received a transfer of about 23.8 million. Our incredibly talented new budget analyst, Sarah, looked at the fund, also looked at the interest that that fund generates, looked at what our staffing costs are. We've got the 4 regional managers and a contract administrator that are supported by that. So took out those costs and believe that we have 23.3 million available for water plan grants for inclusion in the projects bill. So with that, I'll happily answer any questions if you have any.
I would move staff recommendation for agenda item 17C.
Is really contributing to the bottom line there. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Anna. Okay, last item of the day, theoretically. Item 18, severance tax perpetual base fund transfer to water supply reserve fund.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. And one more item before we get to celebrate Kevin Ryan's retirement. Kevin, it's been wonderful to work with you over the years. Our entire staff is very appreciative of all the work that we get to do together. So we're going to miss you, but congratulations. It's awesome. So agenda item 18 is a routine item that the way the statute or the law was rewritten, Senate Bill 21-281, gave the board the opportunity or the use of severance tax perpetual base fund money to fund water supply reserve fund projects. And so that is, it's not going to go in the projects bill because that money is continuously appropriated by statute, but it gives this board the opportunity to fund it at the level that they choose to. So throughout my calculations for the projects bill, non-reimbursable stuff, this has to be included as an impact to that growth calculation. And so you've heard me talk about this $3 million transfer. I actually, I haven't run this by Director Riss, but this seems to be something we could probably put in a consent agenda item because it will be fairly routine unless something disastrous happens on the money side. But I do foresee this to be a pretty routine item. I want to point out that you heard me talk about this item back in May. We forgot to do it last November when we should have done it. And so it seems like we just did this, and that's correct. This money will be transferred right after July 1st of 2024. And so it lines up well with the November board meeting to make this ask. And so with that, I would take any questions and offer the staff recommendation.
Okay, questions, Kirk?
I don't know if I had that on a slide. I might not have. It'd be on the top of the memo.
Okay.
Unless you want me to read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend we approve item 18 on severance tax.
Okay.
Thank you. I just might remind the board that this was actually a plan for investing in WSRF that you all discussed and approved. I don't know what, like a year or so ago, that this would just be an ongoing investment of $3 million every year. So we've talked about this before, and this is the plan that we all sort of agreed to follow for WSRF. And the intention behind that was really to sort of even out the distribution to WSRF. So the roundtables knew what to expect. It's actually more funding than was historically available on an annual basis. So it takes the volatility of the fluctuation in severance tax and just makes it a little bit more, I don't know, easier to plan for.
Thank you, Director Rissi. I probably should have mentioned that. In addition, we set aside $9 million as a reserve for this, just in case we do go through a couple years of difficult financial times, that we can just draw down on that reserve. So we still leave that in place, and we continue to put $3 million in when we do have it available.
In a second, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The end of our agenda today. Is there anything else? Viola, just to confirm a couple things. Breakfast is available here tomorrow, 7:30, starting at 8:30 at the meeting. And then is there any direction on sort of where we're gathering for Kevin or?